Hello and welcome in, everybody. I am the Squeegee of Justice from Trial TV Live, and I'm being joined today by a fantastic panel as we discuss the digital data and how it impacted the Lori Daybell trial and the attempted deletion of Brandon Boudreaux. So, welcome in. We have Tanika from Tanika's Two Cents. How are you doing today?
I'm well. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Fantastic. And we have Joe Schmo, who was the courtroom insider for both Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux's trial. Joe, how are you today?
Outstanding. Thank you.
Outstanding. Love it. And finally, Florida PI Sam, who is going to be talking to us about the FBI cast and what all that means and how it impacted this trial. Sam,
Hi.
how are you? Good to see you.
I'm well, thank you. It's good to see you guys too.
Good,
Joe, I'm
good.
glad you made it back safely. That was a long
Yeah.
drive.
Yeah. Before we
was.
dive into it, Joe, how was that drive? 2 days, 3 days?
2.5 days. Yes.
2.5. Yeah. Did you? And you stopped along the way?
Give me
right?
30 seconds here. I've got echo
Sure.
going on. I've got to track down and.
Okay. Yep. No worries. All right. Well, Tanika, let's go back to you. How did you watch this trial and how engaged were you? And
I
what are your
did.
thoughts?
I watched it. I covered it on my channel. I was part of the glitch on the day of the verdict when StreamYard crashed. But yeah, I watched every bit of it. I was riveted. I'm so glad Brandon lived. I know
Yeah.
some people were like, why did we need this trial? Like, he survived and he
Mhm.
like helped tip everything off, right? Because
Yeah.
when he reported it, we did not yet know that the children were dead. And they had
Mhm.
not yet attempted to Alex had not yet attempted to take out Tammy. So for me, Brandon's case was pivotal in like that, and JJ's grandma, Kay,
Mhm.
those were like the tipping points of getting them convicted.
Yeah. I agree. And did you see the press conference afterwards,
I
Tanika?
did.
Yeah,
I did.
I thought that was eloquent. He's like, we do this because we're giving a voice to those that don't have a voice. And I thought, I'm getting choked up just reliving that.
I
You know, it's
know.
just like so perfect. He's such a wonderful young individual. I say young because I know I'm older than him. But
And
yeah,
to see him with his new wife, I don't know how
Yeah.
new she is, but not Melanie, and like just happy and thriving. It just makes I just can't express how glad I am that he lived, that he survived to tell.
He got married the day that they called him about JJ's remains. I think he was in the garage. He tells that story. He was in the garage and he got the call that they found JJ's remains, and then he went to Joe. Is that correct?
That's correct. And then he went up to Rexburg to identify them.
Yeah.
Because
so
in place of Kay and Larry.
So just imagine that. Just imagine that. This guy has been through so much. Just
resilience personified. Yeah.
So Joe, I want to kick it over to you. Just kind of give us a little bit of a backstory as to who Brandon is. What brought us to him being or having Lori having this trial at all.
Sure. So Brandon Boudreaux was at the time Lori's niece's husband. Lori and Chad had started dating the previous fall, and they started calling people dark or light and saying they were zombies or they were possessed by evil spirits. It started with her husband Charles, and then the kids became light or dark, and eventually Brandon did too, because her niece Melanie Boudreaux at the time, now Melanie Pulowski, started getting involved with their little cult, and she and Brandon started having problems. Part of those problems we learned in this trial, and I'm not sure if I knew this before, but Lori stuck her nose into their marriage, and she wanted Brandon gone, and she started telling lies to Melanie about Brandon, that he was gay, that he had tried to hack her computer, that he was trying to get her temple recommend taken away from her. And Melanie believed these things. So eventually she moved up to Rexburg with Lori and Alex, and Chad was already there. That's where Chad was from Rexburg. Chad being Lori's current husband, the one that she married very soon after Alex unalived Charles. So Brandon was dark also. He had to go after Charles was shot. That was July 11th. So on October 1st, Alex drove all the way down, drove Tylee's Jeep down from Rexburg, took it and parked right in front of Brandon's house, waited for him to come home, took a shot at him and missed. And that is because he was in the way of Lori having her little group and circle the way that she wanted it. And she suspected that Brandon was involved in trying to get her temple recommend taken away. That was a major point that I think may have been hard for people who are not LDS to understand. Lori was going to the temple almost every single day, which is highly unusual. You like go once a month at the most if you're LDS, and some people once every 6 months, some people once a year, some people not at all.
Right.
But she was going every day, and she was having things happen in the temple. Like she said that she was given the priesthood that was a higher priesthood than the actual Mormon priesthood in the temple by the angel Moroni. So that was
she
a very
was married
important...
to Moroni, right? According to her, or they were married previously.
Yeah, previously, yes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of wacky stuff there, but it was very important to Lori, and so she thought that Brandon was involved in trying to get that taken away. So she started scheming, and then brought in Chad and Alex and maybe Melanie into her little plot to get rid of Brandon.
I didn't realize that was the motive for Brandon. I don't know. I had never connected the dots before.
She also, it was like Alec, her brother, Adam was on her hit list because of that too, because he had been talking to Charles about getting the temple recommend as a way to kind of get to humble her, but she was having none of it.
Yeah. And
wow. Okay.
Throw Brandon in there too. So it was Charles, Adam, and Brandon. Charles is no longer with us. Brandon, by the grace of whatever, is still with us, and Adam is still with us. So all three of those were kind of conspiring, if you will, in her mind, her thoughts to get her temple recommend taken away. And I think I don't know if we'll play it because I think it was Nick Balance, who's the FBI agent, brought out that the Alex's phone was pinged at the temple. I believe it was either the first or the second. Right, Joe? Do you remember that testimony?
Say that one more time.
That you mentioned the whole temple recommend, and there was one moment, and I think it's Nick Balance's testimony, where he says that Alex's phone pinged at the temple in Rexburg when he was in fact in Arizona. Yes.
And I have it in my notes somewhere, but not pulled up this second. Yeah. It was the first or the second. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have 517. The 9120 number near Temple. So it was either October 2nd or October 1st. So this is Lori taking Alex's phone. He's got the burner phone, and Lori's taking his Alex's phone, and she's going all over Rexburg and making the alibi, if you will. So
yeah, that didn't work out real well.
Well, the second that Alex logged into the burner phone with his Google account, he was screwed.
Oh yeah.
There's that, amongst a few other things that they did.
Right.
Yeah.
So many digital mistakes. It's like they didn't realize they were in the 21st century.
Yeah. Well, they buy this burner phone, right? Yeah. Then they use their Google accounts to connect them and log in. It's like, thank God, criminals are not the smartest. Or they make mistakes like that.
This particular group sets the benchmark for not the brightest.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Chad was just, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Something else.
He was. So I just want to remind our chat, if you have questions for us, do a QQQ. And we're going to play Lieutenant, who was a detective back then, Hermesio. We're going to play about a half hour, I believe, of his testimony. And then we'll get to Nick Balance, who's the special agent. So do you guys have any last any comments before we play Mr. Hermesio's testimony?
So Hermesio was the one that actually cracked the case in Idaho that helped solve it. So, and he actually showed up in the first trial when he wasn't on the witness list. He showed up for support for the family actually in Charles's trial, but then he was a witness in this second trial, and he was there more days than were necessary for him to be there and support them. So he also he gave his CV a little bit at the beginning of his testimony. They didn't go into it. They didn't do it for like a half an hour like they did in Karen Reed trial. They just did like 5 minutes of education and experience.
Mhm.
But that was his rookie detective year, 2019. He wasn't promoted to detective until 2019. He solves the case, and now 6 years later, he is the lieutenant in charge of all the detectives in Rexburg PD.
He's a rock star.
And ladies, if you haven't seen him, he's easy on the eyes.
And he is, and he speaks really clearly. He doesn't embellish with anything. He's just very sort of matter of fact. Like, I thought he was one of the better law enforcement witnesses that I've seen of late. You know, he just lays it out. And I liked that prosecutor too. You know, they just did it very nicely.
Trina K. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So again, Chad, if you have any questions for our panel, just do a QQQ and we'll pull those up. We'll do Hermesio first, and we'll answer any questions just in case it pertains to that, which I would assume it would. And then we'll go into Special Agent Nick Valance. So without further ado, let me pull this up and let's hit play.
Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th.
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com records that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI CAST analyst Nick Valance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Did she just hot
Now,
mic
when you
Celebrate?
were looking at these,
What's that?
Did she just hot mic Celebrate?
I heard what are we looking at? You heard Celebrate?
Oh, maybe that's it. Just like 30 seconds ago.
now when
This section or no?
now
Yeah.
when you were
Was
I
that
think
Cel?
she said Celebrate. I think she did.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, if I look
Now, when you
closer at the
were
monitor, I can hear better.
looking at these, let me ask you this. Did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
Best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic charts and ballistic trajectory calculators?
Yes.
Did it have searches for Manshot and Gilbert?
Yes,
Were there maps to Dan's window tinting?
there were.
Was there maps and searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes,
Did those searches appear to be a route back to Idaho Falls?
yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search, in fact, Idaho Falls?
Correct.
So pretty damning right there, all these searches.
Based upon your review of these Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com documents, did they appear to be related to Alex Cox?
Yes, they did.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
174 is admitted. 4, right?
174, yes.
I'm surprised there wasn't objection relevance like she did for most of those.
Right.
Foundation.
Yeah. Just relevant, Your Honor.
As part of the documentation that was provided by Google and their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes, they did.
So we have a subscriber of Alex Cox for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com.
Correct.
Let's start with the Chrome searches for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute of angle?
Yes.
Real quick, Chris, real quick.
Sure.
So, refresh my memory again. These are returns that he got from a Google search warrant from
Mhm.
Google Corporation. These are not from an extraction, right?
As far as I remember, correct. Yeah.
So that's one thing that I think is different in this case is we saw in the first trial, they didn't take Alex's phone and do an extraction on his phone. They didn't even take Charles's phone. They eventually took Charles's phone, but they did take Brandon's phone, but obviously he wasn't, involved in trying to unalive himself. So that didn't do any good, but they didn't do any extractions on Lori's phone. They didn't take her phone. They didn't take Tylee's phone. So all of these results that we're seeing are returns from search warrants. And then those search warrant are the results of those search warrants from Google and from the cell phone companies for the tower hits were then handed off to Nick Balance when he was asked to be involved.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Just to clarify, these are not from a phone extraction.
Right. So, Sam, so far, are you seeing anything that correlates or corresponds to what you do in your everyday? Because there may be people that are watching right now that are not familiar with what it is that you do.
Right. So I am a licensed private investigator in the state of Florida. I work on criminal defense cases. Primarily, I work on court-appointed cases. But yes, so I see all of the back end of this. Like I get the cast reports, I get the phone extractions, the downloads for the devices. I get when they do the search warrant to Google to get all of your account information. I do get all of that to go through, and you would be absolutely stunned to find out how much information and how easy it is for law enforcement to get it, from you. I mean, it's just it's crazy. So yeah, they would have gotten to what they did eventually, but finding that device already signed into that account expedited the process of them getting his Google account information.
Mhm. Okay, awesome. Tanika, do you want to add anything before we continue on? Any thoughts or?
I just want to say I want to piggyback off of what Joe Schmo said, because about not having the extraction, because Lori's going to try to bring that up as a point when we get to the FBI agent, but it would have been richer data, but it doesn't make it any less. So I think just for all of us as lessons, like, log out of your stuff, don't hand over your phone, if don't commit crimes, number one. But I just find it very interesting because they're looking in as if they're you, right? Because they're logged into your device, which is what kind of, in the Adelson case, tripped up Wendy because she thought like WhatsApp is encrypted, but not for you. It's for the outsiders trying to get in. And so they could go into each device as if they were the user. So they saw quite a lot.
But besides that, when they put a warrant into Google, I was going through yesterday and looking at all the things that you would have to have turned off for a Google account for them not to get so much information from you. And I've also been surprised about the same thing with Apple, right? So you think like, oh, here's my phone. I turned off location settings. I put on airplane mode. I did X, Y, and Z. Yet you didn't do what you thought you did, and it's a pretty in-depth topic that to plug my own channel, I'm going to keep exploring as we go further, because my cases are reliant upon this kind of information as well. So,
and it's very relevant too to all of these high profile cases we're seeing. It's going to come up in Brian
not even the
Kohberger
high
case.
profile.
Right.
Well,
all cases.
Nick Balance is going to also testify in Brian Kohberger, and he's the state's witness, and he's going to go up against Cy Ray, who is the expert for the defense.
Right.
I'm very, very excited for that. And because I have a really heavy trial schedule this year, and we've got a lot of cases with multiple co-defendants, and a lot of them are just digital. It's not about the DNA. And so for me to sort of maximize my time as efficiently as possible, I'm going to use what I'm learning and preparing for my work and compare it to Kohberger. So I'm not getting into like the physical DNA. I'm just looking at like the details of how the license plate readers, the digital, all that stuff comes together, because it's ever evolving, and I don't have access the way the government does. I just don't. Neither do the public defenders, for the record, by the way.
And I think it was with Nick Balance, his testimony, I believe, I could be wrong about that, but it also depends on the number of apps that you have, because all apps can track, or most apps have that tracking capability. So if you have 2 apps and they track you versus 20 apps and they're all tracking you, I think it was when Lori was under cross, or she was crossing him, and she said, "Were you able to track us in the Walmart aisle?" And he said, "Not quite, but if you had more apps tracking, we could literally track you that close." Is that what you're finding, Sam? Is that
Yeah, because it's your Bluetooth, right? So you may think you have location services turned off, but maybe you're in like even a Walmart app, and you still have your Bluetooth on because maybe you've got your little earbud things in, right? So now it's not necessarily the GPS, if you want to call it that, in your phone. It's your phone is now talking to Walmart. So like whenever you go and it says connect to Wi-Fi for free, you are, it doesn't matter if you have your location services turned off, you are now talking to their network, so it's getting more and more precise. And like as I learn for my own work and then for what I do on YouTube, I'm more and more blown away, and this is the digital data is the new DNA. This is what is going to convict people. And it's super important, and it's difficult to teach it to yourself and to try to understand it, but I'm trying.
Yeah.
Really quick, because someone mentioned Apple Watch in the chat. Sure. Yes, that's also, so if you guys followed the Robert Tellez trial, right? He tried to delete all of his messages, but one came up on his wife's Apple Watch that was still there that said, I'm home, or I'll be home soon, or whatever. And that ended up being evidence to prove he wasn't home, although he tried to get all his digital data aligned. So it's all of the devices talking.
All of the devices. Yeah, 100%. Yep. 100% all of the devices.
Yep, we did watch that trial. That was a fun trial to see him finally taken down. All right, any other comments before we continue on with Ray? We good? All right, put him back up, and we continue on.
On September 28th, were there different searches for ammunition and calculators?
Yes.
The end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, just so we're clear, this says September 28th at 3:35 a.m., but it says UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time, UTC?
No,
or is that
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
So if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September.
Real quick on that, what I learned over the last 6.5 months living in Arizona is that's not true year round, because when the rest of the country is on daylight savings time, Arizona is in Pacific time. But when it's standard time, Arizona is on mountain time, which is the same as Idaho. So it depends on what time of year the returns were done, or the search warrants were executed for. So that was late September through early October, which is still daylight savings time. So yes, that's correct. Arizona would have been an hour behind Idaho during that time.
Good point. All right, continue on.
Yep.
November 28th at 3:35 a.m. Would we have to go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's correct.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a shooter's calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on September 28th at what is shown as 5:34 p.m., again, UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time? Correct. And then is there on September 30th a search? And again, so we show 10:10 p.m. So if we -6, we're looking at 4 in the afternoon for Phoenix weather?
Correct.
Let's look at the searches next associated with this time period, or some of them, leading up to the shooting. So you had talked about the fact that this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see multiple shooting places to shoot searches.
Correct.
In fact, I'm going to pull it back a little bit. Do we see even outdoor places to shoot near Rexburg? Shooting Rexburg? Multiple searches of that variation around the 23rd of September.
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
Okay. So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Do we see on September 23rd a search for Tint Shop, Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me search as well.
Correct.
The 23rd of September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's auto tint
Yes.
in Rexburg, Idaho?
Now, I just want to point out in the overall timeline, JJ, we all feel the last time he was seen was the 22nd, 23rd-ish, somewhere in there. So, and if Alex had anything to do with that, now he's searching for tinting his windows. In other words, he just finished taking out Tylee and then JJ, and then now he's conspiring to take out Brandon. So just overall picture there.
Correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail that is associated to Alex Cox, things searched for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
Yes.
As we move on to, although it says September 25th, in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th, actually?
Correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes.
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards, 5.56 bullet drop at 500 yards on the 28th? Or again, if we calculate it to Idaho time, the 27th.
Quick question.
Correct.
Are you, Sam, are you following all of these firearm specifics like the 357 Magnum and that? Okay. I didn't know what your level of
No.
expertise was.
None on the none on the weapons. I just usually look at NIBIN casing reports, what are recovered from crime scenes, and whether a weapon was associated with my client or not. So no, I'm
Okay.
not. But what my question about him is, did he not have any experience in using rifles? I mean, they found, seems like they found like 3 of them, right?
He had been
5.
to
There were
Yeah.
5.
5.
Yeah.
5,
Oh wow.
and
Yeah.
he is known to have a lot of firearms experience. So he was
Okay.
probably trying to figure out the best way to take out Brandon, because he was also trying to figure out if he should take like a sniper shot for 500 yards. I think there was a search
Okay.
on that related to that, or if he was going to do an up close thing. And I think in the end, we heard Officer Rob say that he probably made the wrong choice in the firearm that he chose to shoot from close range.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, don't forget July 11th is when Charles was shot. So that was with a handgun.
Right.
So he had at least 5 rifles that they found in Rexburg. He had the one handgun, which I guess they got that.
He would
Yeah,
later
he-
shoot at Tammy too and miss, right? She
Yeah.
thought it was a paintball gun. So I'm assuming it was with the rifle.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess he needed to practice. I mean, right? You have to practice, but and Joe, I asked you this on one of our recaps. That minute of angle. Did you hear that? Do you remember that? What exactly is that minute of angle?
So a circle is 360 degrees. So a minute is 1/60th of 360 degrees. So literally a minute. So the closer you are, the less that minute matters. The further away, the more it matters. But it's 1/60th of a circle.
Gotcha.
It was also, Joe, I don't know if you knew this before the trial, but they were facing each other when he shot him. So it's weird that the angle came in. You would think he would be going through the windshield, aiming through there, but it's like outside the car, on the side. It was a very weird shot.
Very bizarre.
Right. And I have questions about the timing of it, because one of them, and I think it may have been Officer Rob, testified that he was starting to turn into his driveway. So and the other thing that we know is that instead of going straight home after dropping off their youngest with Melanie, he went to the gym for an hour to an hour and a half. But Alex was already over there waiting for him, and he was probably getting bored, and maybe he got startled, and he's like, "Oh crap, here he comes! He's finally coming!" Flips up that back window, sticks the gun out there, and doesn't really have time to aim.
Yeah, because it is a moving target. I know he didn't pull all the way in the driveway because the garage door would have started to open, but he was turning in, like, and then
remember
just kept going.
Remember the cones? They had the cones. There was a couple photos they showed of the cones, and that represented, I think, was the outside wheels. Joe, is that correct?
I would think so, because because they were like in the middle of the street, and he's not driving down the middle of the street. He's driving on the right side, approaching his driveway.
So maybe it was the left side. Maybe it was the driver's side that it represented. I forget now. But Tanika, to your point, those cones were like parallel with the street. He hadn't turned in yet.
Right.
So I guess he was just starting to turn in, but he hadn't actually turned, because those cones were with the street.
Right, but the officers that were there first that testified said these were just kind of approximations of where we think the car might have been at the time of the shot, and where we found a shard of glass. They found a shard of glass there. They put out the cones. They probably placed them parallel with the curb just out of habit, not really thinking about, was the car already turning into the drive? Because I think maybe
that shard of glass was a Diet Coke bottle. Don't you remember Lori saying that?
And picked out by Brandon or one of his friends.
Yes, right, yes.
Well, it doesn't make sense if he was turning in. Like, if you guys are the shooter and he's turning in, then it would be on the passenger side. So he must have been coming this way.
Well, maybe he's bringing the rifle back around to the right, though, as the car's turning in, and he takes it too far to the right.
But if the car's turning, there's no way it's going to hit the driver's side.
Yeah, if he's
they're facing each other.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
so say he's only 5 degrees into the turn, not 45. Say he's just 5 degrees into the turn, and Alex got a little bit taken off guard, so he picks up the rifle, and it's a moving target. So he moves the rifle, and he just moves it too quick, too far, and that's why he missed to the right.
Right. Yeah. Thank God, because he could have waited till Brandon got out. He could have walked up to him and said, "Hey."
Yeah, right. That was my first thought when I'm hearing all this.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? And Brandon may have been like, "Alex, what are you doing here?" But he would have been like right there. Anyway, thank God, Brandon, you literally dodged a bullet.
Literally.
I've been waiting all day to say that.
No, you've been waiting 2 months to say that.
All right, let's get back to it. All right.
Another visited site of a ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
Yes.
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign-in at the Unified Sportsman's Club of that CQUINT.
Correct.
And an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we show October 3rd of 2019, man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to Idaho time, we would have to go back 6 hours.
Correct.
So if we went to 1:46, 12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes.
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7.
Yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time p.m. on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
And we have a couple different searches for that around that same time period, within a couple minutes of each other.
Yes.
And in fact, is one of the last searches that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal Time, that would be, depending on Idaho or Arizona time, 7 or 8 p.m. or almost 8 or 9 p.m. at that time on October 2nd.
That's correct.
So real quick,
That the Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that you saw on a device.
Okay.
yeah, so these are all searches on his Google account. So these are returns to his Homer J. Maximus Google account after he got back up to Rexburg. So he took that shot at Brandon on the 2nd and immediately scooted out of town, went up to Rexburg. The last known thing that happened on that burner phone was on the way back to Rexburg. It was a phone call to or from Chad when he was south of Salt Lake City. That's the very last thing that happened. So he gets back up to Rexburg. He gets either on his regular phone, probably his regular phone, gets it back from Lori, and then he does these searches October 2nd and October 3rd for like what's going on down there in Gilbert. Was somebody shot in Gilbert? Was Brandon Boudreaux spelled wrong? Shot,
Yeah.
you know.
And AVC, I'm assuming he meant ABC? AVC?
Right. Yes. Right.
Or-
And he can't even spell 3 letters of a common network that's been around since what, the 1940s, 1950s?
Yeah. And
Does
yeah,
everybody know about UTC? What that is that's requiring people to do math?
go ahead and tell us for those that might not.
I'm not an expert in it, and I'm happy to say that right now, if you run an actual extraction through Celebrate Reader, it'll ask you if you want to convert the time. But it's universal. Oh God, you guys, I'm terrible with acronyms. UTC, Universal Time Code.
Time
Yeah.
code? Yeah.
And they say it's the most. It's been around since 1979, and it's said to be the most accurate timing in the world, right? And so it's what all the other time zones and whatnot are based around. So when I read that, I looked at my computer to see if my computer was cooperating, and it was. But you have to, if you get a report that doesn't automatically do the math for you, then you've got to think really hard. And like what Joe was it Joe? I'm sorry. Somebody was saying about the time zones in Arizona changing.
Yeah. Joe.
Yeah, like math is not my thing. So getting the older, I've been doing investigative work for 5 years. I've been in criminal defense for 10, but getting those reports with the math that I have to figure out then, like what time is it really, has been a nightmare. But now there's lots of internet tools and Celebrate itself, especially if the person who's doing the extraction goes in there and resets it, or says, yeah, we accept the local time of the device, but I can do that too. So if they didn't in the PDF they provide, if I run the Celebrate report myself, like through the extraction that they provide a reader for it too. And I can tell it now to please, yes, do the math for me.
So I grew up with Greenwich Mean Time, right? GMT, which is
I remember
so
that.
isn't this the same? Because it's based out of
Yeah.
England, right? So England is 0, and then anything that's on the east, going east, you add, and anything going west, you subtract.
Of
Right.
course.
That's why.
Well, I can't keep track of that sort of thing, Squeegee.
The queen thinks that and now the king thinks that they're the center of the world. So
Right,
it must
right.
be.
Well, at a certain point in time, they were, but not anymore. For all my UK friends, you didn't hear that from me. I didn't just say that.
That's a hot take. That's a hot take right there.
Oh God.
Well, the queen is dead. It doesn't matter now. Oh, wait.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh boy, that's a short. All right, let's get back to the trial
Okay.
before we step in it any further. All right.
Is searching for shootings in the East Valley in Gilbert and Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
And lastly, as part of the Google records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google?
Yes.
And so do we see on September 25th a search for Dan's window tinting and then a map with directions there?
Correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018 with Texas plate LWD 0997 was taken to Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number that made that appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite 215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 p.m. What would that be Arizona time?
So it would be minus 7 hours, which would be 1:58 p.m.
So at 1:58 p.m., Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Joe, you have a story about Los Favoritos?
Yeah. Right before I took this drive back out east, I did a little drive to reenact Alex's drive. So I started it at Los Favoritos. Actually, I started it north of Los Favoritos, where he probably came down from Holbrook. I didn't go all the way up to Holbrook because that's hours northeast, but I started northeast Mesa and drove to Los Favoritos. And then I drove to Melanie's house, where his phone, we're going to learn his phone pinged near her house. And that was the morning of the 2nd before the shooting. I don't remember if it pinged there before that. So I don't know if he spent the night at Melanie's house, but he also Google searched another place on South Power Road, which was near Los Favoritos. So I think he may have stayed at a hotel and then gone to Melanie's house the next morning, where we know his phone pinged near her house, or it hit off of cell towers, because he didn't have Google location services on that phone at all. So everything that we have from the burner phone is cell tower pings that have a much broader radius of uncertainty than what the Google location is. And Nick Balance explains this very, very, very well. He helped me understand that better for sure. So these are all cell tower pings with a larger radius of uncertainty. He pings near her house, probably at her house, the morning around 7 o'clock, 7:30. And then she goes to do the exchange with Brandon, and it pings near Brandon's house immediately after that. So I took that drive from Melanie's house up to Brandon's house, and then I actually parked in front of the van where the white van was, where the Jeep was seen. So I parked in that exact same spot. But it all started with Los Favoritos.
Nice. Now, Tanika, if you're on a jury and you're hearing all these Google searches and, all this, what are you thinking as a juror right now?
Well, I'm a little bit of a nerd on this stuff, so I would be geeking out on all of it, and like just all of the cross-referencing of it. It just would, I don't want to say it would indicate guilt, because you're not supposed to make up your mind before, but it would it would raise suspicion. Like it just feels like a clear, who was that? Hansel and Gretel, like the little breadcrumbs, like he's leaving all the little breadcrumbs.
Absolutely. So do you think it's pretty impactful testimony so far and data that we're given?
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is better to me than like an eyewitness or anything else, right? Because the data doesn't lie.
Exactly.
The data doesn't misremember. It's very precise.
What's funny about that is that Lori on cross-examination tried to actually impeach the data. And she didn't ever cross-examine Hermesio because she is frightened of him. She did not cross-examine this witness that we're seeing right now at all. Not one single thing. Yep. It's funny because she crossed all of the other Ellie, but she would not get up there and cross-examine Ray Hermesio. But she tried to impeach the data from one of them. I think it was Pillar. Detective Pillar. And she's like, well, so you get the data from Apple, and how can you trust that that's right? And he's like, well, because I trust Apple to give me correct data. I mean,
was it he was the one that said certificates of authenticity or something? Something along those lines. Yeah.
Right.
I feel like she tried to poke fun with the DEA agent and the data, the license plate data too. Like she wasn't taking it seriously.
Yeah. And Sam, how so far with Hermesio's evidence that he's introducing, like, are you seeing it from a defense standpoint? And this would be your client. Are you saying, oh boy, we've got a tall mountain to climb, or like how would you be taking this?
There's not a lot of comeback for it. You just sort of hope people don't pay attention to it and move on, I guess. Right. Because I think for most people, like Tanika said, the data doesn't lie, but then we just saw a Celebrate expert get up and say, oh yeah, we changed that search, House Long to Die in the Cult. It actually, that didn't happen where I testified last year. So we just went ahead and took it out and that whole thing. And so then that had me it still has me, because I haven't had time to like fully digest that, has me questioning, well, yeah, okay, yes, trust the data, but also no, right? Because Celebrate is the gold standard and only available to law enforcement. So that threw some.
It was very hard for me to wrap my head around it. I didn't watch the second trial because we were doing some other trials, but the first trial, Karen, we watched, and I could not. I'm like, are you kidding me? Now you're telling me that when I search for something at a specific time, that it's not true anymore? That I still can't wrap my head around that.
Right. Like I need to go into depth on that, because I really do need to understand it. Because if you, as Tanika says, don't do crime, but if you are going to. And as OnlyFan always says, how to crime with P.I. Sam. If you are going to commit a crime, then please stop searching for evidence of that crime on your damn device. Like, just don't do it.
Right.
It
used to be the CCTV, right? The Walmart, the murder aisle at Walmart, right? That was the kind of running joke for a little while. Then, of course, DNA is always pretty big, but now digital data is like, I think that's going to kind of be the new standard, if you will. Like, what do you guys think?
100%. It is 100%. And there's a lot fewer experts out there for the defense than the cast report that I have to show you guys to go along with the testimony when we get there is not from Lori's trial, right? It's from one of my trials. But we sanitized it so that we can show you what they were showing on the screen, and I guess Joe can tell me if I got it wrong, right, with where my
Because he
pages
was there,
correspond.
right?
Yeah, exactly. But Lori took it to new heights because she went and bought her burner phone at Walmart. Yeah. So, don't shop at the incident aisle at Walmart, because we had to rename it to the incident aisle.
Right.
It's a two-sided aisle, by the way. So on the one side of the aisle is your pre-incident supplies, and on the other side of the aisle are your post-incident supplies.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So just FYI, guys. Yeah,
Just in
go
case.
to the local hardware store that's been around since like 1952. They don't have the cameras that Walmart
They
does.
probably don't have Wi-Fi either, and
Exactly.
maybe not even Bluetooth.
Yes.
Now we're really showing you how to crime.
Be wary of that free Wi-Fi. I think, Sam, people searching is the modern day equivalent of returning to the scene of the crime. They can't help themselves. They just
they
gotta
really
know.
can't. They really can't help themselves, and it's just crazy. It's absolutely.
The interpretation of the data, though, and the different interpretation of that data in Karen Reed leads me to what I think Lori had a valid motion that she made back before the first trial, that she was not given. Yes, she was not given discovery from the state of the gray key data. She was given the Cellphone report after the interpretation of the gray key data. But she was never given the gray key data, which is the actual raw data that is extracted from the phone, from Charles's phone.
What stopped her from getting her own expert to look at it and give it to her?
Money, because she's a pro per defendant and she's indigent. She had to file to get an expert with the state, and she was not granted that expert, who is Lonnie Dworkin, until March 7th, which was, or no, February 2nd. Anyway, it was 2 to 3 weeks before the trial was to start. The first trial was to start. So he didn't have time. And he only
when did she file for that? Because the state,
that was December.
said they had it for a year.
No.
She was saying she never received it from the state. That was her big complaint in these pretrial motions.
But did she even understand it? Because one, I've got an extraction here for a trial that's coming up, and it is in gray key, but I don't have a Cellphone version of it either. And I'm the kind of person that when you are indigent or you're indigent for cost, that's how I work, right? So if you were a smart attorney, you would put, as soon as you get your, I come so far down the line on attorneys, but when the private defense attorney who has access to people like me, when they get the case, they start filing motions for experts, like immediately, for the costs for the experts. And for anybody that follows any of the Florida cases, that's paid for by the Justice Administration Commission or the JAC. And if you watch Sarah's case, then you should be really familiar with the JAC. So,
she was granted pro per early December 6th. I was at that hearing where she was granted pro per. She didn't file for her expert until over a month later, January 11th.
But what did her first set of attorneys do? Because she had a whole other team.
She did. She had, I think she may have had two teams, and they were both. So the first team was replaced with a second team, which was Pam Hicks and Mr. Abernathy, and I always forget his first name because there were two of them. There was an Abernathy on the first team that wasn't the same one as the second one, but they filed motions, and I don't think they filed motions for discovery, obviously, and discovery was provided, but her motion that later came in March during the first trial was the fact that her discovery did not include the gray key data. And the state said, maybe we didn't include that, but we didn't have to. And the judge said, yes, I agree with that. But the gray key data was not provided in the original state's discovery, according to Lori's motion and arguments in court.
If they're going to provide that kind of raw data, then they have to, I don't want to say they have to, but most often, right, if I get a magnet report, if I get a Cellphone report, if I get any of that stuff, it comes like what they call an account package. So you can read the 20,000 page PDF that they've generated, or you can open up Celebrate Reader on your machine and pull the extraction in and go through it, which will make you want to leave this earth because it's exhausting and slow. But
There was actually a hearing on that.
was there not any way for her to, like, when the state provided the discovery, which, you know, I complain about constantly, the state not providing discovery, did they not provide any interpretation, just the raw data? So she would have had to have had an expert?
The other way around. So they provided her the report from the extraction in
Okay.
original discovery. So she had that PDF that you're talking about. She
Okay.
didn't have the gray key data, and she didn't know that until her expert Lonnie Dworkin was approved to work on the case in early
Okay.
March, just weeks before the trial started. Right. So he
Okay.
he recognized that the state hadn't provided the gray key data. So the state provided the gray key data. And at that point, he's only got 10 hours total that he's approved to work on the case.
Wow.
Yep. I was just going to
Wow.
add that she was complaining that, or she thought that he could get it done in 10 hours. And Judge Boresky's like, this takes months. This
Oh
is gonna
my
take
God.
months.
No, it's,
Yeah.
well, and the other thing that I was just going to say is when they generate the report, so they, in the warrant, they need to specify, the warrants are insane, but the scope of them, they need to, the PDF that you get depends on what report the law enforcement officer who did the extraction decides to give you. So I can understand wanting the raw data, right? But you have to be able to analyze that raw data. I don't have the capability of I don't know how to explain this. My brain doesn't want to function correctly as per usual. I understand why her expert didn't want to rely on the PDF, right? Because the raw data extraction is basically you plug in the device into the machine or the program or whatever, and it just sucks it all out, and then that's it. It's like an image, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's up to the person who's looking at that raw data to then generate whatever report it is. So if you want to, you can do one of two things. You can rely on the PDF and hope that you're good, or you can say, not so sure that we're good. I'm going to need an expert who can look at the raw data and make sure that we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense at all?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will
absolutely.
say in observing Lori's investigator, he was not digitally savvy, and they did get the gray key data, and the telephone forensic expert wasn't there yet, and her own investigator was stumbling over because they had a motion before the judge, and it was like you could tell he didn't know. And Trina was trying to explain it to him. He struggled.
And they worked together
sorry,
for
Joe.
4. He said that the Lonnie Dworkin, the expert, tried to work the investigator through it remotely over the phone for 4 hours. He said, I just spent 4 hours on it yesterday and I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, so that's a huge problem with private investigators. I don't want to speak for the rest of the country because I live in Florida and I went to law school in Florida and I became an investigator in Florida. So, you know, I work on some of these cases that you guys see on YouTube. What I know is that, one, the lawyers don't understand it at all, and they see it and they panic when they see the phone stuff. So then it immediately is thrown at me. Well, I'm not an expert, right? I'm not qualified to be an expert in anything except maybe spotting BS. But they are reliant on me to say, okay, I have reviewed it, and here's what I see, and here's why I think we need an expert. And then for me to talk to the expert, one of them we've seen testify, I believe, on a case or a trial that you guys covered, Squeegee, but I can't remember which one. Then he also has a law degree and decided to leave the practice of law in order to be the cell phone expert because he makes way more money, which is just
that's crazy
on JAC cases, which is just
right.
crazy. So,
Right.
you know, I don't feel as bad because his background is in computer science and mine is in like psychology. And so, yeah, but yeah, a lot of so if you get retired law enforcement who go into being private investigators, they don't necessarily, depending on their age and when they left law enforcement, they don't necessarily understand it all either. But the younger investigators who are leaving law enforcement, they do. But the problem is, like, everybody is going to have to learn this. The older lawyers are just like absolutely not there. They just they're like deer in headlights, so they heavily rely on people like me, and then I have to rely on my own wherewithal to go and research everything I possibly can to try to figure it out. It's not perfect, and it's going to get more and more complex, I think, as we move forward.
Do you see AI coming into play at all, or at some point, or is it already? Is it already? Did I just give you a brain tumor?
Not yet. Not yet, but oh my God, yes.
Because we see images, we see videos, we see all this generated music. I mean, all this stuff.
Oh, for sure, right? Yeah. And oh, I just can't even wrap my brain around some of this. So, like, I work on federal cases too, and the federal cases are not usually the kind where people are no longer breathing, but are people who have cooked up schemes to defraud people of their money. So, and that's a lot of tech, right? That's a lot of routing numbers and ISP and all of these things. And yeah, I'm terrified of what AI is going to do. Now, the lawyers have discovered AI because they are using it to draft their motions and things like
getting
that.
Called out for improper citations.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That was funny. Yeah.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I just can't even imagine the ways that AI is going to impact some of this stuff. I have yet to, it hasn't happened to me yet. I'm sure it's coming for me.
Okay.
AI is in its nascency too. Like, the more we play with it, the more it learns. Like, I think it's going to be a serious issue, and like, give it maybe 5 years.
Oh, it's going to be huge
as it grows. Yeah.
It's going to be huge, and I'm still trying to sort of wrap my head around all the ways that it can possibly impact, some of these cases, because lawyers are just now starting to understand. Like, I have found people through YouTube. I had 2 Latin kings who were getting ready to exit the country for what they had done, and they decided on their way out of Texas that they'd go ahead and give an interview to some rando YouTuber. And we're all YouTubers, but I mean, like, this was a really rando one, right?
I'm a rando one. It's okay.
Well, I'm the most rando of all of us sitting here, so I don't know who I am to judge. But they're out in the middle of like a Texas woods or something, and at first they're wearing masks, and then it's hot, so they end up taking them off. And I'm like, I just found you two. I mean, by the time I found that video, they were already in custody. But lawyers are not understanding the depths of all of the things, the YouTube, the social media, all the stuff. I don't know that any of us do, right? Unless you're going through Quantico right now, and maybe you've got a good shot at it. But we're all, I think, in this. I know how old Tanika is, and I know how old Chris is. I know how old I am. We're in the same age bracket, right? And so, I try to keep, I don't do social media. You won't find me on social media, but I have to know about it because the attorneys don't know. They don't understand. And I have a case that I've actually spoken a lot about, but for different reasons, where the cops put it together from the guy's phone in the car showed a Snapchat message, and just like that, family member was on site unlocked the phone. They put in an emergency call to Snapchat, got the whole thing unlocked, and it was just like tic-tac-toe.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I view it, and I think, Joe, you and I maybe have talked about this. I view ChatGPT, AI, anything like that as a tool, right? And I think we went back and forth with that, and you had, I think, a similar opinion in that a hammer could be used to kill somebody or it could be used to build a house, right? AI and ChatGPT, Aaron and I use it every day. We have no problem with it. I know a lot of people have issues with it. But I think it's all how you use it. Same with the internet, same with YouTube. You could go down some really deep, dark holes on YouTube, or you could follow the four of us and and support our channels. you know what I'm saying? So I think it's all how you use it. That's my opinion. Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. There are many, many things in our world that can be used for construction or deconstruction.
Yeah.
For good or for evil.
Exactly. All right. So I'm going to speed up, right? Let me see if I can get my settings right. Do you think 1.25 is good for Ray?
At least I was able to
Yeah, let's
listen to.
try it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
got
was
'em
able
sped
to
up.
listen to them pretty fast last night. They're slow talkers.
All right. I got them sped up at 1.25.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's correct.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd, when we look at the 2:52 a.m. Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 p.m. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right.
I love that comment.
So
I use fingers, no shame.
7:52 p.m. on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
Now, we see here those were 4:32 a.m. on October 2nd, and then we still are on October 2nd Universal Time, but now we're at 2:17 p.m. I'm use the fingers, but if we go backwards 7 hours, right? So we have 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 17 a.m. on October 2nd,
Correct.
Arizona time.
Yes.
So 7:17 a.m., October 2nd, is a couple hours before the shooting.
Correct.
That again, Alex Cox's Gmail account associated and subscribed to him is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address.
Yes.
And does the next page show he's searching for directions to his address?
Correct.
That's not
Now,
suspicious.
the shooting we've heard is about 9:14 a.m.
Not in the slightest.
After the shooting, was there searches for locations in Arizona, beginning to go all the way up to Idaho Falls?
Yes, there were.
So again, now we see October 2nd at 4:55 p.m. We go backwards. 3, 2, 1, noon, 11, 10, 9, 40 or 9:55 a.m. There's a search for Arizona Farm Road, right?
Right.
Then as we go further on, we see a search for Pine Top, Lakeside, Arizona. So again, if we take 7 off, we're looking at now 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
I can't see that on my
Oops,
screen.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Let me push it up. So if it's 6:28 Universal Time and we minus 7, we're looking at 11:38 a.m. on October 2nd.
That's correct.
And then we see that it was viewed in Google Maps, right?
Yes.
Then we see a search for Holbrook, Arizona.
Correct.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Correct.
As we
Anybody
continue
else
going through records, do you
Find
see a
those
search
questions
for
leading.
probably a typo?
Yes, but she didn't know enough to object to them.
All of
Yes.
them.
All
Trina
Okay.
is Arizona's leading lady.
Nice.
Oh,
Good one. How long have you been sitting on that?
I don't
did-
know,
Yeah.
but I was like, I say it in all of my like coverage, and I'm like, Lori just doesn't know any better. Like, say like objection leading.
Yep.
When she does object, they're not even the right objections to be making.
I know.
No, yes, oh my God,
she
foundation.
could have. She could have done objection leading like 400 times by now. Between the two trials, I mean, the first trial was ridiculous, and this one also too. So there were searches. So there were searches on his phone for locations leading up from Arizona all the way to Idaho Falls. Yes, like he didn't even say what he found. She said what he found, and is that correct? And he said yes. That's got to be leading. I'm not an attorney. I don't have a law degree, but Sam, what do you think? Were those
100%.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Literally
you.
everything she was asking was, and then you did this, and then you did that, and then you did this. Correct. That's correct. That's correct. Right?
The most outrageous one was the redirect on Pillar, right? And Trina was mad, and she was like, he didn't do this and blah, blah, blah. And it was like, yes. But I think Lori can't discern because Lori is crossing, right? And on cross, you can lead, but no one has told her on direct, you cannot lead.
Right.
That would have gotten like, it would have made Trina's job so much harder, but Lori just didn't know any better.
Just all the research that she did, all the pre-trial motions, hearings, all of that, didn't help her with the leading aspect.
Trying to get the judges removed like 4 or 5 times.
Right.
You don't like me. You're biased against me. You've not granted any of my motions. Did I not see that from her one day?
Oh
yeah, you saw it.
Yeah.
And then he said, I believe I was sitting here 15 minutes ago when I granted one of your motions.
Yeah.
And that was the motion to meet with her team, her advisory council on lunch breaks. So he did grant that literally 15 minutes before she said, you never grant any of my motions.
They gave it's a little off topic, so I won't go very far, but here they call it standby counsel, and they gave her a lot of leeway with her what they call it again?
Advisory. Yeah.
Thank you.
But apparently
Sorry,
they
guys.
only advise if you ask, right? Because I would think otherwise they would have told her like object to the leading questions.
Well, it seemed to me, I didn't watch the trial. I mean, full disclosure, I've watched testimony that we are going over here today in order to provide my, insights or whatever into
expertise.
It. Yeah, something like that. But it seemed to me like she was able to utilize her advisory council a lot more than maybe is normal. But I could be wrong. Here we call it standby counsel. And I had a judge actually shut down what one lawyer, they were like, you can't use your standby counsel as a paralegal, basically. And it almost sounded like she was treating them as if they were paralegals.
Well, she had advisory.
Oh, go ahead.
She had advisory counsel and a paralegal and an investigator.
That's insane. Well, the paralegal, the JAC would never pay for here. The investigator, she could. I mean, I worked on the case where the JAC or the judge actually said, you can't run this through the law office anymore. So I did work on that case.
I want to say when the judge asked her to leave, to step out, he did direct her to consult with her advisory counsel about, I can't remember the 404 motion, whatever it is about opening the door. So he did direct her to speak with them, like for legal advice. So it seems like it's more than standby. Like there is an active involvement, but it's only if she solicits the answer. It seems.
Gotcha.
I'm not a lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think he was patient. I think he was patient with her. We've seen a lot of other judges that would not have been as patient.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He had a lot of deep cleansing breaths though throughout.
Yeah.
And he probably has a case of bourbon sitting at home.
All right.
Half empty.
All right.
Moa, and then later we see Moab, Utah.
Yes.
And so now we're looking at October 2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon,
Correct.
or -6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records for this exhibit to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55 a.m.
Correct.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time.
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon Boudreaux, would that have been while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Should defendant exhibit 175? I can have my paralegal approach. Is that a map that shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreaux's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona,
Yes.
and then going to the Arizona Farm Road location,
Correct.
the Pine Top search?
I don't see the Pine Top.
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes.
Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And do they reflect the times on the Google records and the UTC?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibit 175.
Any objection?
No objection.
175 is admitted.
So for those of us that may have failed geography, are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe. So this is Arizona here with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then the searches from there for the Arizona Farms Road that we discussed and saw,
Yes.
the Holbrook,
Yes.
Moab,
Yes.
Fillmore, and Idaho Falls.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area, consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lori Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
She just stated that as fact.
We heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number. Did that search warrant also request any Google Gmail records relating to Lori Vallow's cell phone number, 480-962-9562?
Yes, it did.
And did Google provide records for the Lollytime forever at gmail.com records?
Yes, they did.
First. The overall records that you obtained from those search warrants for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lollytime forever.
Joe, did you think Lori had fun
State
playing
will move
lawyer?
to admit Exhibit 1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was at the hearing on the 6th. So the hearing on the December 5th last year, December 5th, 2024, was whether or not she was competent to stand trial, which only means can she assist in her defense? Nothing
Right.
more. That doesn't mean she's sane. It just means she can assist in her defense. Next day was when she was granted by Judge Boreski the ability to go pro per, represent herself in Arizona. It's pro per, not pro se, same thing. And he asked her what her qualifications were. And she was like, well, I've been in 3 trials. I'm like, yeah, we know at least one of those very, very well. She goes, and for the last 5.5 years or 5 years, I've been in custody and I've been studying the law. So she absolutely wanted to play her own attorney. 100%.
I mean, just the way she's sitting back, like, you know, reviewing the papers or whatever, it just reminds me of sitting at my grandfather's desk when I was a child and pretending that I had some sort of a important job
100%.
in front of me.
Yes. And
you know,
on my channel, we call her Lawyer Lori. And we talk about how many
gotcha.
times Lawyer Lori failed. Failed herself, failed her clients. Lawyer Lori.
Well, I
failed
will
her
say
client.
she's got a lot of practical experience in terms of, you know, court time. There are some licensed attorneys that never set foot in a courtroom. So she does have that going for her.
Right. And yet she wasn't able to identify leading.
There were a lot of
Right.
there were a lot of things she missed. I mean, there were opportunities for her to really score some legal points in this, and where Trina K like really took advantage of her not knowing the law, and that's what you get when you choose
It
to
is
represent yourself.
absolutely 100%.
All right, let's continue on. I think we're almost finished with, I'm just looking at my notes and I think we probably have maybe another 10 minutes, but I don't think, so we're okay with 1.225 speed?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, let me, my mouse is acting up, of course. All right, let's get back to this.
172 and 173 pursuant to 803 and 902 as the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lollytime forever counts.
Any objection?
Just Foundation and Crawford issue, Your Honor.
All right. They're admitted.
He didn't even say
told us for the Homer J.
overruled.
Maximus that you had provided that.
No, you didn't need to pause. I was just trying to throw in there. He didn't even say overruled, and he did that quite frequently towards the end of this trial. Like she would object, and he would just say the exhibit is admitted. Like he wouldn't even say overruled.
Can you see his face? He's in the upper right corner. See his hand in his face. He's like he's like this.
There were so many times when he was like this on his on his desk, and I was like, I turned it. Nate Eden sat next to me a lot on this, and I turned to him one day, and I'm like, he's going to get finger cramps going like this all the time.
All right. Somebody asked, I started, but we can answer real quick. The whole Lollytime thing, that was because of the daughter or the child that was born and she only she only lived for 6 months. Her name was Lori and they called her Lolly, right?
Oh, that would have been, yes, that would have been Lori's parents' third child, maybe second or third child, right before Lori was born.
Yeah, but her name was Lori too. That's why they called her Lolly, right? Okay. So that's where Lori then gets the Lollytime. For those, somebody asked, did I start it? So when we get to it, that's the answer. All right, let's continue on.
To task agent, and that you have reviewed all those documents in the Homer J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records, did you review all those as well?
I reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number of 480-962-9562.
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lori Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
Correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the backseat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
Did it also contain a search for, on October 2nd of 2019, Gilbert News?
Yes.
And are those just some of the searches that were part of those Gmail records that were provided to you by Google as a result of that search warrant?
That's correct.
And like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber information showing this as subscribed to Lolly Vallow?
Yes.
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
So again, we have the authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
Correct.
Did she
You were
just
provided
object
with
to the
subscriber
search warrant?
information for Lolly Vallow at Lollytime.
Did she just say she objected to the search?
I think so. Objection, same foundation, issues with the search. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah.
And forever at gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lori Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever at gmail.com address that was tied to both Lori Vallow's cell phone number and provided by her to her brother Alex Cox, did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to or in these weeks in August for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Did you see searches for and visit to the UPS or United States Postal Service change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer, Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Were there other searches in the area again showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho? Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
You talked to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go near Rexburg to see movies?
Yes, it is.
Now, you told us that you are the person who impounded Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 p.m. UTC, did this Gmail account, Lollytime Forever, that is tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the backseat out of my Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, she did.
So if we're talking Idaho time and we go back 6, where are we at for that for time?
This will be 5:14
p.m.
Yeah.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
And do we see, in fact, she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal how to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October 3rd at 2:13 a.m. UTC time, do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m., is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back
8:13.
8:13 p.m.?
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd, Lori Vallow is searching for, or Lori Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines.
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay, so searched for it and then went and visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
And then when we were viewing the videos of that storage unit, this is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at 1:15-ish is when we see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox taking that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Correct.
and putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
The state has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
Let me think about it. Let me consult.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any?
With the big sigh. No questions, Your Honor. God, she's so dramatic. I would not want to be sitting across Thanksgiving dinner with her. That is for
No,
sure.
she seems, well, Joe's been in her presence, but she seems like the kind of person that all the attention needs to be on at all times.
Oh,
Yep.
100%. And I've become, I'm going to say friends with, I don't know if Megan feels the same way. I think she does. Megan Connor, who is her cousin. And she spent a lot of times with the Cox family, especially on summers with their family in Southern California. And she actually absolutely says the same thing. I mean, she's just such a narcissist. She's got to be the center of attention. She's always got to get her way. She's always got to win every argument. I mean, and she didn't win, which is why she filed 4 times to have Judge Bresky removed, because she wasn't getting her way.
Mm.
Right. I'm just looking through some of the starred things. We can get to some questions if you guys are cool with that. Let's see. Pease asks, did we ever find out what Lori said to the judges as she was being removed from the courtroom during the trial? Joe, that would be to you.
Yeah, I would think that would be a Joe question.
Because I remember she kind of looked back.
Yeah, the only one who knows that is that deputy that was with her, because she kind of said it to him as she pointed off to her left. You would need probably a really good lip reader to read that. Maybe some people suspect that she was casting a spell on Judge Bresky.
Oh, God.
That's funny.
But no, I don't know. I've never heard any definitive answer to that. I would love to interview that deputy, though, because he wasn't the bailiff. Like some people say, well, he's the bailiff. He's there in the court. I'm like, no, he was there specifically to escort Lori in, watch her while she's in court, and to escort her back out. And
Yeah, there's a lot of deputies that come in and do that. It's not the same thing as the judge's bailiff.
correct. Yes. And I would love to interview him. Like I'm going to put out some feelers. I doubt there's 0% chance that he would accept that, but that would be an amazing interview, because he did that for the other trial too. And for the pretrial motions, he's been here since December 5th, if not before that, since I've been here. I've been on this trial since December 5th, and he's been there every single time.
So he was Lori's designated babysitter.
Exactly.
I feel like we should send him an edible arrangement or something.
That's good.
Maybe a
Kansas.
massage.
Oh, yeah, right.
Something.
Massage, foot massage. Kansas 66 asks, is the cult disbanded and does Lori still plan to be the leader of the 144,000?
The cult is not disbanded. So one of the major books that she treated like scripture was Visions of Glory, and I'm gonna do a deep dive into Visions of Glory in the very near future. But she's had copies of that with her in prison. She's had multiple copies of that with her in prison when she was served in Hawaii. When Nate Eaton tracked her down and she was served in Hawaii, she had a copy of it with her poolside with Chad.
Mm-hmm.
She had them marked up, highlighted, bookmarked, dog-eared. Like she treated that like scripture. So there are other people now in the Mormon religion that also still follow Visions of Glory and treat it practically like scripture. So
Wow. Okay.
Do you know,
So-
is she getting any correspondence in jail, in prison, I should say?
I'm sure she is, because she knows things to file things that she wouldn't know to file if she wasn't getting some inside information. Or maybe she's watching our YouTube channels on her tablet in jail. I don't know.
In jail they get God, what did one? Oh, they can watch court here. At least they can watch court TV.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But I was just wondering, like sorry, go ahead, Tanika.
I was just gonna say I just learned that like last week.
Okay. I was just wondering about like Wade Wilson. Apparently he's got women writing to him, whatever. Like, does she have...
honey, Wade Wilson is so far into solitary, he will not see the light of day for a long time. He got himself in trouble within the first 5 minutes of death row.
But people are writing to him. That just blows my mind. Like, are people writing to Lori saying, we support you?
Same with Sarah.
Yeah. Like, are people, Joe, do you know, is anybody writing? Does she have supporters out there?
I'm sure she does, and I'm sure we're not going to know who they are.
Yeah.
And Chad, here's the thing. I know for sure Chad does and is. And this addresses this comment you have pulled up now. His kids definitely are rumored to be supporting him. They haven't made any public statements, but people inside know that they still support him. And this comment is very believable. I'm not going to say I have any absolute facts to support it, but it's a very believable comment, and people outside of the family too also still support that vision.
Interesting. Super Kelly G, question for Sam. What is the dumbest search you have seen? Other than what we just saw? I'm sorry.
They just Google, then they Google shooting at whatever the name. I mean, it's just the crime they just committed. They start Googling it, shooting at XYZ apartment complex, XYZ, Florida.
Right.
Like,
look at Alex.
20 minutes later.
Look at Alex. He's searching for Brandon Boudreaux. He's searching for Arizona man.
Yeah,
shot.
I mean, Alex is here. Take the case take the cake. Because he definitely is. I mean, he's searching for all the things, right? Yeah. The lead up, and then the getaway, and then, hey, has anybody caught on yet? But yeah, I see a lot of searches, not so much before the fact, but more after the fact. Like, they're looking for the incident they were just involved in.
Right. This is a good question. K. Tally Pitlove. What if you're in airplane mode? So this goes back to the tracking devices and apps and all that stuff. So what if you're in airplane mode?
It's not shutting off as much as you think it is. And that's a conversation we will get into further on a different... That'll be a different conversation for a different day.
Gotcha. Let's see. Saliri. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too much. Your name, sorry. Do you think that Lori actually believes that since law enforcement didn't see the crimes being committed, because she made a big deal about that with Charles, that they never happened? Were you there? Did you see this? Did you see that?
On my channel, I call that the Bart Simpson defense. I didn't do it. You didn't see me do it. Nobody can prove it.
Nice.
I think it's just her trying to be a lawyer. She's just trying to come up with what she thinks is a clever question legally.
Right. So you don't think that has anything to do with
what she believes?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I think she believes she's a
That's
good
just
lawyer.
her being dumb.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
I just don't. The lack of common sense out there right now is just insane.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Young Black Economist, this is a good point. Many apps still collect location
Yep.
data, even with location turned off, the main setting, including ones you wouldn't think, like the calculator app.
Yeah, we were talking. That's what we were talking about at the beginning of the testimony. Is that
Yeah.
you may think you have turned off location, you have not.
Right.
You have not. Like I said, I'm going to be doing more of the digital stuff, just because like I have to find a way to marry YouTube to what I do for a living more closely than what I have been, because I've got so many trials this year. So we're gonna use the YouTube cases, and the research that I do for work is going to come in that way. So we'll be having more conversations about these things. We're all
Absolutely.
Sam,
going
we
to learn
should
how to crime
we
with
should have a
CICM.
conversation. We should have a conversation about the 4th and 5th District Courts of Appeals rulings on geofence warrants.
Oh, I
Because
would love to, but I would also need to do some homework on that. So
oh, absolutely,
yeah.
I can give you the decisions. So the 4th District ruled first. I think a couple of years ago that geofence warrants were okay, that they were legal based on certain factors. Then the 5th District ruled the opposite way. And then the 4th District had to rehear their case just last month, just in May.
Oh, wow.
Fourth
So
district in Florida or where?
No, the U.S. District Courts of Appeals.
U.S. Okay.
Yes.
So I keep telling lawyers, and only about one of them listens to me half the time. They should be paying attention to these search warrants, because the challenges to the digital evidence need to be coming in the form of the warrants, right? I mean, they get the warrants, then they get the data. But if the lawyer can say, Your Honor, this warrants aren't supposed to be vague or overbroad. I'm sure I'm missing more elements on that. It's been a minute since criminal procedure, but yeah, there need to be challenges to what kind of information could be asked for in these warrants, because as I'm scrolling down through this, it was like, oh, you were just supposed to get this one thing, but now you've suddenly got a person's entire data history, and the geolocation stuff is crazy. So I would love to have a conversation with you about that, and I would very much like to read those opinions. And I'm
absolutely.
assuming that my Alexis is noting that down, right? Because she's the other half of my.
So
What you see, Alexis in my chat is the other half of my brain, and it's really not a joke. She's the logical part, and so she catches all the stuff.
You just hit the key points really well.
Oh, thank you.
It's overly broad, but the 4th District said it's okay to be overly broad if the police didn't do it out of ill will. And then you also talked about them searching a device for a specific thing and then finding a bunch of other stuff. It's interesting
because
to
they
see
put
that because
cookies. They listed out, like, I'm gonna put up a warrant that I just recently. I have to find it again. But I'm going to put up an example of where they went after one specific thing and got to literally everything because of the way the warrant was written. And then I also just came across a graphic about the so-called encrypted apps. That was made a big deal of, were you texting using Signal between an ARCA expert and an attorney in the Karen Reed trial, and what most people think they're doing right with the privacy on their devices versus the reality is a huge thing, and what law enforcement can get to is also huge. So I would love to talk to you about that further.
Right. And then Stephen Stearns, it relates to Stephen Stearns too, because the cop said, can I look on your phone for such and such? And he gave her the phone and she looked at other stuff on the phone too. And we all can agree that Stephen Stearns is an evil POS, but that's a
Mhm.
legal issue that is going to have to be exercised in court through due process.
Yeah, I was watching a police interview with one of my clients the other day, and they said, "Oh, is it okay if we just take your phone? And I'm not going to open it or anything. I just want to look, just something." Like they were feeding them this line of BS, right? When darn well they're going back there and they're downloading the whole phone,
Mhm.
and they're like, "We'll give it right back to you. It's okay."
Mhm.
And and the client, I don't know if it was a 14-year-old whose mother was not in the room, who told the police, he shouldn't talk to you without a lawyer. Police did it anyway. And I think he actually said, "I think I need to talk to a lawyer about that." So now I can't remember if he gave them the phone or not. I'm sure they got the contents of it. He's a newer case. But yes, he's 14. Do you notice a common theme to any of you who watch my channel?
Yep. 14 seems to be,
Juveniles.
yeah.
14.
Well, and when well into like juvenile, they're not like, 15, 16, 17.
I just
14
want a
and
really quick answer in the chat. We all have channels. I hear people asking if that lady talking has a channel. Yes, Florida PI Sam has a channel. I linked it in the chat. We each
That
have
crazy
a
lady.
yes,
Yes,
the
yes.
crazy lady with the crazy cat. I do have a channel, and this is my real life job. Is that I am a criminal defense investigator in Florida, so I really am a PI.
So I'm going to pull this one up because this is what Lori was going after. Bellwether says, who regulates the accuracy of the data our phones compile? So Lori was trying to, poke a hole in that. Like, well, how can you trust Apple? How can you trust Google? And possibly a valid question for somebody that, goes down those rabbit holes. But what do you guys think? Can we actually trust what Google and iPhone or Apple are supplying to law enforcement?
Let's ask Cellbright. What was the guy's name from the trial? Oh my God, the expert's name. That's a good question, and I would imagine there are coders, but I'm just so hung up on the Safari search and on Celebrate and the Celebrate guy coming in saying, well, that's just not it. Like that called into question so many things for me. I can't get past it, and I don't have the answer for that, Bellwether, that who regulates the accuracy of the data on our phones. Because also in that trial, you heard about time drift, which that was interesting, right? So I don't know. Barry Adams might know. I can see him in the chat, and he seems to know a lot of things about a lot of things. I don't know if anybody else knows the answer to this question.
Like, is there any federal oversight, or is it truly we are trusting Google and Apple to
I
data?
I think it comes down to a scientific process. So you have devices, and this is my summary really quick of what went on Karen
Thank you, Barry.
Reed. So you have devices that are connected through either cell towers, and I just went on an 1,800-mile trip, and so when my phone would connect to the cell towers, it would regulate the time stamped on that phone to probably within a couple of seconds, if not less than that, right? We know that that's a universal time that's controlled by computers, satellites. I don't know what controls it, but all of our phones, we can be standing in line in front of the courthouse like we all were, and we can all look at our phone and they will all show the exact same time, and they will all change from 7:29 to 7:30 in the morning at the exact same time. And I can go up to the courthouse doors, which open at 7:30, and I can open them when my phone says 7:30. So those doors are controlled by that universal clock as well.
But there's a delay in the time. Like, so the math has to include like
transmission
how
time,
long the signal takes to get and ping and come back, right?
Sure. So we're talking a couple seconds, probably.
Yeah, I would
right?
think it'd be seconds. Yeah.
But seconds can mean everything, because in one of my cases, in 11 seconds, 66 bullets were fired.
Yeah.
Into the car sitting next to it. So seconds can be like really and truly think about that, right?
Sure.
Seconds can make all the difference in these cases. But yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot about all of this stuff to say, and I'm not saying you're wrong at all, Joe. I'm just saying there's a lot.
It's a
that goes
discussion.
into
I'm
it.
not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm thinking out loud.
I know,
We're-
like I said, I'm not an expert. Alexis, again, she's my moderator, but she's also like shares part of my brain. She says that, and she's a great researcher, also with a law degree, says FCC regulates the cellular customer data. So there's an answer for you.
Right.
Wait,
And
what
then you have your car clock. Like
Yeah.
I started out with my car clock in sync within probably 30 seconds of my phone because I had to manually set it when I left Arizona. And when I got to Indiana, it was 3 hours off because it didn't resync
It didn't.
through cellular connections. I have to manually set it. So that
Yeah.
kind of came up in the Karen Reed trial because they were looking at the infotainment system's clock and they were trying to relate it to the cellular data that was coming up on the phones.
Yeah.
And that's where the time shift or the time drift came in, because how much off is the infotainment system clock
Correct.
to your cell phone clock?
Right. And so I think that and this is something I'm just making little thoughts about because I need to look into it further. But for example, I don't subscribe to the satellite service that goes in my car, right? So if I do subscribe to the satellite service, then things are going to update on their own. Whereas now I can't start my car with my phone anymore because I don't have the link service anymore. So also, if I don't set my clock to whatever savings time we're on, it's not automatically doing that, and the car's only 5 years old. It's the technology between the things is just it's overwhelming and it's mind-boggling. And the fact that there's a lot of math involved makes it extra difficult for me. So
This is a good question from Kelly Collins. Does it really make a difference if you allow Face ID or fingerprint? I was told police don't need a warrant if you allow the
police don't need a warrant if you give a consent to search, period, end of story. And you just sign a paper and unlock the phone in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Like
they'll set it
Stearns.
so that it can't be locked. I have not followed that case, Chris, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, gotcha.
I
Tanika?
will say getting the warrant helps because in the Sarah Boone case, she gave consent, but as soon as they found the snuff film, they stopped searching the phone and obtained the warrant. And that seems to be the key difference. In the Stearns case, they just went with his consent and they didn't stop. So that part is a little tricky. Like his motion to suppress has a little more teeth in it because of that, because they specifically said we're searching for X and then they looked at XYZ, right? With Sarah's, they stopped it, they got the warrant. Everything else obtained was contained within that warrant. So I think like going above and beyond once you have the verbal consent helps.
Sure.
I think that question was more about accessing the phone with either a passcode, like you do those little dots on your phone, or a biometric, which is facial recognition or thumb recognition. Right. And those two offer the police different options to get into your phone in different situations. And I've heard that, and I can't explain it, and I don't have any
brute forcing. If you don't have a warrant, okay, so you can either consent and unlock the phone and hand it over, in which case they keep it in an unlocked state until they want to give it back to you. If you refuse to give them a passcode or your face or your finger, whatever it is, they go to the judge and they get a warrant, and the warrant says, yeah, you can have the contents of the phone. And then they hook it up and they try to brute force break into it, which just means a computer program is just running through combinations of numbers until they unlock it. And I've seen situations where they couldn't unlock the iPhone until the next software update, either on whatever the device was they were using to brute force it, or the update on the Apple operating system. But I think it was the brute force device to unlock the phone. So
and the brute force can take a long time. Look at Donna Abel's. It took them years to do it, right? So if you get the verbal consent, you're getting their passcode or their digital, and you're like canceling it, and then you get the warrant, and then you're locked in. Versus like with Donna, they only had the warrant, and it took them years and years to access her data.
Right. Well, even in the Murdaugh trial, that was just ridiculously stupid. They did not try Paul. They didn't try his birth date. Who doesn't try the birthday as your first passcode try? I mean, if you have 6 on my iPhone, it's 6 numbers, right? Am I not going to start with somebody's birthday? He was a teenager. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
So that phone sat there for how many years, and then they were like, "Oh, let's try his birthday." Really? Okay,
Can't
sorry.
make this stuff up.
That's okay.
Can't.
That's okay.
Can't make it up.
Let's see. Let me just get to a few more questions here then. So widespread panic and Kelly Collins kind of have the same question. So I'm going to pull up widespread. Does it make a difference whether you get the raw data or the info once it's been run through the program? Wouldn't the report have been the same if she had an expert run it? And then Kelly says, do different experts interpret the raw data differently? So I think those are kind of similar questions, meaning does it make a difference whether you get the raw data or the info once it's been run through the program?
No, I want to say no. And again, I want to caveat that with, like, I am not a digital forensics expert, right? But the way in which the data is extracted, either through Gray Key or through Celebrate or whatever the magnet program, it pulls out a copy of it.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, law enforcement can limit, like, time limit. They're only supposed to look at from XYZ to XYZ, date-wise. Technically, if you get the raw data, it should be the same all the way around. And then to run the report, there are options like within, for example, Celebrate. I haven't been in Magnet in a minute, but I'm going through baby cam videos from a Magnet report. But the person who runs the initial report can put in hashtags, right? So they may be looking for firearms, they may be looking for drugs, they may be looking for any kind of thing. The problem is if you don't understand how to put parameters in to Celebrate, for example, if you want the option of running the report yourself, then every icon, every emoji, every like the Trial TV Live logo, the Tanika's logo, the Joe Schmo logo, the Sam logo, that will show up repeatedly over and over and over again. And that's what makes the PDF versions of phone extractions so long, is that like every little thing, every heart, every flower, every whatever will appear in that report. So it helps to, I have not personally known of anyone being able or know of any examples of somebody manipulating the raw data. The reports, I suppose they could be analyzed different ways, right? But the basic information that comes out of your device or your SD card or whatever they're running, that would remain the same. And then, they can bring in their analysts to say, well, this is what it shows. And then the defense can bring in an analyst and say, well, this is why I think it doesn't show that.
Mm-hmm. And also, I think these experts or these people that are analyzing this information, they're not necessarily connected to the case so much where they have, even the scintilla of or a whiff of trying to cook the reports. You know what I'm saying?
People don't have time for a lot of this stuff.
Right.
I hear it. Oh, so and so messed with this, or in one case I had where some people who discovered a body took the DVR system from the house, but they were two absolute idiots. But the client is like, how do you know that the data wasn't messed with? Because you can't plug a DVR security system into your TV and think it's going to work. Like, the cops couldn't even do it. They filmed, once they got it running, they filmed it with a phone, like, until they could get it extracted. It's not, I'm not saying there are people out there with the skill sets able to manipulate data, right? Even raw data. Like, I'm sure the dark web exists, right? There's Army intelligence or the CIA, whatever. Right. On the day-to-day level, do I think that happens, like, maybe in a federal case, because that is so heavily data-driven, but like local law enforcement and like a Lori Vallow, Daybell, or a Sarah Boone, no, nobody's messing with any of it.
Yeah, that's that was my point. That's what I think as well. A, they probably don't even know the person that they're extracting. B, they could care less. C, they probably have 300 other reports they have to run. So,
Well, now that you say that, Chris, actually, in a police report, there will be one page, right? And it's one officer who says, I removed a device from evidence. I plugged the device into the physical analyzer. I extracted the logical file system. I extracted the, God, I forgot the other term. Anyway, it's all right there. And then they put the phone back into evidence. They submit their little piece of paper and off they go on to the next one. It's somebody else that reviews whatever that extraction is, if that
Right.
makes sense to
Sure,
everybody.
somebody could get to that person who's analyzing it if they really wanted to. But again, that level of corruption, I think, wouldn't exist on the level of like a Sarah Boone or a Lori Daybell. Maybe on a more high profile case, maybe, but I don't know. So
Tanika, did you want to say something?
I would only question like what would be their motive, what would be their
Right.
because
Yeah.
Sarah accused of the state of removing videos from her phone, but like why would they? What would be the
right.
why risk
Right.
the integrity of the interrogation?
Right. Well, I could see somebody, maybe financially saying, "Hey, if you do this, here's $10,000. If you remove this, or don't include this in the report, here's, some, you could maybe do that."
Well,
Maybe.
I might argue, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying I believe this, but there may be corrupt cops out there who are just literally trying to frame somebody, and law enforcement investigators who might do that 1/1,000,000th of the time. But I'm not saying.
In
there are any-
Massachusetts, maybe? Are you saying that might happen in Massachusetts? I don't know. I'm just taking a guess.
just throwing that out there.
Nice.
You might manipulate a Sallyport video to show it mirrored, and it looks like you're behind the left taillight when you're actually behind the right taillight.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Just saying.
One more question, then we'll get on to Nick Balance. Jade asks, so if he, meaning Alex, if he hadn't logged into the Homer email, would the burner have been linked to him? So who wants to answer that?
Well, since he purchased it at the Walmart, and they have security footage at the Walmart, and they have his normal phone, non-burner phone, not pinging, but Google location data within that Walmart, and they have Lori's phone pinging in the parking lot outside of that Walmart when that burner phone was purchased. I'm not saying that they couldn't have linked it to him, but they wouldn't have had as robust of location data after that. But just finding it at that Walmart, they had the identification number of the phone, and so they would have been able to track it through cell tower pings after that. So it was a stupid move, and it gave them all of the Google searches he did from that phone on that Gmail or on that Google account. But they still tied it to him through that Walmart purchase and through the individual identification number of that phone and that receipt. They showed those receipts, during the trial.
Yep. Always keep the receipt, and always.
Right.
Always do that.
If there were 10 nails in the coffin, that was probably 5 or 6 of them by him connecting his email
Well,
account to it,
wasn't the burner phone just traveling alongside Lori's phone or his regular phone at different times?
When they activated it in Rexburg the next day after they purchased it, and it did give a location there in Rexburg. But after that, it wasn't by either of their phones as it traveled south to Phoenix and then back up to south of Salt Lake City, where it just disappeared.
His regular phone was next to Lori's phone.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, she was doing the alibi. She was the one that was running. She went to the temple in Rexburg. She was doing all these things on the second as if, it's Alex going to temple, but no.
In the Wagner case, Chris, which I know you and I have an interest in, Angela was at home with everybody's phones, like texting each other, thinking that was going to give them all an alibi.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready for Nick? let's get on to Nick. Let me.
This is the FBI that, yes, this is the one I actually have. I guess I have a screen up here that I can read, and then the one down here. So if you guys are wondering why I'm looking at my ceiling, I'm not. I just moved my bigger screen up. Let me see if I can find.
All right.
Okay, so
okay.
So Chris, at a couple of different points in this
Mhm.
testimony, I do have like a page to show if you guys want to see it based on or out of a cast report that we redacted.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Absolutely.
Yeah. Just give the high sign, jump in, say, say what you got to say. We just make sure. Okay, so we're at 1.25. How do I get that?
Okay.
We would ask that FTR as well be sealed.
I'll order that his portion of the testimony be sealed on the FTR. Anything else?
Just one other thing, Your Honor, outside the presence of the jury, we previously yesterday admitted redacted bribe of Lori Vallow.
So it did not.
94652.
Yes, ma'am, I was. Agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked with the Federal Bureau of Investigations?
Since June of 2016.
What are the different jobs you've held while working there?
So I've served as a special agent as well as a period of time as a supervisory special agent. And currently
that's
I'm
right.
assigned
You
to the
guys
Salt
didn't-
Lake City Division.
You didn't
work
get
out
to
of-
see his face. You didn't get to see his face. I did.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, he was. But we have an artist sketch from Lori's
Right.
the Idaho, and we're not going to show
Tanika,
that.
he's better looking than Ray. I'll just say that.
Oh,
How is that even possible? Now I feel cheated.
and it just took me a minute to understand why Chris was on the screen twice. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, sorry. It just was easier for us to
It's
pull.
me. I'm the problem.
It's not you. It's not me. It's you.
It is definitely me.
All right. Continuing on.
Boise, Idaho.
Now, prior to becoming a special agent with the FBI, did you have other law enforcement experience?
I did. I served as a deputy U.S. Marshal for 9 years prior to working for the FBI.
Now, as an agent with the FBI, have you been serving as a cast field asset?
Yes. So I'm a member of what's called the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST for short. And it's a specialty that utilizes cellular records as a part of investigations, trying to determine where a phone was whenever that has any significance to a criminal investigation.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been certified since October of 2019.
Okay. When you were working for the U.S. Marshals, did you do any work with cellular phones there?
I did. I was assigned to locating fugitives for a significant period of time with my career with Marshal Service. And so I was able to use cell phone records to aid in locating fugitives successfully on several hundred occasions.
Can you tell us the education or training that you have to become a CAST member?
Yeah, so for the FBI with CAST, it starts with an application process where you would express interest in getting into the program. And then there's multiple trainings that you would go through before you're considered certified. It would start with our basic course, which is a 2-day course. During that course, you're looking at cellular theory and discussing the different cellular providers that, the major ones in the United States, and looking at records and putting those records onto a map. If you complete that successfully, you would go to our advanced course. In the advanced course, it's a little bit more in depth than basic, talking about some of the same topics, but you're also provided practical tests that you have to turn in, and then those tests are graded. At the conclusion of the advanced course, if you complete that successfully, you would go on to our what's called CIRA. It's a 3-day course, or was when I went through it, and it's our critical incident readiness exercise. So as a part of that training, there's no instruction. You're just presented with problems and practical scenarios that you would have to go through, map out records, and reach a conclusion. And it's supposed to simulate like a command post style environment where you're getting information rapidly as a part of the training in a short duration. If you complete that course, you would go to our 4-week certification, and that is extensive classroom lecture that includes radio frequency professors that are teaching about in the field of radio frequency. We also get instruction from the major providers in the United States for the cellular industry, to include their engineers as well as their subpoena compliance personnel. On top of that, we have a practical exercise that's assigned to us that we have to work from beginning to end, that culminates into testifying at the end and presenting a report and being challenged on that report, both by prosecution and defense that are simulated role players. At the conclusion of all of that, you would be considered certified as a member of CAST.
Do you have any annual recertification types of trainings to remain active as a CAST member?
Yes. So we have to complete a certain number of record analysis during that each year. And on top of that, we have a 1 week certification conference that we attend each year that includes updates from the major providers in the cellular industry, as well as updates when it comes to the field of cellular technology from radio frequency engineers. And that's each year that you're in the program.
Okay. Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of cellular analysis?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And as a cast member?
Yes.
In this case, were you asked by the Gilbert Police Department to analyze some cell phone records?
I was.
Were you provided with cell phone records for a Lori Vallow for a 480, 489, 4652?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Were you provided with cell phone records for an Alexander Cox for the phone number 480-351-9120?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And were you provided with track phone records for a cell phone purchased from a Walmart in Idaho Falls, Idaho, with a phone number of 304-960-5998?
For that one, I was from TrackPhone as well as from Verizon.
Okay. Were you also asked to include or analyze some Google historical location data associated with a Google account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Can you tell us what is historical location data?
Yeah, so Google offers a range of services with their products, and one of those being location history. So if you were to opt into location history on your Google account, what that would do is it would, Google would maintain different locations that the device that's reporting that location information where it was historically. So if the user has that active, it would depend on the specific phone that was relaying that information to Google. So as an example, if I have a Google account and I have 3 different phones, I could access that Google account from all 3 of those phones, but if only one of them I've opted into location services, then any of the location history that Google maintained would only be associated with that specific phone for the location of where that phone was.
But the data overall from Google, they might provide information from all the devices, though, in terms of like searches that were done.
Correct. And again, it depends on how the user has their account set up with what information is going to be maintained by Google, specific to the many different products that Google has and offers to a user.
Okay. Were you asked to look at a specific time frame?
So you know how to like you have a YouTube account?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's signing into Google.
Mm-hmm.
So
Wait, what? Wait, what? All right, I'm out. I'm out right now.
yeah,
done.
exactly. You got to get gone. I found the place inside the Google settings yesterday where you can start to turn off some of the stuff they are tracking. But you might think it's innocuous, right? You're watching knitting videos on the YouTubes,
Mm-hmm.
but you're signed in so you can be a subscriber or a member or do whatever the thing is that you want to do, right? So that's how, like, I mean, with Alex, even if they hadn't had the Google search for how to do something, it took him to YouTube videos, or with Lori on how to get the Jeep out of the back seat of her car, right?
Right.
Like, I hadn't, it may seem very common sense to everyone, but like, I hadn't thought about it in just that way, right? I mean, I keep my YouTube stuff over in a Google Chrome world that I don't like living in, but I keep the rest, like I keep my other work, my real work, and my own life over more in an Apple/Firefox world.
Okay.
So it's just interesting. You don't understand, or you might not think of all the Google services you're actually signed into, right? Like, Joe, you were streaming the other day when you were driving, weren't you? I thought I caught you
Yes.
for a minute
Yeah,
streaming
that
while
was
you
when
were
I
driving.
Yes.
I listened to Tanika or to Trial TV Live in the car all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've got my phone, my car,
Mm-hmm.
my YouTube. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's
Absolutely.
so much information out there
Mhm.
for the taking.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it's kind of it's like ridiculous to think that you're not being tracked. Like people say, "Oh, I'm not being tracked." I mean, you are. I mean, if you're on the grid, unless you truly are like living in, 500 acres of nothing and you don't have a phone and you don't talk to anybody, then maybe you are off the grid. But if you have a phone of any worth, it's going to be tracked. And then cars. I mean, what's it been? Maybe when was the first? I'm trying to think. Like I have a car that can't be geolocated. Like it's not that computerized. It's an 07. Like cars maybe like 20 years. Well, that's not quite 20 years. I'm trying to think, like, when do cars really become
When did they start
computerized?
like putting
Like,
low jack on them, or
yeah. Well,
there's
yeah.
black boxes for crash data? You know,
Right.
everybody
Right.
thinks that OnStar is reporting
Infotainment
data.
center.
They're not. Yeah, this infotainment thing. So like,
Yeah.
you know, when I traded an 03 car for a 2020 car in 2020, and I was like, I'm terrified to drive this thing. You
Mhm.
know, it's projecting stuff on the windshield, and there's a screen over here, and I'm like, oh my God. And it was smaller than my last one. I'm like, why am I going 100 miles an hour?
Mhm.
Why, you know, I could look at it from my phone and tell me where it was parked, if the doors were locked, how much gas was in it, the mileage. It's that's terrifying, except for the finding your car part, because locating it in the parking lot is always helpful.
Right. I mean, technically, all this location data is supposed to help us in our everyday day-to-day
Right, it's
life.
disguised as convenience for us.
Yes, exactly.
Right, you just, like, even with Apple with handoff. So like if I've got handoff or AirDrop enabled on my phone, I
Mhm.
see a tail.
Yep.
That's a Super Bowl tail.
That's
And then, you know, I come and I sit down at a Mac computer, I can just literally hand off or airdrop a file. Or if I want it, if Tanika and I are in the same place and we have airdrop turned on our phones, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just airdrop it to you. You know, everything that's meant to be so convenient. Oh my God, that's so cool. Let's turn that on. Let's activate that. All
Right.
of that becomes data that, you know,
Is
tracks us,
collected and tracks. Yeah.
collected and sold and tracked and all the things. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, but to your point, if you're not criming though, does it really matter? Like, if you're not unaliving your spouse and kids, does it really matter?
Good
I mean,
point.
we
Some
get pop-up
of it,
ads.
I will say, because I'm in media, and so how many
Mhm.
times do you accept cookies on a website that you're not thinking about, right? I change all
Never.
mine to strict, but we use
Yeah.
that data to target advertising for you. Some
Stalker
of it is
ads.
about where you live and whatnot, right? And
Yeah.
so do you want that data out there in a database waiting for somebody to hack? You don't know what people are up to, right?
Right. Absolutely. Well, stalker ads, Tanika, I was just going to say that, you know, the stalker ads, yeah, it's amazing what like just saying something, like we experienced this maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Aaron and I were just sitting around talking, and then on Facebook we go through our feed, and all of a sudden it's literally giving us ads of what we were just talking about. And I'm like, when that first started happening, I'm like, that's really creepy. Then I talked to more people about that. They're like, oh yeah, that's happening to me too. So it's not even like they're tracking in, like the app isn't tracking, it's your voice that they're picking up on.
They're
Yeah, you
they're
have
listening.
Yeah.
You have to go in and like turn off it will, like the apps, all of them in settings will automatically enable access to your microphone and your camera and your location. So as the settings app grows, you have to be more diligent about going in and turning all of those things off, because that is how they're catching it, right? You may think, oh, I have Siri turned off, so it's no big deal, or, you know, whatever your
Alexa.
device
I have
is.
Alexa. I have Alexa everywhere.
Right. So,
no,
you know,
you can find setup instructions in the help section of your Alexa app.
That's
you
my
just
Alexa.
like, for anybody's other Alexa that's listening, that just like blew their
Right.
Alexa up.
Ring cam data. So there's actually a portal for law enforcement to submit a request to get all of the ring cam data from like a particular street or whatever. And I would say that I doubt it goes into your phone storage unless you've set it that way. It may be stored in, I want to say it's probably stored in the Ring camera database, like in a cloud situation. I don't have one, so I'm not sure.
Somebody, actually, I was going to wait to pull this up, but I'll pull it up now. Kelly asked, what about
Hey, Kelly.
cloud? Yeah. Hey, the cloud.
Yes, ma'am. It sure is.
Okay.
It sure is. We're gonna talk about all the cloud stuff. Like I'm deep diving my way through all of this stuff. So yeah, for sure. We're gonna be getting into that. Not on this stream, for anybody who's already like, oh my God. It'll be future conversations.
I have a question for Tanika, but I'll throw this out to all of you. Have you ever signed up for something and given either a different name or added like Esquire at the end just to see if that company or whatever the service is tracking you? So in other words, you would say Tanika Esquire, and then you would get, and they would say, oh, we're not going to sell your information. But then all of a sudden you start to get emails, you start to get, print. Have you ever?
I have
ever done that?
not, but I do have 4 different email addresses. One of them is effectively like shop junk, just
Right, right.
because, and you can see how the targeted information, because then other things start coming up with that email inbox that I didn't connect to. So there's a lot of like back end selling. And if you don't read the fine print, they're allowed to sell your data.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's why I have about 15 different emails
So here's that. So
and
here's
a
the
drawer
thought, though.
full of SIM cards. But we'll talk about that.
That definitely is a conversation for another time. I want to hear
So
more
here's
about
the-
that.
Here's the
Joe.
thought. So if you constantly have to go into your apps, constantly turn off sharing, constantly turn off cookies, constantly turn off location sharing, constantly turn off this and that through, and I have like 100 apps on my phone. I have equally on my computer. I'm okay with just tolerating the ads and ignoring them. It's like my kids when they have questions for me and I'm at dinner, I'm like, I can't hear you. Like I'm okay with that. Like, is there a greater harm to that sharing of your data, of your interests with ad companies than I'm thinking about, that I'm not considering?
It's just marketing. At this point, the way that I kind of look at it is, if you are like, say, around our age group, when the internet first came along, and it was like, oh, we can chat with people, and yeah, I'll give you my name and my email and my birth date and when I was in college, they used my social security number as my student ID number. Yeah, I know that was in what 90, like early 90s. So at this point, for a lot of us, like, our information is freaking out there. It's out there. There are ways to obtain it. Is it causing any harm? It's annoying, right? It's big money, and Tanika could probably speak to this much better than I could, but our data is sold, right? So that marketing, so that companies that make products can direct their advertising to those of us who are most likely to buy those products based on our existing data, right? And is there a greater harm? Well, the greater harm is that our data is constantly being leaked, breached, or stolen or sold on the dark web, and identity theft. So that, and then the identity theft is used to commit crimes, financial crimes, that then somebody like me gets to untangle in federal court, right? But other than that, no.
Well, the identity theft comes through when they breach the database of a large corporation like Home Depot or whatever it is. Like, I know Home Depot's been breached because my information got compromised.
Everything has been breached, and you can buy the servers on the dark web. So I did a tax fraud case that went all the way across the country. So somebody had gone in and they had managed to obtain servers for tax companies, right? And they sold the access to the servers on the dark web to individuals who then started filing tax returns to people who had used that tax filing preparer the year before. And the way they got caught was they were filing these false tax returns before the real people could actually file. And once the real people started filing, and it says, oh, by the way, a tax return has already been filed in your name, and then it happens to 50 people, because there's certain licensing, and Barry, I'm sure, or Tanika knows all about this way more than I do. But the servers get breached by somebody. They are then sold on the dark web to other people, who then take that information and use it for other nefarious purposes, such as committing massive tax fraud.
And
Right.
you're lucky if it's disclosed, right? So Home Depot has an obligation to disclose it, but it could be a
Mhm.
smaller operation, or it could be an operation that doesn't have a way to detect it, because servers can be mirrored without being breached, right? And so then
Mhm.
they have access to all of that data. So it really does put you in a vulnerable position. But like with the IRS, it's easier, or you're able to detect it quicker when you're
Mhm.
filing your taxes, because it's like, it's an electronic thing, right? When you're like, I want to file it electronically, they come back and say, oh no, you've already filed it. But what if you don't file your taxes for 3 years? Like, don't be like me. But you know what I mean? Like, and you don't catch it until later. You have to have something in place to help you out. So I guess it's not very likely that it happens to all of us, but there is that likelihood, and it could be very damaging and take a lot to undo if you ever
Correct.
get to undo it. Some people get social security numbers, get a new one issued. It's far and few between, but it could be like, if you have a lot of trust and like a lot of assets that are dispersed differently, it could be horrific for you, and you may not
Oh,
recover all of your
absolute,
money.
absolute. Oh my God, absolutely. Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, so yeah, there is harm that can come. Maybe not like
Right.
physical. Somebody's coming for you with a weapon
No,
of
like
some sort.
electronic fraud is a thing. Like
Yeah.
it's a nasty thing that I've known people that personally had to suffer through it. And if you don't have a loss of $10,000 or greater, the FBI will not investigate it.
Hmm.
If you're anywhere from $100 to $9,999, you have to rely on the local police to investigate electronic fraud, and they don't have the resources
Yeah.
to actually solve anything like that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna start talking more about some of these phishing scams that are going on, because I had a friend, an elderly friend, who got scammed badly about me and thought he was bailing me out of jail for DUI in Miami, and um, I've not been arrested ever. I was in Miami, but like
Mhm.
how they even got to this person is so far beyond me. Like I've spent
Wow.
years trying to put it together. So I'm going to start sort of squeezing in how also not only how to crime with me, but how to not get scammed or try to avoid it to whatever extent's possible.
All good points. All right, let's continue on. I bumped it up to 1.5 speed just to let you guys know. So it'll be a little bit faster. Let me know if it's too fast.
I was specifically late September into early October in this case.
Did you create a report to help explain your process and explain the analysis of these cell phone records and these Google records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And because it's on a thumb drive, I'm just going to share the first page. And it's 189, so I can have my paralegal approach. Does that look like your report that you created in response to the request by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
State will move to admit Exhibit 189.
Any objection to 189? All right, 189 submitted.
That's crazy. You guys can't see this because we can see it in court, but because the screen you guys normally see on TV is over Nick Balance's head, and you can't show Nick Balance's face. You can't also see his exhibit, and it was an amazing exhibit. Like he did a fantastic job explaining it. He goes through generalities of what he investigates when he gets these reports back.
I have it. I have one for you.
Do you have it? Oh, that would be amazing to
I don't
see
have
that.
Lori. I don't have Lori's.
No.
But
Let's
I
see what
have-
you have. Yeah.
I have one. I can share my screen. And I can't see the timestamps on the videos, but I have it set up to like I can show you what he's looking at. So like if we're at 15:59, I can 15 like I have timestamps, but I can't see the timestamps on
I'm at 28:22 right now, and you're at 15. So did we miss it? Do you want to go back?
No, we wouldn't have gone back.
No, that's when it just started. 15 minutes in, it was still the seal.
We must have missed something somewhere then. It's fine. As I listen to him, I can match up.
Catch up. Yeah. Gotcha.
I can match up. So he's first going to show what cell towers look like and how they're hidden now. Do you
Mhm.
want to see that?
Sure.
I mean, Joe can correct me if I'm wrong.
And do we see,
That-
before you do that, so what's on her screen, what's on Lori's screen and Trina's screen? That's what's being shown,
Yes,
Joe? You see
correct.
that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Right.
so you can see, so
sorry.
Joe, you're saying that what's on Trina's screen, like what's on Lori's screen, that's
Yeah.
what we're seeing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's what's
keep
being
going
drawn.
then.
That's the cover page of
That's
his
the cover
report.
page. I have the same
Yes.
thing.
Okay. All right. I'll keep going.
So starting on the first page of your report here, what did you include here for us to understand as part of your analysis and review of devices and phones?
So this is basically the cover sheet that I would put on all my reports, and it's showing the specific accounts that I did analysis for. So in this case, the 3 telephone numbers are listed at the top: one ending 4652, one ending 9120, and one ending 5998. Additionally, in this case, since I analyzed Google location history, the account that Google location history was associated with is listed. That's the homerjmaximus@gmail.com. The specific dates that I conducted analysis for, which in this case were September 25th, 2019 through October 3rd of 2019. The date that I completed my report, case number associated with the report with the FBI, and then my name.
Now, you were provided these records that from the Gilbert Police Department for these cell phone numbers. Did that include information like subscriber information?
It did, yes, ma'am.
So the 480, 489, 4652, when you reviewed those cell phone records from Verizon, did that show subscriber of Lori Vallow?
So it did not. It was subscribed through TrackPhone. So the name was not Lori Vallow, but there was an email address on the subscriber sheet associated with her.
Okay. The 480-351-9120, was that as a Verizon record? Did you receive the Verizon or the TrackPhone records?
I did, and that was subscribed to Alex Cox.
Okay. And the 304-960-5998, was that Verizon or TrackPhone?
So it was subscribed through TrackPhone.
When we're talking about TrackPhone and Verizon, and you talked about sort of major companies, how do those all interrelate?
Yeah, so when you're looking at cellular providers, you have 2 different categories looking at kind of from a wide perspective. You have companies that have infrastructure, like cellular towers that they maintain throughout the region that they provide service to. So Verizon is one of those companies. They have cell phone towers throughout the United States. When you're talking about TrackPhone, they're a mobile virtual network operator, which is basically means that they don't have cell phone towers, so they have to lease space with another network in order to provide service to their customers. So TrackPhone, specifically in this instance, was utilizing Verizon for the number ending 5998 to provide service to that customer.
Okay. And the Google records that you were provided for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com, did that provide subscriber information?
It did, and that was associated with Alex Cox.
The second page of your report, what is this telling us about in terms of your analysis and explanation?
Yeah, this is basically just explaining the methodology of how I created this report and the process that goes into place in order to take records from a provider like Verizon and then put those records onto a map. Again, this is the methodology of how that would be done.
Do you want to
The
know
third
the
page here,
methodology?
one of the
Yes,
Do
please.
you want? Alexis is like, stop here. Okay, so what they do is they have to go out to the site to the various sites. Like he was just saying that TrackPhone is pay as you go on Verizon, right? So you get the call detail records for the phone, and then the call detail records document the network interaction to and from the target cell phone. It's like a spreadsheet. It's an Excel spreadsheet. And then the records that document the cell tower, the cell sector, the cell site, those are all also in these records. You kind of compile them all together, and they put it into something called CastViz, which is their own like proprietary software that helps them to generate these reports. You can do some of this on your own to an extent if you have the call detailed records, because there's latitude and longitude, which isn't going to give you exact GPS coordinates, but it's going to show you enough. Basically, then if you're not using CastViz, which is proprietary to the FBI, then you have to take those latitude and longitude coordinates. You have to look up what the towers are nearby, and plug that information into Google Earth, and you can start to generate locations. So you need the call detail records, you need a list of the cell site locations. That's going to give you an approximate location of where the target phone is while it's contacting the network. So at this time, when the time of the incident, they were actually put into mapping software using the latitude, longitude coordinates on cell sites provided by the service provider. And then they used the mapping software. Now they've got this new fancy program that basically does all the hard work for you. You just have to get the right documents from the carriers.
Okay. That all makes sense. Are we?
Yeah.
Did you want to pull up anything, or you're good? You don't want to show anything?
No. There's like I can show you. I can show you.
Let's try it. Let's see if you can present. I know you can. Let's just give it a shot.
That's always a good question when it comes to
let's see. Let's give it a tester here.
Let's see if I can.
And I don't know if I need to stop first or not. Yeah, let's just see. Just try to present and see if you can take over.
I have to,
or if I need to stop my screen.
Okay, so can you see that?
I see it. Okay, here, let me add that to stage. Before presenting, remove other media. Okay, so I got to remove that. And I got to add that. There we go.
Okay, hold on.
That was pretty seamless.
Amazing. Okay, all right. So I can see what you can see. So like that's the cover sheet, right, that he was just talking about.
Right.
And then, whoops, I went to a different thing. Oh, I know why I clicked the wrong arrow. Sorry about that. So he talks about. Hold on, it'll fix itself in just a second. I will fix myself in. There we go. So, Henry, no, please, not right now. So the FBI team here was requested to analyze the phone records. So he talks about the methodology, the cell site locations, the conclusions, right? And so this is just sort of a basic explanation. And then it's going to show you fun mathy stuff like this, but I'm going to actually go to this. Yeah, Alexis, I see. So this I've looked at this report a gazillion times and I just passed right on by this. The cell towers are actually hidden inside of some of these structures. Did you know this? Did anyone know this? Is this just me?
Yes.
Yes.
I've actually been involved with development of some cell sites in California.
Wow.
Some palm trees. Some are made to look like palm trees.
I can zoom in if I want. Aaron, you're asking way too much of me at this point. Like I'm lucky I can share this much with you. So yeah, hold on. I apologize. Look away if you can't stand the scrolling, guys. So he's going to talk about the sector, like this mathy stuff here soon.
Okay.
But I'm going to just go ahead and stop sharing. Well, here, you know what I'm going to do, Squeegee, is I'm going to just slowly sort of scroll so you can see what pages are here. And then maybe Joe will have an idea of what was on the screen. So it's kind of like a tutorial. Right, it explains the general area of coverage as it relates to a specific geographic area, indicating an ingoing, outgoing call. This talks about what timing advance is, which is the round trip measurement.
He did not actually go over that I remember.
Okay.
He does talk about how there's not a specific line of, even though it's shown on here like that, and maybe he removed those slides for that reason, because there's a specific radio line that's shown on this, and he makes a point in this of saying there's not a specific distance away that the cell phone signal just stops automatically, like there's a wall there. He said it's kind of like a flashlight beam that goes out and it just kind of fades away the further away it gets, and sometimes you might see it a little further out than other places. So that I think we can all identify with that. When we're in areas of low cell phone coverage, we can sometimes pick up a signal in some areas that are the same distance away from a cell tower that we can't pick up a signal.
So that's called an azimuth, and that is located within this document. I'm just going to scroll so you can see. Basically, what we did was we took, and you can see there's times here, but we took out all identifiable information, like all the street names. And I mean, other than this being located somewhere in Tampa, like this would normally have addresses and telephone numbers. Alexis is saying that he does get to some of this later in his testimony. I'm just going to show you real quick. It's only 13 pages. I'm on number 12. Hi, Henry. So like they're mapping my client's location, and you can see where the overlap is. Like here, this, for example, was the scene of a crime, but this will also show you other locations here. But that's what it looks like. Only this, like this information will all be filled in, right? So I don't know exactly what was testified to, but it should be fairly similar to this.
Now, question for you, Sam and or Joe, that gray area. No, pull that back up if you don't mind. Or is that me? Oh,
no, I did it.
Okay. So that gray swoop, that's kind of like that flashlight where it's not a hard stop. It's kind of within that gray area. That's the
right. You might get signal in some of that gray area, and you might not get it in other parts of that.
Okay. And then the tower is the point at the very bottom of this slide, correct?
Yeah, where the green dots are.
Okay.
Like that's a green dot, like all the way down there at the bottom.
Okay. So that's where the tower is. And then anything within that coverage or anything within that frame, if you will, is you should have coverage, and then starts to peter out as you get to that outer band. Is that how it works?
Yeah. So like here will be a tower, and you see how these two sectors overlap each other? And there's darker gray and there's lighter gray. So like they tend to use actually 3 different towers, and each tower has like 120 degrees. Alexis is telling me to please keep listening to the testimony because it will all make sense afterwards. So these will fit into, are meant to slot into the testimony. I hear you, Alexis. I do. So this is where they tracked my client across town.
Okay.
As he pinged off at different towers.
Okay. So, now that I have this visual, I got it.
Yeah, that's why I just wanted you to see what I have, and then Joe, you can tell me, or tell us, or Chris, or y'all can tell me, if you want to see more of it. That's all.
Okay. And then Psychosaurus. So no, I think no, because that was going to my point. No, you don't have to be in that gray rainbow anywhere from that green point which is the tower, anywhere out. And then that gray rainbow is kind of where the coverage would get fuzzy, as I understand it.
What's funny is that what if you're standing immediately under the center of the tower? Would you ping from all 3 sectors? Would it just be one sector?
You got to try that.
Well, yes, we need a field trial.
So actually, in their training forecast, they talk about how the officers or the members of the team should go out and actually do like site surveys almost to measure the bounce back off of these towers. Like it's a complete rabbit hole. There's so much to it,
Should we ask Nick? Can we ask Nick to come on a show and he can give us a tutorial and we can ask him questions?
Only if we don't show his face.
Yeah. Hey, no problem.
But I hear he's nice looking, so I'd like to see his face.
He doesn't get doxxed in the trial, but we won't dox him.
Maybe he can come and sit in studio with you.
Whose studio?
Okay.
Sam's?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sam's
yes,
like, sure.
How else would she see him?
Right? All right. Shall we return back to Mr. Balance here?
Things that stood out was the time. We've heard about universal time. When you are looking at most or all of these cell phone records, were you provided the times in universal time, UTC time?
Yeah, so depending on the provider or the company that's providing records, kind of the biggest difference that you'll see in the different records types is a lot of them will provide records in different time formats. So specific to Google, they provide their records in what's called UTC time. And so that's just a time standard to where if you wanted to do the conversion and see what time that was in the area where you're at, you would have to do a conversion depending on what location you were in order to get it into the local time.
So when you were mapping these cell phone records and these Google location device records, were you converting them for the purpose of your report into the local time, either Arizona or Idaho?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So while we're going through your report, all of those times will reflect either Idaho or Arizona, depending on where we're looking at.
Correct. And the report will reflect those times as well.
What do we see here, and what is this explaining to us?
So just to talk briefly about how cell phones work and kind of how we're utilizing the methodology that I spoke of to map and estimate where a phone was historically. One of the things that we look at is how far a cell phone tower provides coverage to. That's usually one of the major questions. So typically a cell phone tower density map is going to look very similar to a population density map. So here we're looking at the city of Phoenix, and as you can see, there's a couple of towers in downtown Phoenix and in the urban areas of Phoenix. Those towers are going to provide coverage to a much smaller area due to the number of users that are needing to access a particular carrier. As you get more to the rural areas, you can see that those towers are more spread out, and towers in rural areas are going to have a larger coverage area just because there's not as many people in those locations.
What is this page 5 reflecting?
This is just an example of what cell towers look like, not to insult anyone's intelligence, but if you look at the second tower from the left, traditionally back in the day, that's what we saw cell phone towers look like. Now there's more of a push to make them more aesthetically pleasing. So as you can see, like with the cactus, that's actually a cell phone tower, trying to disguise it so it's not looking like you have all this different metal around an area.
Page 6, what is this explanation for us in terms of what we've seen for your analysis?
Sure. So whenever I'm mapping a estimated location of where a phone was, I'm looking at a traditional tower has 3 sides. So if you look at the graphic on the left, you're looking at the tower itself, and then there's 3 sets of antenna facing 3 different directions on the tower. So if you look at the graphic on the right, that's looking from the top down. And so the cell tower is pushing out coverage kind of 360 degrees. But what providers do is they put different sets of antenna on that tower in order to optimize their network and divide that coverage up into different sectors. So whenever I'm looking at a call detail record and I'm seeing a particular call that might be of interest to an investigation, I would then look at the tower and sector that was used. So that way I can plot that tower onto a map and I can see what direction from the tower that specific sector is providing coverage to. So again, this is a traditional tower, but it's divided into 3 equal parts with sector 1, 2, and 3. And in my tower list, I'm able to see the tower that was used, and I'm able to see what's called an azimuth, which if you're not familiar with that, it's basically just showing me what the center line of a sector, what direction it is coming from the tower. So if you're looking at this particular graphic on the right, you can't see the 0, but it starts with 0 and goes all the way around to 360 degrees like a compass. So the
Why doesn't
center
he go back
line
up to
of
the
sector
screen?
1, that azimuth would be 0 degrees.
Why
We know
doesn't
what
the
an
cameraman
azimuth
just
is now.
Yeah. Why doesn't the cameraman just point at the screen like he was like 10 seconds ago and just stay there so everybody on TV can see the presentation?
Right, because that would be do you want me to show you a similar page?
Yeah.
Sir Henry has joined me and I'm about to get bitten on my ankles.
I just had that discussion with my son this morning. He found the neighbor's cat outside, which is a Siamese cat. And we used to have a Siamese cat when he was really little that used to attack him and bite his ankles.
Nice.
Yeah, I get bitten a lot. Okay, I'm sharing. Is it showing up for you guys or no?
Hold on, let me see. There it is. Yep. Just dealing with something.
So this is how he is. I mean, my graphic is different than his, right? But you can see how the sector, what he's talking about. So on the top left, that's what traditional towers have looked like in the past. And then the bottom left is sort of a bird's eye down view. And then the right is like for people like me who don't do numbers. So
when he's talking about when he's talking azimuths, 0 degrees is the 0 azimuth. And then everything off of that 0 azimuth is what cell towers report. So azimuth is 0. The 0 azimuth is the 0 degrees on that circle.
Right. The clock one is the easier one for me to understand personally.
Gotcha.
But I from what I can see from the screens there, right, he's showing something similar to this. And this was from a trial in 2024, but the case is now 3 or 4 years old. and as he said that they have to keep training every year. They really have to keep up to it because things are constantly improving and changing and all the stuff. Azimuth is a difficult word to say, Zach.
Say it 10 times fast.
Same thing with, if you look at sector 2, the azimuth on sector 2 would be 120 degrees. So that azimuth allows me to estimate the location of where a phone was in relation to where that tower is.
All right, so this information of the tower sectors and azimuth, was that included with the cell phone records that were provided to you for those 3 phone numbers?
So it's included in a different file, but all of the different cellular providers that have towers throughout the United States, they have what's called a tower list that they update pretty regularly, at least every few months or quarterly. So in conjunction with the call detail records that show me who was called, at what date and time, what tower was used, I can marry that up with the tower list, and then I can have an estimate of where that phone was whenever it had that specific interaction with the network.
So someone like Verizon will provide you with, for that specific phone number, calls made and what tower they're using, and then you're able to then get the location of that tower from Verizon to map it.
Correct. If you think about, and everybody can still do this online, but back in the day when you had your cell phone, each billing cycle, you would get that bill in the mail. It would be fairly thick because it included all the different calls that were made on that account. And so the call detail records are very similar to that. We can see the date and time. We can see that it was a voice call. We can see the direction, if it's incoming or if it's outgoing. We can see the associated number. But what you don't see on that bill is the tower information. So the call detail records that we obtain as law enforcement, they include those columns. And those columns allow me to know at a specific date and time, this tower and sector was used. And then I can marry that up with the tower list and provide that estimated location of where a phone was.
His explanation is really good, but
Page 7.
you can't see.
Yeah, so this is depicting how
why are we
phones
looking at the
display
back of
different
Lori's
pieces
head?
of
Right,
information on my report.
exactly.
So starting at the top, you're looking at Verizon towers are going to be
This-
represented with red dots. That's going to be
cameraman
important when I
has
talked about before,
no idea
where
what
you're looking at the
nerds like
density.
me want to see. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
the cameraman.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care about Lori's hair. I've seen it. I'd like to see. I mean, if they're not showing something graphic, right, then I don't know why we can't see.
he just had the camera pointed at the big projector screen and dimmed it out so we could see it in detail. Let's look at that. Yeah, it's Court TV cameraman, and he and the Fox 10 cameraman. The Fox 10 cameraman had an obsession with Lori's feet. Like he would.
Okay,
show her
so
feet.
Alexis is telling me, like I said, she's the logical half of my brain. She said that the reason why they're not showing it is because it has people's actual phone numbers and different unredacted personal information in it.
Not on this.
No?
Not on this part of it. Nope.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Not on the general part of it. It's the
of
same as the
Phoenix,
one we just
and
saw.
towers are going to provide coverage to.
Sorry.
No,
the same
you're
with-
fine.
Oh.
I was saying it's the same as the one we just saw. It's just general information about azimuths and cell phone coverages and cell tower coverages and all that. And he actually, on the cover page, he did show the cell phone numbers, but I think in the rest of them, it's cell phone number ending in blah, blah, blah. So
well, on ours, we redacted it all. So,
Right. and
we'll-
they could have
we'll
too.
put it up somewhere.
Yeah, the state could have also redacted their exhibits, and instead of taking that like extra, hour, maybe 2 hours tops to take this exhibit and go through and redact anything, they just filed a motion to not show anything that would be redactable
Gotcha.
by the
Okay.
TV camera. So they put the burden on the
Okay.
TV camera. So it's kind of a dual mix effort here to not have us
Right.
see things as they're shown in court.
That's a really good point and something I didn't think about because I'm usually sitting at the defense table so I can see everything. So I get mad when I can't see it on the feeds out of the courtrooms. But here we are. Okay, sorry. Carry
Oh,
on.
okay. No worries.
Crap.
To a smaller footprint in an urban area where there's towers close by, it's important to note where other towers are in relation to the one used, because typically what we see is that a tower provides coverage to the next tower. So that's what allows me to estimate the coverage area of a tower and sector that was used for a particular interaction. Next, we see how we would represent the tower and sector. So the blue, black, and the red are going to be the 3 different phones in this case. So if you look at the blue, that's representative of a tower, and then the direction from the tower that sector is facing. So the blue graphics are going to represent the phone number ending 4652. Black will represent 9120. and red will be representing 5998. Additionally, you see to the right the call information box. So whenever a phone has an interaction, you have that line in a call detail record, just like I talked about on the phone bill. I'm going to represent that particular call with the information that's provided from the carrier here. So you'll see the tower information at the top, the target number that it's associated with, so what record that particular line came from, what account, the date and time, direction of the call, duration of the call, type of the transaction, the word I mentioned earlier, azimuth, which gives us the direction from the tower that that specific interaction took place, and then the associated number. And then additionally to the left, you'll see a call information box where there's data interactions between a phone and a network. There's less information there, but you'll at least see the date and time and the direction from the tower that that sector faces.
Okay. So these are things we will see in the mapping that you did for this case.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Oops, hold on. All right, page 8.
So I just spoke about how I would map cellular records. This is a legend to show how I would map Google location information. So I talked a little bit about Google derives their location information from different data sets. And so Google can estimate a location of a device by locating it via the GPS chip within the phone. It can do it via Wi-Fi as well as cellular. Specific to this case, we're only going to talk about locations that were derived via GPS and Wi-Fi. And so that's the icon that will be representative of that specific location line in the Google return. You also see a margin of error, which is showing Google in each specific line where they locate a device, they provide the estimated margin of error associated with that specific locate. So there will be a circle around the specific locate on the map. And then also, depending on if it's only a few locations, you'll see the information box with the specific date and time. If there are a significant number of records on the same map, it would be very difficult to read to put every single information box associated with each line. So you'll see a summary box, which is going to include the number of records that are represented, as well as the margin of error associated with each record and where it was sourced from. I'll also point out here that I know I mentioned it before, but all of the Google location history in this case is going to be reported from the device ending 9120.
All right, so the 9120 number is the phone associated to Alex Cox, or subscribed to Alex Cox.
That's correct.
So whenever we see Wi-Fi or GPS, it's from Alex Cox's cell phone.
Correct.
Now, you talked about a margin of error, and we see on page 8 here the R14. Can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, so if I were to map a latitude and longitude that Google provided onto a map, they also provide the margin of error. So I would place that icon on the map, and then I would look at the margin of error column. So it's represented by R and then a number, and that 14 there, that means 14 meter radius from that mark on the map. The radius would be 14 meters, and then draw the circle around at that 14 meter radius. That's the margin of error that they're reporting.
So does that mean if you are told that the phone is at this GPS location, and there's a margin of error of 3 meters, that the phone could be anywhere within a 3 meter diameter of the spot?
Yes, and that's how Google's reporting it, so that's how we're mapping it.
Okay, and so when we see the circle that's shaded, is that your depiction of the margin of error that was provided by TracFone or by Verizon?
So that's the margin of error provided by Google.
Or Google, sorry. All right, and so again, we will see those icons and those circles for the margin of error for the Google records on your mapping.
Yes, that's correct.
What do we see here in this legend?
So these were addresses that the
This is a
investigative
hot
team
button
provided to me
point for
that
me.
were of significance to this investigation. And so it's got the address.
So they just discussed margin of error and the radius of the margin of error. In my profession, we call that the level of uncertainty or the amount of uncertainty. And that needs to be quantified in every single report that we produce. We need to quantify the amount of uncertainty associated with different factors. They call it the margin of error. I call it the amount of uncertainty. He said in this particular case that they were looking at, it's 14. So that's 14 meters of uncertainty. So there's a radius around a certain location point where the phone could have been anywhere in that 28-foot diameter circle. And that is hugely important to me because that tells me that that phone was somewhere within 28 meters of where the center of that circle is. We didn't see that, especially in the first trial of Karen Reed. They would not quantify their amount of uncertainty when they said, we pinged this phone here, we pinged that phone there, we pinged this phone there. They didn't talk about their amount of uncertainty or their quote unquote margin of error. And that's why I love Nick Balance right here. Like he fell right into my heart because he's talking my language. The amount of uncertainty, the error of the margin of error. Like now we know, like you can draw a circle around that pinpoint and that phone was inside that circle at that point in time. You're muted.
Oh, muted.
Sam.
It's okay.
It's
Happens to me.
raining. I have flat roof. If it's loud, I'll
Oh.
remute myself. Can you hear me now? Oh,
We can hear you. Yes.
okay. So the report that I'm actually showing you is from the scene of a homicide, and that the question was, where was my client in relation to that homicide? They could put him, like you're saying, within a within so many meters, and I don't remember off the top of my head. But that's what this is showing, is that, yeah, he was right there. Can we put him at the vehicle where this happened? No. But was he within a certain many feet range? Yeah, he was. And he was convicted because of this report.
Can we see it?
It's the one I've been showing you. But yes, absolutely.
Yeah, pull it up now again. Or let's see.
Let me try again.
Yeah, I'm not presenting, so
You
you should be
guys-
able to pull it
Okay, yeah.
up. Do you want me to, or can you do it? I can do
I
it.
think I've got it.
Okay,
Did I not do it?
not yet. I can add it if you want.
It says I'm sharing.
I'll just do it.
Okay, that's probably
Oh.
better.
There we go. Okay.
So I don't have it open in a PDF, viewers, so you need to scroll down, because if you use the arrow keys, it's going to take you to other documents I have open. But so if you scroll down.
Oh, I don't have control
Oh,
over that.
I can do that.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys know that this part of the YouTube stuff is hard for me. Okay, so let me go down here.
It's all a learning process for me. I mean, I did a live in a barbecue restaurant yesterday, and I've never been in that type of environment
Oh, well,
that I
that's
didn't
interesting.
know before. Yeah. I mean, it was good food, and I hope it was an interesting live, but
How'd you keep the barbecue sauce off the keys of wherever you were?
I was very, very careful.
So you see here where where it's starting to overlap. Hold on, Alexis is showing me on my other computer. I want to say, you guys, I'm not always this brain dead. Yeah, I'm on that one. So I'm not always this brain dead. I had a very discovery intensive week and too many trips to jail. So this is where they're talking about that they can put them somewhere within here, right? But they're not going to be able to put them exactly where they are. But do you see the timestamps and the CID? I believe those are the towers, if I'm not mistaken.
So there's a range of intersecting values from the two towers that starts with the intersection of the top arcs and ends with the intersection of at the bottom of the arcs. And that purple dot, I assume, is where the homicide was.
Yeah, well, because she took everything out, so I can't remember. So it was an apartment complex, and there was a car entered the apartment complex and stopped, and that's where the homicide took place.
So you can say that purple square was within the intersection of the arcs, but it could have been, but the location of the defendant could have been anywhere within an intersection up to, it looks like, a couple of blocks north of where it took place. But
yes,
that would be up to the attorneys then to convince the jury that he wasn't there, even though he was within the intersection of the arcs.
Well, the FBI cast agent convinced the jury that he was there.
Okay.
And because of some issues regarding that case, we're going to get the trial transcripts, and I'm actually interested in reviewing the transcripts because the trial was in August, and I held on to memories for not very long, and it just thundered. Of course, it's going to pour rain. The cat's going to bite my ankles, and my audio is going to be bad. That's par for the course. But does that help anybody
Yes.
to see that? Okay, I'll stop sharing. Thank you, Chris, for pulling things up.
All right.
I should not be left to my own devices.
That was a good point to pause. I like that.
Yeah, good one. All right, I'll go back to video.
associated with each one, but when I represent them on the map, it's going to be utilizing the icons to the left.
So you had Brandon Boudreaux's address, 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona, as one of the places for you to have a point of interest.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then 2 different units at 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 and apartment 107.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then a self-storage plus on Airport Road in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then a Walmart at Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am.
And then also a Melanie Boudreaux residence in Gilbert, Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
So first map, can you tell us what we're seeing here and explain everything?
Yeah, so these maps are just laying out where the locations of interest were that was provided by the investigative team. And so whenever I have like this is zoomed out a decent ways to incorporate both the address down in Idaho Falls and the addresses that are in Rexburg. And so there's a box to the side that's basically showing a zoomed in view of the apartment complex that includes the addresses for Alex Cox and Lori Vallow's apartments.
All right, so the Idaho Falls WM at the bottom is that Walmart, and then we can see the storage unit and then the zoomed out of the 2 apartments in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is this just a closer up single page of that?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, what do we see here on page 12?
So the previous 2 pages were up in Idaho. This is down in the area of Gilbert, Arizona. So this includes 2 addresses, one for Brandon Boudreaux and one for Melanie Boudreaux.
Okay. And so we see that with the bluish purple and the pinky color.
Yes, and I didn't mention before, but you can see the red dots. Those are representative of Verizon towers that are in the area as well.
Okay. So when we get to page 13, you had told us that you were provided with the homerjmaximus@gmail.com records that were obtained by law enforcement. Did those homerjmaximus@gmail.com Google records show that the records were tied to an MEID number?
Yes, so that's a mobile equipment identifier. In the case of Google, this is very similar to what's called an IMEI, or International Mobile Equipment Identifier. The IMEI is equivalent, kind of like a VIN on a phone. So it's associated with the hardware itself of the cell phone.
And so why is that important to see that the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus is tied to this MEID number?
So anytime, I think I mentioned it before, but anytime a phone accesses a Google account, Google keeps a record of that. And one of the things that they record is that MEID number, which, like I said, in this case is synonymous with the IMEI, or the hardware of a phone. So that identifies a device. So what I can do with that number is I can then take that to different cellular providers and determine whether that number has ever shown up on their network and whether they can associate that number to an actual telephone number.
And was that MEID number that we see here on page 13 that is associated with Alex Cox's Google records associated with that cell phone number 304-960-5998?
It was.
And did you determine, or were you able to review records to see when that association occurred?
Yeah, so if you go to the next page of the report, that's going to be a record that we received from Verizon. And it shows that again, IMEI is associated with the 304-960-5998. And they list an effective date of September 27th, 2019.
And just going back at the bottom of this information, we saw a registration time and a first data connection time. What is that?
So that's showing when that device accessed the Google account for the first time. And we see also the September 26th, 2019 at 7:58, which would be, again, in UTC time. So to get to either Idaho or Arizona, you would have to subtract 6 to 7 hours to get to the time of where that occurred.
So to be clear that we understand, what we're seeing now is that the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com records from Google, the Wi-Fi and the GPS data are always going to reflect that 480-351 number, correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
But there is data in the Google records that now has been associated to that 304-960-5998.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, you can have multiple phones that access your Google account, but unless you have location history turned on every single one of those phones, Google is not going to record the location history associated with those phones. It's only going to record it on the device that you specifically turn that location history on.
So when we get to page 15 here, what are we seeing in these records?
So whenever you have a phone that is, like in this instance, purchased through TracFone, but utilizing the Verizon network, there's 2 different places that law enforcement has to go to get the complete set of records. So we would have to go to Verizon in order to see the call detail records and what towers are being utilized by that phone. But the point of purchase and subscriber information.
So I just want to make a quick note that this was before Verizon acquired TracFone. So he's explaining that he's having to go out to 2 different places to pull the information in for for them to import to use. But now we have where a lot of these companies have merged, so TracFone is now belongs to Verizon.
Okay. I didn't realize. I thought TracFone. So Verizon has bought TracFone. Okay.
We would need to go to TracFone. So specifically, this is the point of purchase information from TrackPhone associated with the number ending 5958.
So this tells us that this 5958 track phone was purchased at a Walmart at Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Yes, correct.
And when does it show that being purchased?
So it shows it being purchased on September the 25th, 2019 at approximately 7:10 p.m.
Okay. And does it show a store number of 5494?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So when we get to page 16, we start to see those
just a quick
icons
note-
for the
quick note.
Wi-Fi. So we're now talking about.
Quick note that Trina makes a point of later on, and
Mhm.
probably coming up pretty soon. They were in Rexburg, and there's a Walmart in Rexburg. They went to Idaho Falls, I think like 30 minutes south of Rexburg, to the Walmart there to buy this phone. And the Walmarts are basically the same size. It's not like one of those local Walmart market stores that they have versus a super Walmart. They're basically the same size Walmarts. So they could have gone to the Walmart in Rexburg to buy the phone, but they went out of their way to drive to Idaho Falls to purchase this phone. But they didn't turn off their location data.
So again, that shows
But they
pre-planning,
paid
premeditation. Sorry, Sam. Right? I mean, they could
I'm
have gone
sorry.
there, but they wanted to. Right? To me, that's showing that we're going to try and throw them off by going to a different Walmart in a different area.
Yep.
Right. Sam.
And they paid it in cash, thinking they were hiding their trail because they weren't using a credit card receipt.
Right.
So
Yeah,
brilliance
when he
all around.
when he stopped at Los Favoritos, he paid for his potato burrito and Coke with cash.
Yeah. What did he buy again? Did you just say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, a potato burrito and a Coke. It was like $8 and change, and he paid with a $10 bill and got like $1 something and change back.
Why did he save the receipt? He was using that for his tax returns. That part just blows my mind.
Great point. Well, he probably gave it to Lori and or Chad, hey, you need to reimburse me.
No, it was in the Jeep when they impounded the Jeep in Rexburg. It was in the Jeep. That was one of the items found in the Jeep in Rexburg.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Like it just don't either. I don't want the receipt or toss it out the window as you're leaving. But no, I'm gonna keep that receipt for my purchase in Gilbert, Arizona, like less than 12. Well, a little more than 12 hours before the attempted unaliving of Brandon. Oh my gosh.
All right, we continue on.
The 9120 number?
Yes. And so being this is the first map, I'll explain it a little bit more thoroughly than the others. But as you can see at the top, you're going to see what this record represents, Google location history associated with the homerjmaximus@gmail.com account. And then basically I'm putting the bookends of the times at the top. So these records are from September 25th, 2019, starting at 7:07 p.m. and continuing through 7:16 p.m. There's 6 of them. So you see a summary box. They're all sourced or derived from Wi-Fi. And of the 6, the margin of error is between 16 and 100 meters, which you can see with the black circles. Obviously, the smaller one there in the middle is closer to the 16 meters, whereas the larger ones are at 100 meters margin of error. And they are consistent with the device 9120 reporting its location to Google as being at the Walmart on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls during that time period.
So basically, the 9120 cell phone is reading Wi-Fi signals around it and reporting that margin of error to Google.
Yes, and one thing I didn't explain earlier is that whenever a location is derived from Wi-Fi, it doesn't mean the device was connected to specific Wi-Fi points. It just needed to be in range of those Wi-Fi points and see it. So if you've ever experienced where you're going through the airport or you're looking at your location on Google Maps and it says turn on Wi-Fi to get a more accurate or precise location, it's because Google has a pretty vast database of knowing where Wi-Fi access points are throughout the United States. And so if I'm sitting here and I'm close to a McDonald's that has a Wi-Fi hotspot on it, and my phone sees that Wi-Fi hotspot, I don't need to connect to it for Google to know that that specific Wi-Fi hotspot is located at a specific address. And then Google can estimate my location based on my phone seeing those different Wi-Fi access points.
So in this case, we see the phone that's subscribed to Alex Cox, that's using his Google account, is at this Walmart in Idaho Falls between 7:07 p.m. and 7:16 p.m.
Correct. I would say it's consistent with being at that Walmart.
And so we had seen in the prior slide that the track phone, the 304-960-5958 number, was purchased around 7:10 p.m.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So this phone associated to Alex Cox is utilizing or is reading the Wi-Fi around it and providing this data around the same time when that track phone the 304 number is being purchased at that Walmart.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
What does this next map show us, page 17?
So again, I'll speak a little bit more thoroughly on this one since it's the first time I'm showing a tower and sector being represented on my report. So again, at the top, you see the tower interactions, and the number associated with it is going to be the number ending 4652. The date, again, I'll usually book into this unless everything occurs within that same minute, but we're looking at September the 25th, 2019 at 7:08 p.m. And we see 2 incoming calls that occur, and 4652 is utilizing a tower and sector that is in close proximity to that same Walmart on Utah Avenue.
Now, when we are looking at this cell tower usage, do you know whether or not that phone has to be within that azimuth?
Sure. So whenever you're talking about radio frequency propagation and what the footprint of a tower's coverage area looks like, it's definitely not best represented by lines in the sand. It's more representative of like a cloud, to where if you look at the lights in this courtroom, you have the light that's shining up in the corner there, and you can see it pretty bright on the wall. But as you get farther down the wall, that light starts to dissipate and starts to get more and more dim. There's not just a line up there on the wall where the light ends. Radio frequency can be looked at the same way. So that signal is going to dissipate as it gets farther and farther away from the area where it's meant to provide coverage to. And so when you're looking at how I'm depicting this on a map, I'm showing the sector based on the azimuth and both sides of what the endpoints of that sector look like. But I would expect to see a phone that is in close proximity to that line potentially still be on a sector, even if it's not within that parameter. All that to say that when I look at this particular graphic, based on my training and experience, I would say that tower and sector is consistent with providing coverage to that Walmart due to the close proximity. So
what we can say is that the 4652 number associated to Lori Vallow is
Chris, can I
utilizing a
ask Joe a
tower
question?
in the area of the Walmart within a couple minutes of that track.
Joe, I just wondered really quickly, how was the jury reacting to this kind of information? Did they look bored or lost?
No, they were not bored. They were not lost. They were paying rapt attention during Agent Balance's testimony. They were like as attentive as I have seen them the entire trial. They had other moments where they were about as attentive, especially during Lori's cross of Agent Balance. They were really paying attention during that. They had a baseline, and this was my first. So the first trial, I was kind of paying attention to the jury, and then I realized after that trial that that's the observations of the jury are something you can't see on TV. So if I'm in the courtroom, that's something I can bring you that you can't see on TV. So I paid a lot more attention this time, and I noticed that they had a baseline. Like stone face, we're sitting here watching, paying attention, but we're not falling asleep. Although juror number 9 was fidgety and he was easily distracted by people in the gallery. He made eye contact with me a few times. But during this testimony, he was paying attention to Nick Balance most of the time. I won't say 100% of the time, but for the most part, they were very much paying attention to this. And I think for the most part, it was a younger jury. Like for the most part, they were 30-ish and under. There were a couple that were over 30 and we lost the one that was like 80 something on the very first day because of health issues. Not lost, but he was excused from jury duty.
Right.
Right. But
well,
there was go ahead.
Oh no. Please continue. I was
just going to say there was one in the 1 or 2 in their 40s, but I think most of the rest of them were in their 30s and 20s, and so I really think they got this testimony and the explanation that Agent Balance gave here.
I definitely think that age of jurors is going to matter. And then, I wonder if the jury is tuning out during certain testimony. And for me, if I'm sitting in a trial and I'm at the defense table, I'm not watching the jury. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing, right? I could be doing any number of things. So I'm going to start paying more attention, I think, during stuff like this. But do you think that because we all are using Google, we all are using cell phones, and we're learning more and more every day about how this information is, I'm sorry, Henry is just like climbing on things. That's why they are paying more attention to it instead of just disregarding it. It felt like in the beginning, or in the first Karen Reed trial, when that juror named Ronnie with the bow tie came out and he said, "Oh yeah, we just disregarded all this stuff as distractions, and it was all technical stuff, right, about the getting hit by the car or whatnot." And so part of me is scared for defendants that jurors will just sort of tune it out and accept the state's expert without really thinking about it for themselves. But it sounds like Lori's jury didn't do that.
No, and I think some of that goes back on the attorneys. So the prosecutor and the defense team has an obligation to either help them pay attention or help them disregard this technical information. So I think the younger generation, the one that was the majority of the jurors in this case, will understand the importance of it and understand pinging off of cell towers and Google location data and GPS location data. I think they'll understand it, but it's up to the prosecutor and or the defense counsel to bring out the importance of that in the closing arguments and or the opening arguments. And Trina Kay did a masterful job of that. So she painted the picture ahead of time in opening arguments, and then she connected dots A to B, C to D, literally from Rexburg to Gilbert back to Rexburg. She connected those dots for them. And then she just nailed it on the rebuttal, on closing rebuttal. Like she lit the jury on fire. They deliberated for less than 10 minutes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. Really interesting. Okay.
I got the court minutes. I published them on X this morning. So when we're in the waiting room, we see the jury come in behind us a little bit after 10 o'clock in the morning, like 10:05 in the morning. And about 10:30 in the morning, we start hearing stirrings that there's a verdict, and we start getting ready to go in the courtroom. So that's like 25 minutes, which is still a really, really fast verdict. But I got the minutes from trial this morning. They didn't start deliberating in that jury room until 10:15. And when I was in that waiting area, there was somebody that showed me a text that said there was a verdict at 10:25. So from 10:15 to 10:25, they deliberated 10 minutes or less on this.
Wow.
That's wow.
Wow. But the night before they picked a 4-person, right? And then they went home at like 3. I think they were only there for like 10 or 15 minutes, and then they went home.
Yep. Yeah. They did no actual deliberating the day before.
Right. I was going to just go back to, for me, it's all how it's presented. So if I'm a juror or I'm a court watcher, it's all how it's presented. We've seen a lot of trials now and a lot of digital data presented, and some is really dry and boring and my head's just bouncing off the table. And sometimes, like with Nick, I'm engaged. I'm like, yes, I want to hear. Now I get it. And Trina did a really good job, like you were saying, of presenting it, but then she would conclude what Nick just said. So she's like, so what you're saying is Alex and Lori were at the Walmart on such and such a date at such and such a time, correct? Correct. So then he would go off into this technical land, but then she would bring it back home to, to the layperson, if you will. So for me, it's presentation, and then it's wrapping it up after each chunk of tech talk. Trina brought it back home and said, so this is what you're saying, correct? So I appreciate
But that's
that.
what scares me about defense attorneys who are just like, oh, well, I don't understand the tech stuff. It's kind of over my head. If I wish all defense attorneys were like a Bob Alessi, who is just like sleeps 2 hours a night and can deep dive into any subject and become an expert in it. Like almost, he's like I don't even know what to call him. But I'm afraid that he has.
His mind is just unbelievable. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
But so I get concerned for these older defense attorneys who are the ones that are trying the big first-degree felonies, the capital cases, the death cases, because they don't want to learn it and they don't understand it, and they can't wrap it up. You know what I mean? They just basically have to nod and say yes to if they even get up to cross the expert. It's just it's it's a
It's it's sad because you're right. There's many cases that if you don't have an attorney that is knowledgeable in that, what are you
or
going to do?
willing to become knowledgeable.
Right.
And
Right.
so
So
for court appointed defense attorneys who are not public defenders, right?
mhm.
You're not going to get young attorneys because you have to work your way up the JAC ladder. You have to work your way up qualification wise.
Mhm.
So like my friend who is the young lawyer that is sometimes on my channel, he just squeaked onto the JAC list for misdemeanors because he managed to get some trials in this last year or so. But like, you have to try so many cases to completion, and then there's, of course, the standard to be a death qualified attorney is even higher. So all of our death qualified attorneys are over 60 years old right now, and some of them are approaching 80.
And
Right.
their understanding of this is not going to be any better than Lori's
No,
misunderstanding.
not at all. So you have to rely upon having a really great expert and a good dynamic between the attorney and the expert, and an attorney who is willing to say, okay, I have to try to understand this. And I'm sorry, but if you've been practicing law and you're almost 80, you're not really interested. And that, as a member of that defense team, that worries me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't they have an obligation though to get an expert if they don't know? I mean, they're required to zealously represent
Right.
their
So
client.
they get the experts, right? And I usually recommend an expert, but the problem is, Tanika, they have to know what to ask the expert. They have to understand the conversation enough. And so if the expert is super busy, which they normally are, and they don't have a lot of time for trial prep with the attorney, which happens more often than not, then you're limited to what that attorney maybe comes up with to ask on cross, or his limited knowledge because he didn't work it out ahead of time with their own experts.
Okay. Let me
So
jump in real quick. Because Brat brings up a really good point. Alessi was able to correct the experts when they misspoke. He was awesome.
Alessi is a unicorn. I mean, he's an amazing attorney, and I would kill for him.
That's zealous representation right
Yeah.
there.
I was going to say, maybe we didn't all watch it, but maybe we did. The interview yesterday on Ian Runkle, and Alessi said he always wants to learn. And my thought is like, lawyers know everything about everything, or maybe they know a little bit about everything, but it just boggles my mind how much information they collect during a specific trial, whether it's a medical trial or a digital data trial, specific to that. So what Alessi said, yes, just real quick, let me say just real quick that when Alessi said he always wants to keep learning, that really hit home for me. That just made me just love him even more, that he's just constantly learning. So, Joe.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, Alessi was not public defender. Alessi or Jackson or Yannetti, those are all paid defenders, and Karen
the top
Reed's,
of the top.
Yeah,
free this go
exactly.
around. Free
and
this go around.
Karen Reed's father said in a follow-up interview, like one of the ones immediately after that it's unfortunate because there are probably defendants out there that are factually innocent that don't get a chance to prove that because they can't afford the level of defense that Karen Reed could afford in her case.
Right. And we run into that a lot, right? Because the experts don't want to work for the money that the state is offering to pay them. There are too few experts, especially right now in Florida, in the digital. They don't want to pay out-of-state experts to come in. The attorneys are supposed to be constantly learning. They have to do so many CLEs every 2 years. And especially if you're at the death qualified level, then you have to take life over death, or death is different, to re-up that level every 2 years. But I suggested to an attorney that I'm sorry, my cat is just like, he's being a Bart Simpson right now. I suggested to an older attorney I have worked with in the past, I'm like, maybe you should do your second CLE on tech, on digital stuff. And this was a couple of years ago, right? And we're looking at stuff that happened a couple of years ago. So now we're in 2025, and I'm finally getting some 2024 cases. Think about how everything that we've been talking about here has come from whatever year this was, and I apologize, I do not know, and how fast it's all moving. How do you keep it all up, right? You need access to really good experts, and you need to have an interest in it, and you need to remove the block from your mind that says, I can't understand, I'm never going to understand this stuff. It's never going to make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. This is from 2019. Well, the shooting was 2019. Everything happened in 2019. Charles was shot at and deleted. The kids went missing. We know what happened to them. Tammy was deleted, and then Brandon was. So this was all.
So think about that. We're talking about this now 6 years later,
Mm-hmm.
and how the technology has changed in 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for just using StreamYard, if you log in from 1 week to the next, something might have changed, right? Your iPhone, oh my God, that scared me.
Wow, I heard that.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that one I did hear.
Oh God. Your phone will update overnight, and it'll be like, well, yesterday I knew how to do something that now today I don't know how to do anymore. It's like this stuff moves at the speed of light, literally. And how are we all supposed to keep up? And I have a case that involves a phone from 2018, and it's going to go to trial this year, finally. Wow. That's a long time.
That is a long time. Yeah. Has the defendant been in jail that entire time? Wow.
Sure has, and it's a death penalty case, too.
Wow. All right. Any other comments before we go back?
Yeah, I think there's a kitty that wants out.
Oh, for me? Oh, all right. I'll play it. Then I'll go release him.
Phone, the 304 number being purchased at that Walmart.
Correct. 2 minutes prior.
And in fact, does one of her phone calls last about 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
So through the time of that purchase even?
Yes, ma'am. I would just point out that whenever, if you go back, sorry, to that page, whenever I'm looking at a tower interaction, whenever that phone is interacting with the network, we're looking at whenever that phone initiates that specific interaction. And so during that 10 minutes of time, I can't tell you specific to Verizon where that phone was located. I can only tell you at 7:08 and 31 seconds, it was utilizing that tower and sector. But let's say, for instance, that phone were to move out of the area, that would not be able to be determined by the records that I have.
That phone number that is being called at that time as well, are you familiar with that phone number?
I am, yes, ma'am.
The 480-266-8587, whose phone number is that associated to?
I had that associated with Melanie Boudreaux.
So at the time that Alex Cox's phone is in the Walmart, at the time that track phone is being purchased, Lori Vallow is speaking with Melanie Boudreaux using a cell tower in the area of that Walmart as well.
I wouldn't be able to say who was speaking with who. I could only say that the phone number 4652 received an incoming call from 8587 and then who those numbers are associated with.
So at the time that the phone associated to Lori Vallow is using a cell tower in the area of the Walmart, she is receiving a call from the phone associated to Melanie Boudreaux.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's September 25th.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
What do we see then when we get to page 18 here?
This is looking at the first mappable record for the number ending 5998 on September the 26th at approximately 11:31 p.m., making an outbound call utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to both Lori and Alex's residences.
All right, so this is the phone that was purchased at the Walmart that we were just discussing in the prior maps.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So on the 25th, that phone is purchased from the Walmart, where we see cell phones associated to Alex Cox and Lori Vallow being there or near there at the time of the purchase. And now we see the phone being activated.
So I wouldn't be able to say specific to whether that's the actual activation, but that is a call, I believe, to a number associated with either Verizon or TracFone. But
we do know from the prior records that the phone was activated on the 26th, though.
Correct. I know from records, and I don't know if it was one that we showed in here, but I know that it's first started being used on the 26th.
And I think if we were looking at page 13, we showed the first data connection time was September 26th at 7:58 p.m. UTC. Correct.
That was when it connected to Google, if I'm recalling correctly. And so the phone wouldn't necessarily have to have Verizon service to connect to Google. It could have done that via Wi-Fi or some other method to connect to Google the first time.
So what we're seeing here then is something potentially different, where we now know this phone, the 304, is actually using cell towers and able to now make outgoing calls.
Correct.
Okay. And it's
I
using
love
a tower
how he
that
answers.
would be consistent with covering the apartments for Lori Vallow and Alex.
He's very specific. I love language, but he's letting the data speak for itself, and he's underscoring that in his answers. I wouldn't be able to say that, but what the data shows is that phone was there connecting to this phone, because we don't know who's holding it, right? So I just feel like it heightens his credibility by him being very specific, and I'm giving voice to what the data is telling me. I'm not inferring anything else from that.
Right. And what you couldn't see is when he's talking. So you can, I have a conflict within myself when I'm trial watching. You have witnesses that will stop and turn and talk to the jury. And and both civilian witnesses and law enforcement witnesses will do that. And expert witnesses will do that. Obviously, they're trained and taught by the attorneys to do that. Stop and talk to the jury, make eye contact with the jury. And Jen McCabe did that and Karen Reed, and it drove me nuts. She would bold-faced allegedly tell a lie and turn and tell the jury that. But Nick Balance would do that, and it was totally believable. It was totally genuine and sincere. And I could feel the jury connecting with that testimony when he would turn. So Trina K was off to his right. She would ask him a question, and he would turn to his left, and he would answer to the jury, not to Trina K. I thought that was powerful. That was masterful.
Yeah. Some witnesses, I totally agree with you. Some witnesses, I'm okay with that. Other witnesses, it's like nails on a chalkboard. And for me, it was Amber Heard. When she would always look at the jury. To me, I was just like, oh, if I was a juror, I'd be like, stop looking at me.
She looked like she was trying to pierce them with her little beady eyes. Like, lady, ease up.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's this guy, Carlos Dominguez. He's a detective, and he's just a blast. I forget, maybe Torres, it might be Alex Torres, maybe, or something like that. And he would have the question asked, and he'd be like, yes. And then that's correct. Like he's just a hoot. If you guys have a chance, go check that out. He's just, his testimony alone he's fun. All right. You okay, Sam? Okay.
Alex Cox.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what do we see here? We're still on September 26th and around 2 minutes from the previous map.
Yeah, so this is just a record in close proximity in time, showing a Google location record where the number ending 9120 was reporting its location to Google as consistent with being at Alex Cox's apartment. That's on September the 26th, 2019 at 11:33 p.m.
So we see the track phone from Walmart using a cell tower at 11:31, and then we see Alex Cox's cell phone, reading Wi-Fi at 11:33.
Is reporting its location to Google at 11:33.
You've jumped ahead a couple days. So we had September 26th. Now we're looking at September 30th.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you depicting here, and what did you find from the records that you reviewed?
So this is showing on September the 30th, 2019, between 4:32 and 4:37 p.m. Starting at 4:32, the number ending 9120 is reporting its location to Google, consistent as being at Alex Cox's apartment. And then showing movement at 4:34, and by 4:36, the 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being at Lori Vallow's apartment.
Okay. And so that's where, when we're looking at that R15, that's the margin of error of 15 meters?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So the phone is within 15 meters of being at Lori Vallow's?
That's what Google is reporting.
We're still at September 30th here?
Yes, ma'am. And so that's looking at the remainder of the day, going from September the 30th, from 4:38 p.m. all the way to 11:59 p.m. Approximately 94 different records, all consistent with the number ending 9120, reporting its location to Google as being in the area of Lori Vallow's apartment.
And so here, because you had so many Wi-Fi readings that are reportings, you just put that there were 93 Wi-Fi and 1 GPS?
Yeah, and basically what I was trying to look at is whether there were any instances that indicated that that device went back to Alex Cox's apartment, and I was unable to find any.
So we're on page 22. What are we now seeing here?
So again, at the top, I'm basically bookending the dates and times. So we're looking at two different uses of the Verizon network by the number ending 5998. The first one is on September the 30th at approximately 12:34 p.m., utilizing a tower and sector that's up in Rexburg, Idaho. And then the next use that we see is October the 1st, 2019, the same phone number ending 5998, using a tower and sector consistent with being down in Arizona.
So the 12:34 p.m., that's Idaho time?
That's correct.
So when we looked at the movement, that would be before we saw the 9120 phone associated to Alex Cox moving from Alex Cox's apartment to Lori Vallow?
Correct. And I would point out that this is not showing that at 12:34 that device began heading south towards Arizona. That's just the record that I had at 12:34. So there was no other use between those two time periods. So I'm not able to estimate where that phone was during that time period.
Okay. So we know at 12:34 p.m. on September 30th, that track phone, the 304 number, is still in Rexburg, Idaho, receiving an incoming call at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about that call. Do you recognize that phone number, the 515-402-0143 number?
I do.
And that is a call being made to this Walmart track phone.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
By whom?
So I have that number associated with Chad Daybell.
So Chad Daybell's phone is calling this Walmart track phone that just was activated a couple days earlier on September 30th at 12:34.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we don't see any call records for this track phone until October 1st, the next day.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
We see on this map that you have 9:19 a.m. So this is Arizona time?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And so at this point at 9:19 a.m. on October 1st, that track phone from Walmart in Idaho Falls is now using a cell tower in Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've seen the prior box that showed an incoming call. When we talk about outgoing, does that mean this track phone is making that phone call to someone?
It does.
And so who is this track phone calling at 9:19 a.m. on October 1st?
It's the same number from the previous Chad Daybell, the number ending 0143.
So map 23, what do we see here?
So since this is going back and forth between Arizona and Idaho, I tried to put the map of the specific state that it represents, just in case you're not familiar with a specific area. But this is showing on October the 1st, 2019, between 2:56 p.m. and 2:59 p.m., movement of the 9120 phone, because it's reporting its location to Google as being 3 different locations along East Center Street in Rexburg, Idaho.
This. All right, so October 1st, 2:56 p.m. to 2:59 p.m. Idaho time, we see the 480-351 number associated to Alex Cox. His Google is reporting this location data.
Yes, ma'am.
Meanwhile, we see this track phone from the Walmart that also has been associated to the Homer J. Maximus Google account is in Arizona.
Correct.
What do we see in this next map?
So this is looking at October the 1st, 2019, from 3:10 p.m. to 3:36 p.m. The 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being in the area of the Self-Storage Plus in Rexburg, Idaho.
Hey,
So-
Chris.
Did you ever?
So are you guys getting that they're using, and this is a genuine question, she's comparing the phone, like the actual, I know the phone is signed into the Google account, but she's saying, okay, you got information from Google, but there's also the actual track phone that's like pinging. Is that right, Joe? That
Yes.
She's saying that it's these 2 sets of data that are backing each other up. Hi, Sugar Bear. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. They got results from 2 different warrants on the same phone. They got the Google
Yeah.
warrant, the Google data, and that was the searches. That wasn't any Google location or GPS. There was no location services provided with that. It was just searches, just internet searches.
Okay.
But then the track phone itself, like the hardware with its IMEI, which is
Right.
like a VIN,
Right.
with cell tower ping locations.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding that correctly, that she is referring to the 2 different sets of data, and that's sort of like one is confirming the other.
Right. They do coincide. Although, I mean, a Google search for some type of information without location data doesn't confirm or deny the phone's location data, but
Right.
it's circumstantially supporting the fact that he drove down there and drove back.
All right. Should we take a moment and welcome your little guy there? Does he want to say hello? No. Don't encourage him? Nope. Okay, fair enough.
He can't hear you. I have my in-ears in anyway. I just let him go.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted us to encourage him or not.
No.
All right. Now let's go back.
Review video from the self-storage unit from this time period of October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
I believe I did, but it's been some time since then.
You show some records there, so you were provided at least with information. Let me ask you this. Were you provided with information that Lori Vallow had rented a storage unit at this location at 433 Airport Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
I was, and one of those pieces of information was the receipt that you can see on the that page of the report.
Okay. And so when we're talking about the relevance of this, it was one of the locations in the original map that you were asked to look at during this time period?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
So to understand what we have going on October 1st, we have Lori Vallow renting a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho at this time on October 1st.
That's based on the receipt that I was provided.
Okay.
That would be the extent of my knowledge.
At the same time, you have the cell phone associated to Alex Cox reporting Wi-Fi and GPS location data to Google at the same time that this is all, that Lori Vallow is renting this unit.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
What do we see then in map number 25?
So this is close to the same time period as the page before, October the 1st, 2019 at 3:24 p.m. And this is showing use of the 4652 phone for 2 incoming calls, utilizing a tower and sector in Rexburg, Idaho, that would provide coverage to the area of the self-storage plus.
All right, so the previous map was about 310 to 336. So this is in that time period towards the end of it. The phone number we're talking about is the one that we've associated to Lori Vallow.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And so when we see this cell tower use, is that a cell tower that would be consistent with providing coverage to the storage unit?
Yes, correct. And I say that because I'm familiar with the area and familiar with the terrain. And that's why I'm able to say that that tower and sector would provide coverage to that general area.
Okay. Now, when we're looking at this time, we see 3:24 p.m. Idaho time. What would that be Arizona time?
So Arizona is 1 hour behind, so that'd be about 2:24.
So at 2:24 Arizona time, this 480-266-8587 number is calling Lori Vallow's cell phone.
Correct.
And is that 480-266-8587 number the one you told us is associated to Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes, ma'am.
And so all of this is going on while we also see Alex Cox's cell phone providing that GPS and Wi-Fi data for being in the area of that storage unit as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're continuing on October 1st in this, still in Idaho?
Yes, ma'am. This is October 1st at 5:17 p.m. Again, the 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being in the area of the Rexburg, Idaho temple.
So we've been talking about October 1st. When we get to page 27, are we now on October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
So we had some cell phone or one cell tower use by that Walmart track phone on October 1st. Are you now reflecting cell tower usage by that track phone on October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am. So this is showing records associated with the 5998 number between October 2nd, between 7:02 and 7:20. Starting over on the left side using a tower, 2 different sectors on a tower, 7:02 to 7:09 on the sector facing west. And then we see a shift at about 7:17 to utilization of the tower facing north-northeast, sector facing north-northeast, excuse me. Then by 7:19, we start to see use of a tower and sector that's just east of that location. My examination of these records, I would say it's consistent with that device likely moving eastbound.
Okay. So from 7:02 to about 7:18, the Walmart track phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is using cell towers in the area of Melanie Boudreaux's residence.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then after 7:18,
Sorry, I'm going to pause it there because that's just brilliant. I just, to me, this is where it's all starting to come together. You know, it's like, so Alex was at Melanie's residence and he's moving east. And then she's going to say where he was moving to. Like, Joe, did you get that in the, while you were there? And Tanika, you were watching it. What did you guys feel when was that moment for you guys where you're like, oh, wow, this is really starting to really make sense?
I was already there. I was already like,
Yeah.
I mean, all the way up from Idaho Falls, from the phone purchase all the way down. The only thing that I missed was the Idaho license plate reader, because they had the license plate reader guy on the stand, and they only showed the picture from the Holbrook license plate reader. They didn't show the one from Idaho. So if I was on the jury, I'd be like, why didn't they show that one? But I mean, that's like 1/10 of 1/100th of 1% of effectual evidentiary value to me.
Right.
I think maybe because that one wasn't an FBI, it wasn't seen by an FBI reader. The FBI guy could only speak to the one that was right? Because
Or
he's
the
setting
the
foundation.
DEA guy, the DEA
Yeah, I'm
guy.
sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
DEA. Yes, I think that was the only reason. But I
Mm.
think, like, for me, I don't know. I was already there, like, back with the license plate reader, and I liked, because this was the last witness, I felt like he just tied it all together for me. Like, any doubt that I may have had, or any, like, oh, what about this? What about that? He kind of, like, sealed the deal for me. He was very, very convincing. Very, like I said, he wasn't selling it. He let the data, he was giving voice to the data. This is what it looks like. It just was very concise for me.
Yeah. He keeps saying consistent. I think somebody brought that up in chat. He kept saying it's consistent with the data is consistent with this, you know.
Yeah,
And again,
that's a
I love
sign. Yeah.
how
Go
Trina
ahead.
K just keeps taking his tech talk and then saying, so what you're saying is, or this is what you're saying. This whole testimony to me is just chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Something is consistent with something else is a
Mhm.
scientific term. So that resonated with me, but I was looking for the point and I missed it. I must have missed it like 5 or 10 minutes back. There's a point in the questioning where they're talking about the track phone being purchased and activated. And she says, Trina K asks him, so we know from other things that track phone was activated on September 26th. And he says, well, we don't actually know that from anything that we've had entered into evidence here. Because he's testified in trials before. He knows that you have to lay a foundation. You have to like enter in evidence, and then she can ask him if the phone was activated on September 26th. So he says, we don't know that from anything that's been entered into evidence. And he goes, but yeah, we know that. So he went along with it. Like Lori, being her own lawyer, didn't know enough to object to that leading question. That was like, for me, that may have been the most leading question of the entire both trials. Like, we know based on other things, Trina K says, it was activated on September 26th. And he's like, no, we don't. We haven't had the evidence entered into. Anyway, I was looking for that point and I missed it. I'm so sad. I'm so mad.
Tanika asked a question of me. Are you streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now?
Yes.
Because you show up as with a Twitch. I'm like, what has she done? You said when the initial data is reviewed, is it like putting together a puzzle? So yes, but also what I'm seeing is law enforcement will pick up somebody's, you can get really far with somebody's username, like really far. And so they don't even need the warrant returns yet. They don't even need the cellular data yet before they just call it using investigative methods, which means there's a team of cyber sheriff's deputy detectives who are in the background using open source intelligence to do the Googling, right? And they just start putting, yes, it is like slotting pieces together. And that is how they're getting to clients, to defendants, right? Or to charging people. They can start with one tiny piece of information before they even get that data, and they can just start stringing the dots together. That's why I'm always telling you, watch what you know. I'm always,
I know.
I'm always, I'm like, oh my God. So it doesn't, I do. I text her at like odd hours and I'm like, don't say that. But yes, then when you get the data returns from whomever, say like Snapchat or Instagram, which is Meta, your Facebook, all of those things, then they can just put like what he's doing now with the Google data and the track phone. They just build it even stronger, right?
Okay.
But what I'm seeing is a thread. They just need one thread. And from that you can just start pulling on it, which is what I do when people start asking me to find someone. You know, I used to say when I first started doing this, found all the women on Pinterest and all the men on LinkedIn. I can't say that so much anymore, but that's what I was doing, because people reuse their photographs and they reuse their usernames. So if you can go out in the world and you find anything linking like a username, for example, Florida PI Sam at gmail.com, right? And then you start plugging in looking for Florida PI Sam and other areas of the internet, you might then be able to start pulling more and more information in about Florida PI Sam.
Mhm.
And when you do that, then you can start pulling in information about who Sam associates with, like the Squeegee of Justice and Tanika's 2 Cents and Joe Schmo.
I love triangulated data.
Mhm. Yeah.
I think you should have, like, you could do my job and have like a license to practice law, and also make a TV show about it.
Oh my
at the same time. I watch you. I'm like, she's giving me a run for my money, man. I don't know what to do.
I'm a data girl, but I was wondering because it just seems like it would be overwhelming to get like this digital download, say for a year, and then start putting it together. Like, where do I start? What does this even mean?
Well,
Right.
normally it's a more specific time frame, and also you're looking for. Remember that law enforcement has to pull in all the preliminary information. You could hand me your cell phone. I can't do anything with it. I don't have access to the Cellbrite physical analyzer device, right? That pulls all that. I have to wait for a government entity to provide me with any sort of information. I can't hack. I'm not a hacker. I don't go anywhere near the dark web, but open source intelligence is just basically advanced Googling and finding public information legally. And you know this because you're the queen of the FOIAs, right? Especially here in Florida, where we have the open sunshine laws, which makes everything freaking public record. So if you know enough, you can get to a lot of places. Within a Cellbrite extraction, hopefully they're not asking for an entire year. They might on a federal case, right? Because if the feds have brought in an indictment against you, they've been investigating you for well over a year, and sometimes it may go back a lot further than that. But they've got all kinds of evidence to bring. They don't just need the cell phone. So on a Cellbrite report, usually you're looking at a time frame like 60 days, and the warrants are usually fairly specific to that. And even the FBI guidance to local law enforcement is ask for like a 60-day period of time if you're looking for patterns. And then let's say they gave me 6 months, but I'm really only interested in a month. I can set the slider inside. If I go into Cellbrite and not just rely on the PDF, I can set the slider time frame to just be what I want to look at. Same as I can go in there and I can look for specific phone numbers or specific images or specific locations. If you don't rely on the PDF that they give you, which could be 30,000, I've had one that was 70,000 pages, because like I said, it's all the information in your phone. Like every time you would go on YouTube, an icon for any of our channels, or you used an emoticon somewhere, that shows up in one of these extractions. So understanding how to use the reader program means understanding how to filter the information and narrow the scope, right? But I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of things that I just never even needed to see ever in my whole life. And, because people take lots of pictures of lots of things with their phones.
Right. Yeah. I mean, case in point with this, they're looking at very specific times, October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. I think they go back to, the purchase was like the 23rd, 24th, something like that of September. So they don't need to go back to June, July, or August. They just have to narrow their search down. So
right. And that helps.
So can they say, hey, I just want this particular extraction, or does it go is it month to month? Like when you go to Google and you ask for, I guess under some circumstances, you need a subpoena. They usually will put a freeze order on an account and then say seal it so that the person that's being investigated doesn't know that now their account is under investigation or being released to the authorities.
it needs to be specific in a warrant. You can't just say, hey, I want, this person's had 20 years of the same phone number, so go ahead and give me her records for the last 20 years. You can't do that, right? And it goes back to the warrants and the search and seizure of things is not supposed to be vague and overbroad. So now they're detailing all the stuff, right? But the stuff is getting longer and longer. We're going to look at some warrants down the line in my channel, because I just realized recently when I was looking at one, I was like horrified by how much information they were, like detailed micro information they were pulling in, but usually, unless it's like one of the statewide cases or it's a federal case where they are tracking over a period of years, usually the data isn't that big. But now if there's a trial with 5 co-defendants, I may or may not have 5 phone downloads. I've at least got 1, and then I've got 5 sets of call detail records. So the answer on how much there is, Tanika, and whether or not and can you start to put the pieces together, the answer from everybody who's ever studied anything in the law is it depends. But yes, it's really interesting to see how they are unraveling, especially because I talk all the time, and I firmly believe that people don't believe me, that so many of my clients are 14, 15, 16 years old, right? It's not a joke. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being over dramatic. It is the absolute truth. And because they live their lives on their phone, it is that easy then to put the pieces all together. That is, it just really is. And you think that they have understanding of the underlying tech. They have none. They just know how to use an app, and that app works for them. Because they don't have any interest in how anything works. They just know it does.
It works like a car. Like a car. Exactly. You just turn your car on and drive. You're not a mechanic just because you know how to drive a car.
I feel like Gen X, we were maybe the last generation of like learning how stuff worked, because there was no internet and we had to take stuff apart to figure it out. I'm great at taking stuff apart. Putting it back together depends, right? But the younger folks, for the most part, from what I've seen in my experience, in my opinion, is they don't care about the underlying stuff, right? They live on TikTok. They don't care what happens behind the scenes on TikTok. They don't care to understand how any of it works. The curiosity look at us all, right? We're all like of I said, of the same age range here. Right. And we're the ones with the curiosity about how it all works. And probably we're the ones that built it to begin with.
Right. Oh, are you muted, Joe?
Do you think then, gosh darn it, do you think then, that being the case with the younger jurors, that they will just accept the fact that there's an FBI agent on the stand saying, I picked up this data, I picked up Google location data, GPS data, cell phone tower pings, and yeah, that's right. Like, I don't even need to question it, because then Trini K took his testimony, and like was said a couple minutes ago, she literally connected the dots A, B, C, D, E, F, G from Rexburg down to Gilbert and back up to Post Falls. I mean, she connected the dots. So are those young jurors going along with it? They did in this case. What?
Yeah, I would. I mean, if I'm going to make assumptions, I'm going to say one, because they've always had some sort of device, but also if they're growing up watching what for us was like, oh, you're talking to your wristwatch. That was not that was like a make believe pretend thing, sure. Right? For some of, right. Yeah. But they're growing up watching all of this stuff. If they're watching old movies, our futuristic technology that was going on in the movies and all the spy stuff and the only so and so can do this and you can only get on here and do this if you're, they take that all for granted because it is the gospel. It that, like what we were, you know, saying was gonna happen, you know, what they were making up in the movies or on television actually has come to fruition, except for flying cars, and that's probably coming. So yeah, I do think they're going to be, I think they're going to be more accepting of it and just be like, yep, if they're saying that is, then that's it, because they have that reinforcement. Whereas, you know, some of us remember the dial, the like dial phone, and you had to start
rotary.
over again when you got it rotary. Thank you.
Yeah. Party lines. I grew up with a party line. For those that don't know what that is, you would pick up the phone, and if somebody else was talking, that's somebody else down the street. You'd have to wait till either they're off or you'd yell at them, "It's an emergency," when of course you just want to talk to your best buddy or whatever.
Oh gosh, Squeegee, you're so old. Oh my goodness. I can't imagine being that old.
Stop at you. Whippersnapper. All right. I'm going to play this. I have to take a quick comfort break, so don't ask me to pause for about a minute or two.
18, that cell phone, track phone from Walmart in Idaho Falls, Idaho, is now utilizing a cell tower closer to Brandon Boudreaux's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a continuation of that morning reflecting that Walmart track phone?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you tell us what this map is showing us?
So this is showing the same thing, the 5998 phone on October 2nd between 7:22 and 7:24, utilizing two different towers, and specifically the tower more in the middle of the page, two different sectors on that tower, consistent with being in the area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence.
So from 7:22 to 7:24, we're seeing cell tower use from that Walmart track phone, consistent with it being in the area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the same cell phone we're talking about that has been associated to Alexander Cox's homerjmaximus@gmail.com Google account.
Yes, ma'am.
So we went back to Idaho in this photo?
Yes, ma'am. So this is back in Idaho in Rexburg, and this is showing on October the 2nd, 2019 at 8:02 in the morning, Arizona time, which would have been 9:02 up in Idaho. But there is an outbound call made from the number ending 9120 to the number ending 4652. This call is a little bit over 23 minutes. And during the call, both phones are using the same tower and sector, both of which provide coverage to the apartment complex that had Lori Vallow and Alex Cox's units in it. So
basically, we have the cell phone associated to Alex Cox, the 480-351-9120, calling the cell phone associated to Lori Vallow, 480-489-4652 at 9:02 Idaho time.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
8:02 Arizona time.
Yes, ma'am.
And that call you said was not quite 24 minutes?
Approximately 23 minutes and 34 seconds.
While that is going on at 8:02 a.m., we've seen just a little earlier that the Walmart track phone from Idaho Falls is now utilizing cell towers in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during this call, did you have any Wi-Fi or GPS location data for that Homer J. Maximus Google account associated to that 351 number?
Yes, ma'am. There was one at 9 o'clock and 9:10, both consistent with the 9120 phone being in the area of Lori Vallow's apartment. But I'll also add to that, that entire day, that phone only reported being in the area of Lori Vallow's apartment, not Alex Cox's.
So basically, we continued what we saw from the day before, other than we saw, well, let me say this. So we saw the phone going over to the phone being the phone number associated to Alex Cox, the 9120 on the 30th, move over to Lori Vallow's apartment.
Consistent with that, yes, ma'am.
And then we saw location data provided to Google for that same phone, the 9120, moving at some point away from Lori Vallow's residence, going to, for instance, on the first, an area near the self-storage unit.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to the temple.
Yes, ma'am.
And then returning back to Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we have on the 2nd in the morning, this phone call between Lori Vallow's cell phone, the one associated with her, and Alex Cox's cell phone, the one associated with him.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we get to slide 30, what are we reviewing here now? Where are we at?
So we're back in Arizona looking at records for 5998. Here we're looking at October 2nd between 8:39 and 9:16 a.m. And the 5998 phone is utilizing a tower and sector in the general area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence. And there's 3 outgoing calls, 2 incoming calls, all from the number ending 0143.
Is that the phone that has been associated, that you were aware of, associated to Chad Daybell?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chad Daybell is Lori Vallow's husband?
I'm not sure if she was at the time, but that's my understanding now.
So when we look at this phone, were you aware that the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux at 3875 East Phelps Street occurred around 9:13 or so in the morning?
It's been a period of time. I know it was sometime around then, but I wasn't sure the exact time.
So in the time period leading up to right around that 9:13 time, that's track phone from Idaho Falls Walmart is utilizing cell towers in Gilbert, Arizona that would cover the area of Brandon Boudreaux's home at 3875 East Phelps Street.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see here on map 31?
So here we see starting on October the 2nd at 9:17 in the morning, use of a tower and sector facing north on that tower, showing use of the 5998 phone, and that tower and sector would provide coverage to the area of Brandon Boudreaux's residence. Then we see a shift starting at 9:19 to a sector that's facing more southeast, and continuing through 9:22, we see use of a different tower southeast of that location, consistent with that device moving southeast out of the area.
So if we had received information that the shooter in this case moved south to Pecos Road that we see here in the map and then headed away, is that sort of the same direction that we're talking about? The cell phone is using towers in that same direction.
I would say it's consistent with that movement.
And then we see the cell tower as the morning moves on, going further south and east.
Yes, I would just say southeast based on the tower locations that I was looking at in the records.
And obviously you're not able to tell us exactly where this cell phone is because it doesn't have the Wi-Fi or GPS location data being reported.
Correct. I'm only estimating locations based on the records that I have, and the records that I have are going to dictate how precise I can be with those estimated locations.
So here we know the cell towers that are being utilized by this phone during the morning there.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, when we look at these phone calls, incoming and outgoing, were all of them being made or received by that same phone number associated to Chad Daybell?
So here we're only looking at one call, but yes, that call is to the 0143, and it's an outgoing call to that number.
So we have cell towers that are reporting the phone, and then we also have phone calls starting to be made.
Correct.
Okay. So the first call we see after the 9:15 one from the prior page is at 9:22, which is an outgoing call to Chad Daybell's cell phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see now here on page 32?
So this is looking at Google location information on October the 2nd, 2019, between 9:02 and 9:34. The 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being at Lori Vallow's apartment.
Okay. And you've told us that sort of this has been at any time from the 30th when you documented that cell phone associated to Alex Cox, the 9120, moving from Alex Cox's apartment over to Lori Vallow's from September 30th through this time at 9:34 a.m. on October 2nd. Did you ever see the phone move back to Alex Cox's apartment?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Slide 33.
So this is back in Idaho, showing the usage of the number ending 4652 on October the 2nd from 8:50 in the morning to 9:46 in the morning, sticking with Arizona time based on the fact that there was an incident that occurred in Arizona. So between 8:50 and 9:45, there's 5 instances where that phone is on the network and utilizing a tower and sector consistent with providing coverage to Lori Vallow's apartment. And there's 2 outgoing calls, 3 incoming calls. There's 1 outgoing call to the number ending 8587, which was associated with Melanie Boudreaux. That call's a 35-minute call. And then there's 1 outgoing and 3 incomings with 0143. That number I had associated with Chad Daybell.
So since this is Arizona time, at 8:53, this would be before the shooting occurred in Arizona if that occurred at 9:13.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay. So prior to the shooting in Arizona, we have an outgoing call to the number associated to Chad Daybell,
Yes, ma'am, at 8:50.
and then an outgoing call associated to a phone for Melanie Boudreaux, and then an incoming call associated to the number for Chad Daybell at 9:01.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there is a break in time before there is an additional incoming call at 9:44 and 9:45, both of those from the phone associated to Chad Daybell.
Correct. And I would just point out that 1 call at 8:53, that's an outbound call to the number associated with Melanie Boudreaux, is a 35-minute call. So it could have spanned a large portion of that time window.
So when we see the incoming call at 9:01, how does that work if she's on the phone outgoing?
I need to look at the specific call detail record, but that very well could just be call waiting to where both calls occurred during that same time window, but I wouldn't be able to answer that question with the records I have in front of me.
That call is just 2 minutes, 2:09.
Yes, ma'am.
And then when we see the 9:44, we see that's just a 3-second initial call. And then at 9:45, a 7.5-minute call.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Slide 34. What are we seeing here?
So now we're zoomed out again because we're showing 2 vastly different locations of where towers that were utilized by the 5998 phone were. So we're looking at October 2nd between 1:22 p.m. and 8:13 p.m. Starting at 1:22, the 5998 phone is utilizing a tower and sector in Arizona, kind of northeast of Phoenix. And then by 7:53, the phone is utilizing a tower and sector in Utah.
When you're looking at this and you reviewed the records, the call that we see at 8:12 p.m. incoming from the phone associated to Chad Daybell, that's a 29, almost 30-minute call.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the last call that is documented for this Walmart track phone from Idaho Falls?
There are additional calls, but I'll explain it like this. So whenever you're looking at a call detail record, if there's an incoming call and then there's duration and there's a tower and sector identified, that shows that that phone was on the network and we can show that that call connected. There's additional calls after that that don't populate those columns that would be associated with the tower. And so because of that, you could have incoming calls that would just basically go straight to voicemail because that phone is no longer on the network. So the 8:12 p.m. was the last record I saw in the call detail record where the phone was on the network to receive a call.
So slide at 35, what state are we in? What are we seeing here?
So we're back in Rexburg, Idaho, and we're looking at October 3rd, 2019 at approximately 2:15 p.m. The 9120 phone is reporting its location to Google, consistent with being in the area of the self-storage plus.
And so we see 2:15 p.m. Wi-Fi data of that a phone associated to Alex Cox at the self-storage unit.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then were you also provided with video to show that at 2:13 p.m. There are two individuals removing a tire and another item, a bench seat from the storage unit that was rented by Lori Vallow?
Yes, ma'am.
Slide 36. What does this show us?
So this is showing use of the 4652 phone, October the 3rd, 2019, between 2:20 and 2:22. And the phone is using a tower and sector that would provide coverage to the apartment complex for both Lori and Alex.
So on October 3rd, we now have the phone associated to Lori Vallow receiving calls from the phone that has been associated to Chad Daybell.
Yes, ma'am.
And that phone is using a tower consistent with them being in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other network calls that you saw for that phone from the Walmart Idaho Falls track phone?
No, not after the call that was made in Utah.
And did that end your mapping of the data provided to you by the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
State has no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
I just wanted to pause it there before we get into cross. If you guys want to go over anything. Tanika had to leave, so just so you guys know. But anything jump out at you there? We could go through some questions now, or do you want to wait till cross is over?
I just wanted to say that this was Tanika's idea.
Yes.
She wanted us to do this collaboration, and so thank you so much to her for suggesting all of us and for joining us. She had to go and take care of Sugar Bear and all the things. So thank you as always, Tanika. Questions are fine, unless Joe, do you have things you want to say?
Yeah, let me see.
No, it was very nice to meet Tanika, and I hope we get to interact more in the near future. I appreciate that. I appreciate her input very much.
Absolutely. All right, yeah, let's get to some questions. Carolina Hurtado says, can data be recovered from a SIM card that has been cut into pieces? In reference to the Chris Watts case, cut up her phone SIM card. I'm going to guess no. I think once it's cut, that's it. Yeah.
If you just, there's not very much information that is actually stored on a SIM card, but if you cut it up into little bitty pieces, then no, it's not like throwing your phone into some rice and hoping for the best. That's not going to work.
Fala asks, Joe, will you go to Melanie's trial if it happens?
Magic 8 Ball says chances are yes.
Okay. All right. Here's one more. Neil Morrison, Bill Slim's fan club giving £9.99. Two big ifs. She gets retrial in Idaho on appeal and gets bail in awaiting retrial. Does she just go to Arizona to serve her sentence there? So
she's not going to get released in Idaho, even if she gets a retrial. She's going to be in custody. She's 100% going to be in custody for the rest of her natural or unnatural life.
I think so too.
Oh, she's not. Nobody's ever going to let her out of anything. No. No.
All right, those are all the questions that we have. Oh, wait, here. Sinbad says, I live next door to the Verizon home base for cell tower installers and IT workers. 2 of them are Cellbrite experts. I've had some great convos with them about this. Thank you, Sam. Great PowerPoint.
You can thank the FBI, Sinbad, because I didn't make it. It was provided to me by the Office of the State's Attorney for Hillsborough County. But you're welcome.
So Diamond Attic. Diamond. I'll just go with
Diamond dot in attic.
Diamond dot in attic. Okay. I've been listening to her first trial with Colby on his channel, and her lawyer does his cross just like Lori, basically asking questions that prosecutors previously asked. It's actually very telling. Yeah. Okay. Here's a question. How much of the deleted data can they recover? TJ asks.
It depends. So if it's just like on a computer where if you delete something, it remains there in unallocated space until something writes over it. It's the simplest, most basic explanation I can give. It depends. And yes, a lot of deleted stuff can actually be recovered.
You definitely went to law school. It depends.
I did. And it's my dad's like, I don't know why lawyers always have to answer every question with it depends. And I didn't understand till I went to law school.
Right.
Too many variables to say emphatically, empirically,
right? Right.
If you're a good enough lawyer, you can argue the sky is blue, you can.
That's correct. You absolutely.
I will argue the sky is orange.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Here, what? Oh! Tanika giving $5. Follow your real-time coverage of the trial. Thanks for the amazing work. Well, thank you for that. I wanted to pull up all the super stickers afterwards because there are a lot. But where did that one just go? Did we already? I guess I got rid of it. About the ring camera. Did we already talk about that? Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Aaron says we already talked about that. Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Ada Shaw says one of the Boston PD officers in Karen Reed destroyed his phone too. Is that recoverable?
No.
More than just one. And one of them dumped it into a dumpster on a military base.
Yeah.
After he did his own extraction, he chose what he would extract and provide to law enforcement, which was interesting at best.
He went to a FBI office, right? And they had apparently they have a kiosk that he was able to download the data.
Yeah. But you know how in the movies and stuff people crack their phone in half and just toss it? You're not actually cracking a SIM card when you're doing that. That's just for show. You're just cracking the hinge, right? That connects the top part to the bottom part. So that's not actually going to help destroy a phone. Right? The SIM card, at least on modern phones, lives in the side of your phone somewhere. And sometimes you get a little funky tool that you can extract your SIM card with. And if people don't know, I have it. Actually, I think they're in my other bag. I have a drawer full of SIM cards. But, for purposes.
You have a drawer full of SIM cards?
Yeah. They're like the 2-week Mint Mobile ones, and they just go into this phone in case you need to use it for something. So SIM cards are very, very small. And so, they just don't store a lot of information on them the way they used to. It's mostly for the purposes of identifying your phone on a network.
Gotcha. Ada, you sent us a super chat too. Appreciate you. We appreciate you too. I'm going to go through those at the end. But I wanted to just pull that up so that we see you, we acknowledge you, and we will go through all of those at the end of the stream. So are we ready for cross?
Yeah.
I mean, do we need her cross?
It's fairly lengthy. Yeah, I know it's fairly lengthy. Do you guys? It's up to you.
So that little special tool that you need to remove the SIM card, Squeegee, do you remember when we needed a little special tool to pull the fuses out of our fuse box in our cars? Those little 10 amp, 20 amp, 30 amp fuses.
Yes, that's the same thing.
Little Not the same thing, no, but similar.
Something
Like,
similar, right?
You needed a little gripper thing to pull it out of there.
Right.
My first car was a Pontiac T1000, just for the record.
Pontiac T1000. Wow. I got to Google that.
It was a Chevette. It was a Chevette by
Okay.
another name.
Oh, I
Ah,
remember Chevettes. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
GM made the Chevette, and they called it a Chevette, and they also made another Chevette they called a Pontiac 1000.
Gotcha.
I
Gotcha.
got you. So chat looks divided. Some of them want to hear Lori's cross. Some say okay at 3 times speed. Some are saying no, not so much. Like I don't think Lori accomplishes anything. So that's my personal opinion.
She shows her ignorance. She cannot
Okay.
figure out the difference between Google location data and cell tower pings. And at one point
Oh,
she says
okay.
something like, "Tell me the thing about the meters again." I mean, it's just
It's less than a half an hour. And if we
Okay.
did it it's up to you guys. I don't care. Either way. What do you guys want to do? Yay, nay?
Play it, put it up faster so we don't have to.
Okay.
Because I mean, the thing is,
I can only go
it
2.
might be demonstrative of actually how even some lawyers do not understand.
actually, that's a good point, because she's actually younger than me, and I got it and she didn't get it. So
Yeah.
But she thought she did.
She
totally
did.
thought she did.
she tried some mic drop moments that just didn't fall anywhere.
Yeah. This actually may be a fun exercise. I can only go 2 times speed. I can't go any faster than 2 times speed. So she's gonna be a chipmunk, but this could actually be a fun exercise. All right, this is Lori at 2 times speed. Get ready.
Ready.
Do you want me to call you Special Agent or Mr. Balance or?
Special agents.
Okay. Special Agent Balance, I just have a couple questions. You had mentioned that if all of your, okay, so you mentioned if all of your locations are on, which one would it track? So say you have 3 phones associated to your Gmail account and all the locations are on, what would it be tracking?
Yeah, so if you were to look at the location history where you had 3 different devices that were reporting that location, whenever you look at the record, they have a column called device tag.
Okay.
So they would differentiate that device tag, that's a number Google provides, but that device tag would be associated with each individual device. So as an example, if you were looking at, you only wanted to see the Google location for phone 1, you would need to know the device tag associated with phone 1, and you could filter out and see just where that device was. Same thing with phone 2 or phone 3, depending on how many devices are reporting location information.
So if all 3 had their location on, then all 3 would be recorded, even if they're in different locations?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And then what about if you have, so you're talking about a track phone being connected to a Gmail account, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what if you have an iPad, a laptop, and a phone all connected to the same Gmail account?
So it would depend on, again, that device tag column and the device itself. So the device would need to be able to report location information. Google would need to be able to derive that location information by some method. So if you had location information turned on all those different devices, it would really just depend on the device, how it reports it, but it would show up in that same location history record.
So if you're tracking something and you say phone 1, you don't want the iPad, you don't want the laptop, you're tracking phone 1, you would be able to distinguish that out by that number of phone 1?
So I would look in the Google record, the entirety of the record, it would tell you which device tag is associated with which device. And so then I could differentiate which device was being reported and which ones weren't.
Now, where did you get who sent you the information from Google? Did you get that directly from Google? I had missed that.
No, so those records were obtained via search warrant. I believe it was somebody from the investigative team in Rexburg.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be able to provide you a name of who sent those records down.
And how did those records come to you? Like an email or something? Or how?
Yes, ma'am. They would usually be sent via email.
So is that like, it's a lot of data, right? So is it one giant?
So is that giving everybody a headache? Should I slow it down or not? What do you guys think? Or what do you guys want to do?
You put it down just a little so that people don't like lose their minds. But do 175, it should be fine, I would think.
All right.
But she's hilarious though, right? Because he's telling her what she's not understanding, which is that every device has its own, like, he's calling it a device tag, but not only within Google, but on your devices, they all have their own, all kinds of unique identifiers. So it doesn't matter how many devices you're signed into, right? It's the one that it's the IMEI on your phone, or did I say that right? I always get acronyms backwards, just like numbers. But she's not grasping, right? She just thinks if you're signed into that one Google account, that then you can't delineate between the 3 different devices and where they all are. Right? Is that essentially what she's saying?
Yeah, and her not getting it, I think being there in the courtroom, I was frustrated with her inability to grasp the concept, and honestly, I think the jury was too.
Okay, interesting.
All right, I turned it down to 175. Let's see how this how this works.
An email or several emails? How does that work?
It depends. Specific to this case, I can't remember whether it was sent via email, but we do have options to send larger files. And so if it's a Google record that has location history, has a bunch of different services that are being utilized by that user, it could be a very large file, and then it would be sent electronically to me.
Through like a hard drive or a flash drive, something to that effect?
We have some ways that we can send it electronically that they're capable of transferring larger files, per se.
And so the data that you received from this email or from a larger, did you receive it from an email? You don't remember if you received it from an email, is that correct?
I don't recall. I would say that given this particular file, I know it was larger, so I would guess that it probably came via some type of transferring platform versus email.
Okay. And then if you don't know who you got it from, how do you know if that information is accurate?
So I'm basically mapping out records as I receive them. So I would look at the certificate of authenticity. I would ensure that it's a record that came from Google.
So there's her questioning, you know, the authenticity of it. Where did you get it? How can you be sure that nobody, you know, fixed it or tweaked it or did something like that?
It's a valid question. It really is, but is it convincing enough for the jury? Obviously it wasn't, and it wasn't for any of us, but it's a valid question. And if you were a good attorney, you might have some legal basis to back that up on, but all she has, she can never, I'm going to say this again, she can never land the plane. She'll like introduce something that's like, might be fringe worthy of reasonable doubt, but then she like pulls up and she can't like land it ever.
Right.
She's not grasping either how that kind of data is delivered, which a lot of cases with the terabytes of data that's coming in, it's going through evidence.com and links are being, you know, like the state will provide you a link to evidence.com and you download the zip files.
Mm-hmm.
And
Can
they
I get a
come.
membership there? I'm going to
No,
apply
you
for
cannot.
membership.
Good luck. Okay. Best of luck to you, sir. Let me know how that works out. I'd like to know.
All right, going to continue on.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, I'm mapping records as I receive them.
So you don't have any way to know if it was altered before it got to you, basically?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying that you're getting all of your information directly from Google. So would it be different information if you had the phone itself, or are you getting all the information from Google that you would have with this phone?
So with CAST and the specific unit that I'm assigned to, we're not looking at information that comes out of the device. We're looking at the records that were generated with particular providers. So although we might could get information additionally from the forensic download of a phone, what we're looking at is those records from the providers that are maintained separate from the phone, if that answers your question.
So my question is, would you have more information if you had the phone?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you could track it better, per se.
I wouldn't say better. I would just say that you could potentially have more information that would help determine whether the records are consistent with the overall picture of what both the carrier records are showing and what the phone records are showing. So as an example, my phone right now, if I'm sending text messages back and forth, those messages have content. They have context of, you know, if I say I'm on the way to the airport or I'm going to leave here in 10 minutes. Separate from that, you have the records from Verizon that would show feasibly where my phone was. Now, if you marry those records up, you definitely have more information and you could tell the story better, but one's not necessarily better. It just depends on the circumstance.
So one doesn't negate the other, it just confirms it.
Sure.
Okay. So is it typical, would you say, for people to have more than one device associated to their email?
Yeah, this day and age, I would say so, just because a lot of people have more than one phone.
And you could have multiple devices, like 5 iPads and 5 phones and a couple computers, all generated and giving Google information from the same Google email?
Sure. It depends on what your, it's going to be dependent on every single individual. But yeah, if you have an iPad, a laptop, a phone, and you connect all those to your Google account, like it's not unreasonable for me to see records associated with multiple devices that have access to the Google account.
Okay. And you can't put a person anywhere, right?
So anytime I'm estimating a location of a device, It's not an estimated location of a person, it's an estimated location of a device. And it really depends on the records that I obtain. So while I've been very successful in determining a location of an individual based on their device, it depends on the records of whether that search area is smaller or larger.
Okay. So if you were to give a teenager a phone with associated to your email account and they're at an amusement park going on a bunch of rides, and then you're doing a download, it could look like you were in all these places, but you were really not. Is that true?
Can you rephrase that?
All right, that really irritated me because to me, why would you say a teenager going to an amusement park, going on a bunch of rides? Like, was she trying to maybe throw Tylee under the bus somehow? Like, why would that? Why? Just why? What did Joe? You were there. What did you get out of that? Am I reading too much into that?
Am I muted?
No, you're
Unmuted?
good. You're good.
Okay.
You're good.
It shows muted on,
Oh.
on my screen.
Wow.
I clicked it twice and it went back to the same. Anyway, I honestly, without the jury knowing who JJ and Tylee are or were, or
Right.
Charles, or that incident that took place on July 11th in Chandler,
Mhm.
I don't think they could draw the conclusion. I mean, maybe it was a low jab from her,
Mhm.
maybe. But what does I don't know where amusement park comes into it.
Yeah. No, I get it that the jury wouldn't take anything from that. But us obviously knowing the full story, I was just like, really, Lori, did you really just like why? What was the point of that?
She would stoop that low.
Yeah.
She did in her interview with Colby, right? We all know about that, her interview from jail with Colby, where she tried to convince him that something went wrong, that JJ was out of control, and Tylee just accidentally deleted him. And then because she felt so guilty, she deleted herself.
Mhm.
That was her story to Colby. It's just
Yep.
so disgusting. So
Yep.
disgusting, especially knowing the way that those children were found,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I
that
was just gonna
Cole
say
and that JJ was still alive.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to go into any more graphic details, but the details are graphic for both of them.
Yeah.
And her
Just brutal.
trying to go in that direction in this trial this late in the game when she's
Mhm.
already been sentenced to 5 life sentences in Idaho, and she's going to get sentenced to 2 more. I mean,
Mhm.
it's just disgusting and
Yeah.
evil.
Actually, hold on. I wanted to pull Ada. Yeah. She threw Melanie under the bus too. Yeah. She's multiple times she made inferences or intimated that, Melanie may have had something to do with this, which now we've kind of found out that it seems like she did. But yeah, I kept saying, I said probably 3 or 4 times, Melanie had tire tracks on her back,
Yeah.
So
So Sam, this brings me to really a relevant question for your line of work, because you work most often for indigent defendants, right?
Yes.
So how do you separate yourself from their factual innocence or their factual guilt and just do your job to provide the best evidence that you can in your investigation?
I came into this late in life, and I think that is the only thing that has really saved me. But still, there are, like, if I'm just reviewing evidence, it doesn't matter. Like, it's when you go and you build a relationship with them, like at the jail, which when they're sitting in the jail for 5 years or 3 years, that happens. I try to do, the way that I look at it is, I go through everything so that I can show the defense attorney, here's where you have, they may have asks of me, but I go through everything so I can say to the defense attorney, you're going to have a problem if this is coming in, that sort of thing. I have one attorney that thinks I'm too personally attached to the clients I have. I'm not. There's only one, really and truly, that I have an attachment to. And he's just one of the juveniles, and he is the situation is just a mess. But I think coming in at the age that I did, which was I got my license for being an investigator in 2019, and I'm going to be 52 soon. That helped a lot. Secondly, I've stopped making myself as available to families and significant others, aka baby mamas, who like to bring the drama. And I just shut down the communication because it's not coming from the client for the most part. It comes from, like I said, like the baby mom or people that want to be involved and everything like that. You put out your best work product, do your job to the best of your ability. Chris knows that, like, for example, I worked on Trevor Summers' case, which was a case here in Florida. They did the trial rewatch here and then had me and the ex-wife who was kidnapped during that whole ordeal. I was brought on as the case had kind of gone down the road. And I mean, he hated me and I didn't like being anywhere near him. I felt like I wanted to take a shower every time I left the room, but I did all the things so that the lawyer would not. Sometimes they've got one set of ideas of what the facts are, right? That they want, the story that they want you to believe. And my job is to go, I view it as like I'm fact checking law enforcement. Or, I'm obviously looking for people. I'm summarizing deposition. Like, I look at all facets of it. But like with him, he had this story he wanted to go with. Why he hated me was because I went and fact checked every bit of his story and disproved it all. And that's my duty to the lawyer, because the lawyer can't just take the client's word for it, right? And they don't have time to double check every Walgreens camera footage, satellite, this and that, and all the other things. I do that. And then I provide that to the lawyer so that the lawyer doesn't have any surprises, so that the lawyer can zealously represent the client. I try, and I don't always succeed, to sort of just zone myself off. And I made myself too available through like GTL, through the jail communications, and having prepaid phone and all that stuff. And I'm not doing that anymore because I can't deal with, they love you until they hate you. And the same goes with the families. And then they just blow you up.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, you must get a lot of negativity thrown your way at certain times, At certain times. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah. And if they can't get a hold of the lawyer, then they come for me, So I've changed my niceness policy around a lot, and I think having gray hair helps because they know that I'm not very young, and I think that helps to give me like a little bit of like, I can be standoffish and I don't have to be your friend. I always try to treat everybody with dignity and decency, and I don't call them a liar to their face. I write down what they say. I go home back here to the excellent home office setup, and I go through what they've said, and I go through the discovery, and I will go back and I'll challenge them with it. Like yesterday, they said, a person said to me, oh, well, the girl, she was questioned under duress, and I'd already read her 2 interviews, and I said she voluntarily went to the station and gave 2 voluntary statements when she was not under arrest or threat of arrest. She was free to go. So you're not going to get your case thrown out because her testimony was under duress. It wasn't. You just have to be like, factually, that's impossible. And then sometimes they really hate you for that.
Yeah. All right. Shall we continue?
Great answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That question a little bit.
So if you just had a track phone that was associated to your Gmail account and anyone else had it, it would look like you were in that place.
So if the device is reporting to Google its location information, then I would look at those locations that it's reported as the areas where that phone was at a particular date and time.
Right. So you can't put a person anywhere, but you are locating the device. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm locating a device.
Okay. Do you remember about what you had said that on October 3rd at 2:15, the device was at the self-storage plus. Was that the track phone?
No, that was the number ending 9120. So that was reporting its location to Google as being consistent with being at the self-storage plus.
And did the track phone ever, I want to say ping, but give a location in Rexburg after October 3rd?
Not after October 3rd, no ma'am.
Do you remember the last time when it did?
I know the last time in the call detail record was that page where it showed the phone being used in Utah, and I believe that was October the 2nd, towards the evening hours.
Do you know where in Utah that last location was?
If you were to pull up that page on the report, I could give you the area, but I know it was southeast of Salt Lake City.
Okay.
Lots of long pauses here for Lori.
There's something about the meters. So when you were talking about on page 6, you showed the 3 slides with the sectors.
There's something about the
Are you able to
meters.
pull up page 6?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
That actually sounds like something I would say.
You said something about these meters. Could you please clarify that, Lori? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean
That's why you hire an attorney who hires an expert and an investigator to help you figure out the meters before you cross-examine the witness on the stand,
yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
And if
Well, he
it's too mathematical, the investigator says, I recommend this expert.
Right,
And,
yes.
and you do that in writing and you do it quickly.
I even have that in my notes. Something about the meters. Literally, I wrote that in my notes.
It's okay. Just hand it to him. Or do you want it? You can put it on. You want it on here? Yeah. It's okay. Oh, you got it. Okay. Zoom. Technical. And roll the top button. Roll. Oh, sorry. Roll it the other way. Roll. Sorry. I just wanted to ask a question about the meters.
Sure.
So you had said something about, is it 150 meters in each of those sectors? Was that what I heard?
So it's degrees instead of meters. So basically what you're looking at is how a sector is divided up of a tower. And so specific to this one, I think I was mentioning sector 1. And when you talk about the azimuth or direction from the tower that that particular sector is facing, you would use that azimuth in degrees to give you that direction.
So with the 2 apartments being so close in proximity, and you were talking about that it's pinging on a cell tower that shows both. So I'll show you this one. I think it's this one. 18. So this circle right here that's both apartments are within that same, is that cell phone coverage?
So that specific graphic there, when you're looking at that circle, all that circle is doing is showing the direction from the tower of where that specific sector is providing coverage to. So in this instance, that tower, that sector is facing northwest, and that particular tower and sector is providing coverage to a great deal of Rexburg. But included in that coverage would be the apartment complex for both Alex and yourself.
And so do you know how far apart those apartments actually are?
I know they're fairly
Meters?
Close. It's been a while
Oh, in meters, but
since I've been out there. It's been a while, but I know there was maybe 1 to 2 buildings between, but they were relatively close.
so are you able to tell from location wise, are you able to tell the difference with a cell phone tower, or is it some other way that you're,
She just
do
doesn't
you see what I'm
get it.
saying?
I do.
Okay.
So with this particular tower and sector, that usage at 1131, there's no way you could say definitively that that phone was at Alex's apartment, was at your apartment. You're just basically saying it's utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to that area. So the phone could be anywhere within that coverage area whenever that particular call was made.
Okay. But there is a way to distinguish if it was at either one, but it's not that cell phone tower.
Not via the call detail records from Verizon. You would need the Google location history, which is giving a much tighter margin of error associated with that device.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. So when you had spoke about the Walmart, I don't know what page that is, but you were showing that according to Google, is that correct? That a phone associated with me and a phone associated with Alex were in that Walmart shopping center?
So I think you're talking about page 16. So there's two different pages associated with that statement. The first one is the 9120 phone reporting its location to Google. And that's where you can see multiple locations consistent with being at that Walmart in Idaho Falls. The page following that is looking at the phone associated with you that was utilizing a tower and sector that would provide coverage to the general area of that Walmart. So it's two different, basically, versions of records that are providing two different estimates as to where those two phones were.
Because one is a phone call, so it has an outgoing tower. Is that correct?
So one is looking at the Verizon network, and so it's utilizing that specific tower and sector for that. I can't remember whether it was an incoming or an outgoing call. Whereas the Google location, that's information that phone is reporting from either GPS or Wi-Fi to Google as where it's located during that same time period.
So could it connect to Walmart Wi-Fi? Does Walmart have a Wi-Fi?
So it wouldn't need to. If Walmart had a Wi-Fi, it doesn't necessarily need to connect to it. It just needs to see it, because when the phone takes a measurement and sees that it's has a certain signal strength from that Walmart Wi-Fi, then it is able to estimate where that phone is, because Google knows where that particular Wi-Fi hotspot is located.
That is a critical point.
You
I
have the
love that
ability to
point.
track someone.
And a great explanation as
Mhm.
well.
Yes. You don't have to actually manually connect to a Wi-Fi for your phone to be searching for a Wi-Fi connection and to test the strength, which is probably related to distance from the source of that Wi-Fi signal. So it can triangulate your position based on different Wi-Fi sources without you even giving it permission to.
Right.
So do you remember when I talked about Nick Balance being asked by Trina K about the activation date of that burner phone, and he kind of hesitated because she was
yes.
introducing evidence that had no foundation at that point?
Yeah. Yep.
I found that. Do you want me to present? It's only like 2 minutes long.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, like it was one of the most fascinating, like, leading questions to me when he says, we don't actually have that entered into evidence yet, but I'll go ahead and answer it anyway.
Yeah. Pull it up. Yeah, because the other one's off stage, so you should be able to just pop it up.
Are we there?
Yep, I see it. Let me know if you can add it. If not, I will.
Let me see. Was that? Nope. You got to add it.
I'll do it. Okay.
There we go. All right.
All
Play.
right.
So it's about a minute or so after this.
Specific to Verizon, where that phone was located, I can only tell you at 7:08 and 31 seconds, it was utilizing that tower and sector. But let's say, for instance, that phone were to move out of the area, that would not be able to be determined by the records that I have.
That phone number that is being called at that time as well, are you familiar with that phone number?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
So this is the conversation between
480-266-8587. Whose
Lori
phone
and
number is that
Melanie.
associated to?
I have that associated with Melanie Boudreaux.
So at the time that Alex Cox's phone is in the Walmart, at the time that track phone is being purchased, Lori Vallow is speaking with Melanie Boudreaux using a cell tower in the area of that Walmart as well.
I wouldn't be able to say who was speaking with who. I could only say that the phone number 4652 received an incoming call from 8587, and then who those numbers are associated with.
So at the time that the phone
He is such a very specific testifier. Like, he would be my dream, like, expert witness. I so look forward to his testimony in the Brian Kohberger trial. And
I'm very, very interested in the Kohberger case from this digital perspective and the experts and how it was all pieced together.
yes,
I like a lot of people, I think I watch these trials, and Chris sometimes texts me and it'll be like, hey, so-and-so's on the stand, you might want to check it out, because I can't be on here all day or I'd never get my own work done. And I have to feed the cat, you see, so I have to get paid.
Henry needs food. Forget about you. Your needs don't matter. It's all about Henry.
No.
it's a
all
good
about
thing you
him.
don't have 6 cats.
No, yeah, it really is, because speaking of, I need to order his food today from Amazon. But anyway, I can't listen to, as much as I might like to sit here and listen to trials, I can't, because I can't read all the stuff I need to read and think about all the things I need to think about. But Chris will text me, or I'll catch a recap, or I'll take a screenshot, and then I go back and I'm like, what are all these random screenshots of like a witness, and it doesn't even say what trial it is. But I use these cases and these experts and the testimony to learn and to help supplement my education, because everything I know, I have to figure it out basically for myself. I have to source it for myself. So it's and then I turn around and kind of try to explain it to you guys. So having experts on that aren't convoluted, that just can explain this in such a great fashion, I mean, they're an absolute asset to the prosecution. And then you hope that, you know, if there is some sort of misinformation there, or they're stretching it a little too far, that as a defense investigator, that we can at the very least understand what it is that the prosecution's agent, FBI agent, or whomever is doing their testimony, that we can at least understand it enough to understand the impact on our case. Not that we can necessarily rebut it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So we're getting ready to have Trina K ask him, like, in my opinion, the most leading question of all, where he says, I don't know that we've had this in evidence yet. And she says, yeah, but we can assume it. And he says, whatever.
Phone associated to Lori Vallow is using a cell tower in the area of the Walmart. She is receiving a call from the phone associated to Melanie Boudreaux.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's September 25th.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
What do we see then when we get to page 18 here?
This is looking at the first mappable record for the number ending 5998 on September the 26th at approximately 11:31 p.m., making an outbound call utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to both Lori and Alex's residences.
All right, so this is the phone that was purchased at the Walmart that we were just discussing in the prior maps.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
So on the 25th, that phone is purchased from the Walmart, where we see cell phones associated to Alex Cox and Lori Vallow being there or near there at the time of the purchase. And now we see the phone being activated.
So I wouldn't be able to say specific to whether that's the actual activation, but that is a call, I believe, to a number associated with either Verizon or TracFone. But
we do know from the prior records that the phone was.
We do know from the prior records that the phone was what? So she's talking about evidence that is not in official court evidence, trial evidence at this point. So I'm just going to play that again real quick. I'm going to go back 10 seconds, listen to it, and then I'll be done with my little rant.
I believe to a number associated with either Verizon or TracFone, but
we do know from the prior records that the phone was activated on the 26th, though.
Correct. I know from records, and I don't know if it was one that we showed in here, but I know that it.
He says correct. We know that from records that I don't know that we've shown in here. Right. In other words, there's no foundation. So any good attorney would be like, objection, lack of foundation. Right. Nick Balance, special FBI agent Nick Balance is like, correct. I don't know if it's from stuff we've seen in this trial.
Right.
That is my favorite part of this trial so far. Like,
it's good. That's
somebody
good.
shows me another one, I will die on this hill. That's my favorite part. Correct.
All right. We're almost done with this, with her cross. Again, it's only, yeah, we only have like 10 more minutes, if that.
Walking around in a Walmart?
I mean, if you looked at the Google If you're looking historically and you wanted to see, like, did an individual go to a particular aisle in Walmart, I think that would be a
The
stretch.
incident
Unless it's a
aisle?
very big Walmart and you're just trying to see whether they were in landscaping or over on the grocery
The
side.
incident aisle.
It all depends on the information that you have in that record from Google. So if those margins of error are super small, you could potentially estimate that. But it really would just depend on the record that you have specific to the device that you're trying to locate.
And if you had the actual device, could you pinpoint that more accurately?
Again, it would depend on the device and what apps you're running on the device and what all is being potentially stored. So different phones have different ways that they store information. They have different GPS chips inside of them. Apps have different ways that they store information. And so it would really just depend on getting that phone, doing a forensic download of that phone, and seeing what you have.
And then could you compare that to the Google information that you got and have a much more accurate picture?
I wouldn't say you would always have a more accurate picture because you might not have any records that you might do a forensic download and you're not able to pull out any location information. I would say that it's always better to have more information to do that comparison, but it's not a guarantee that it's going to make it better by having the forensic download of the phone.
So it'd be more accurate as far as locations from Google?
I wouldn't say it'd be more accurate. It's a different record, you know? So if you have a Google location record that has a significant number of locations, they're all 2-3 meter hits because you were potentially standing outside. That's going to be pretty precise. But it's kind of speaking in, it really just depends because you don't know what that record's going to look like until you get it and you review it.
It depends.
So if you
It
have your location
depends,
on,
see?
are you able to track where things are or only if it connects to a Wi-Fi?
So again, it's going to depend on the specific app that you're speaking about. So like if you go into your phone, you can turn location services on or off for a lot of different apps. And so whenever I'm evaluating records from places like Google or different applications that have stored that location data. So it really just depends on how you have your specific phone set up and what you've opted into or out of as far as location sharing.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically your
She didn't
report
get that.
is indicative of phones associated to certain emails in certain locations at certain times.
So the one phone is associated with the Gmail account. That's the 9120.
Okay.
The other two phones I'm looking at Verizon records. So it's
Okay.
basically what Verizon maintained for those specific numbers.
And is one more specific than the other, the one with Gmail or the two with Verizon?
I would say that the locations being reported to Google had smaller areas to estimate where the device was. When you're talking about the Verizon records, the records that I had, I'm only able to estimate a general area based on what the coverage of a particular tower and sector provides coverage to.
Okay. And what is the radius of the tower coverage of Verizon?
So if you go back to some of my earlier statements, it's going to depend on where you're located. So downtown Phoenix, tower density follows population density. So the coverage areas in downtown Phoenix are going to be a lot smaller than if you get out into rural areas where there's just not as many users.
Mhm.
And so because of that, that coverage area is going to be large. Typically, I estimate that the coverage area of a tower is going to be the area between that tower and the next tower closest to it.
So with the Verizon records, that was the one that would say 16 meters or 15 meters. Was that with the Verizon records?
No, that would have been the Google location if it's what I think you're referring to, where there's a margin of
She
error with a
doesn't
circle
get it.
around it. That's
She
solely
just
from Google. That would not be
doesn't
from
get
Verizon.
Okay. So with Verizon, it's more accurate. And with Google, it's with the meters, within a certain amount of meters?
It's the way that they're measuring.
With the meters.
Google's
With the meters.
Yeah. I thought he's explaining it pretty clearly.
Absolutely, he
know.
is. Like
Yeah.
I did not have as clear of an understanding of this location data, Google location, GPS, cell tower location data before his testimony. I had a much more clear understanding after, and I don't understand what her problem is getting at. I mean, and so with the meters, oh my gosh, lady, with the meters, and so with the meters.
Yeah, she's not seeing all the pieces and how they fit together, which I can understand because in theory, like I don't work that way. My brain doesn't work that way. I'm very visual. So actually seeing things rather than somebody just explaining something to me, like I'm probably not going to remember that. But if I sit and look at something or write something, then I'm going to understand it. And I don't know if she just doesn't have a good enough understanding, and she seems to just be sort of relying on I'm pretty, and so people are going to like me. And
well, we got graphics that you guys didn't get to see on TV.
Right.
We got PowerPoint slides with uncertainty bubbles, like rings around cell phone Google locations, and we got the vectors with the cell tower pings. So there were lots of graphics that you guys didn't get to see that we did get to see. And it was very explanatory. And I can understand how you might not get that on your first time. So she has the ability as a pro per attorney representing herself to say, let's bring up these slides and take a look at this slide. And she did for a few of them, but she didn't land the plane. She didn't like bring it home to say, so your level of uncertainty was 45 meters. So Alex could have been on the other end of Walmart when this phone was purchased, type of thing. She couldn't do that. She should have done that, as a good defense attorney, but she's not a good defense attorney. So no. But we had graphics and we had his testimony, and it was excellent testimony and excellent graphics put together.
And she should have had the graphics beforehand, because like the cast report that I showed you came to us in discovery, right? So I get all this stuff, when the state
I think she did. I think she did
release it.
Yeah, I think she had it in discovery. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you though, when you're faced with a mountain of, it's terabytes, right? So it's like terabytes of data. Like I am now the proud owner of an 18 terabyte drive. When you're faced with all of this information to digest, it's really easy to just skip over, like, oh, that looks hard, I'm going to come back to that later. You know what I mean? Or you're trying to get so much of it processed so quickly that you're skimming through and you might miss something. I stay away from the stuff that like, I'm not going to understand the DNA analysis. You know what I mean?
You could spend an hour on it and not be any more educated on it than when you started.
No, never going to get it, but have worked very closely with an excellent DNA specialist that helped me get an acquittal. So, it does pay to at least understand that you need help further down the road.
Absolutely. And she does it, and she does it, and she didn't. She's like, I can do this. I'm a great defense attorney. I've been studying law for 5 years.
Sarah Boone's an outstanding mother to her son. She excels at all things. It's just Lori and Sarah, they're cut from the same cloth in a way. It's just that Lori has more she's got the pretty privilege going on that Sarah never did.
Well,
but
she used to have it. She used to have it.
Right. And thinks she thinks she still does. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's catch the last few minutes here.
Providing their margin of error. Verizon is not. For Verizon, when we're estimating a coverage area, I'm using my training and experience of locating phones historically and estimating that phone, what the coverage area is going to be for the tower and sector that phone used.
So is it which one, the Gmail or the Verizon, that is giving you the information that there was no moving of the phone from one apartment to the other?
So whenever I made that statement, it's based off the Google location history. And so what I'm looking at is, for a period of time, every Google location, every line in that Google location history record. So whenever I'm looking at those and I don't see that device has either moved or gone to Alex Cox's apartment, that's all from the Google location record.
Right. So if a phone was just in a car driving around, right, then it would show it in movement everywhere that car went?
It would depend on if it's reporting its location during that movement. So let's say, for instance, that car left the parking lot of that apartment complex and drove 15 minutes north and then 15 minutes back. As long as there's a Google location record during that 30-minute window, that's where I would be able to say that there was movement. But if there's a record at 9 o'clock in the morning and then there's not another record until 9:30, I can't say definitively that phone didn't move during that 30-minute window. All I can say is
that
this is where it was
one
at
of
9
the
o'clock.
best
This is where it was at
explanations
9:30.
that I've
Because
ever
it's not
heard
reported.
from a
Correct. Every estimate.
cell expert. His 15 minutes north, 15 minutes south is like one of the best, like, layman's explanations of cellular data or location data, Google location data, whatever it is. If you walk outside of your door and you see your neighbor's red car in their driveway, and then you go back inside your house and you come back out a half an hour later and you see the red car in the driveway, in your neighbor's driveway a half an hour later, you can definitively say that car was in that driveway at that specific time and a half an hour later at that specific time. You cannot testify to where that car was in the interim 30 minutes. Like, that is an amazing explanation that he does here. I love it.
Yeah.
That I make is based on there has to be a record in a line of a record for me to determine a potential location.
So can you explain that to me, what it's reporting? So if a phone is off, it's not going to be reporting anything. But if it's just sitting there stagnant, it's not going to be reporting anything?
It depends. Typically, I've seen in records that I've reviewed on a regular basis, if a phone is stationary, it's not going to report as much. And if it's moving, it potentially would report more. But again, the phone has to be on and the phone has to be opted into location history. And that's what's going to generate that record that's maintained by Google that I can then evaluate and see potentially where a phone was in the past.
Okay, so you have access to what is being reported.
So I would have access to the Google location record.
Right, only what the phone is reporting or what the device is reporting.
To Google, yes.
Okay, and you made your report off of what was reported. And it's not, I'm just trying to get to, it's not constant. You're not getting a phone record from, like, say, September all the way through October, and you know everything of where that went, because it wouldn't be reporting all that time. Is that accurate?
So I'll give you an analogy. Maybe this will potentially help. But if you think about, you live next door to your neighbor and your neighbor's car is in the driveway. They've got a red car in the driveway. And so at 9:02 in the morning, you go and look, the neighbor's car's in the driveway. 9:45, you go and look and the neighbor's car's in the driveway. And then one more time at, say, 11 o'clock, you look and the neighbor's car's in the driveway. You can only say that the neighbor's car was in the driveway at those specific instances because that's when you looked out the window. You could reason that maybe that car was there the entire time, but you can only definitively say where that car was when you have an instance that you looked out the window. So it's the same thing with the Google location record. So I can estimate where a device was as long as there's a date and time, a latitude and longitude, and a margin of error. If that's not present, then I'm not able to estimate during the window of inactivity where that device is.
So in your timeline, there could be blind spots where you don't know where the phone was or the device was or what it was doing.
If there's not a location record, I can't map it.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect? Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you.
We're up for some redirect. It's pretty quick.
It is.
Yeah,
So
redirect's pretty
Detective,
quick.
in your years working as a CAST agent, have you reviewed multiple Google records,
Yes, ma'am.
Verizon records,
Yes, ma'am.
TrackPhone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told us that part of your process is to always look at the certificate of authenticity.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that done here?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything about these records appear to be unauthentic or modified?
No, ma'am.
When you are mapping and creating these maps for us, are you just using the data and just showing us what it says?
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, you were given Alex Cox's Google or Gmail record for the homerjmaximus.com, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that included location data.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were provided with records showing that that Gmail account was associated to the 9120 number.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were also provided, and those Google records is what gave us the GPS and the Wi-Fi location data for that cell phone, 480-351-9120.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you also had the Walmart track phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That phone was not reporting Wi-Fi or GPS data. You did not have any for that phone.
No, that phone was not reporting any location information to Google.
But based upon the Google records you had for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com, you were able to determine that Walmart track phone had accessed and associated with that homerjmaximus@gmail.com
So
address.
close,
Yes, ma'am, that
Lori.
phone
You
accessed
guys were
that
so
Gmail.
close. She was so close
So when you're thinking about the
to
Walmart
not
track
screwing
phone-
it up. You know, if you think about it, right? She had the right idea, just not the complete follow through.
She can't land the plane ever.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
She circles. She can't even do a touch and go. Like, she doesn't even get the wheels on the ground. She like circles. She gets down to like 2,000 feet. And she's like, nope, nope, nope. I'm back up.
I mean, she had the right, it's like she watched a movie and was like, okay, let's just go buy a burner phone and we're going to be good without thinking through all of the, yeah, okay, I see. I got it.
Yeah.
All you were able to map on that was cell tower use.
Yes, records from Verizon.
When we talk about the Walmart on September 25th of 2019, we have both the phone associated with Alex Cox, the 9120 phone that you mapped there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that mapping was again using the GPS and Wi-Fi.
Yes, ma'am. As reported to Google.
And that was, you were able to map that within as small as 16-meter radius.
I believe that's correct, but I'd have to look at the page to ensure the
Okay.
margin of error.
Should I throw this one up to make it even faster?
Yeah, so the most precise was the 16 meters.
So it's in the Walmart.
It's consistent with being in the Walmart.
So unless the Walmart's smaller than 16 meters, pretty likely it's there, especially given the number of hits that you had in that location.
I'll say that if I were looking for that device and it was, 7:15 right now, and that's the records that I was seeing, I would go inside the Walmart to look for that phone.
Okay. Now, on the other hand, you also had cell tower usage for the phone number for the phone associated to Lori Vallow, the 4652 number, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You did not have GPS or Wi-Fi for that.
Correct. That phone was never reporting location information to Google that I had.
So for that case, you were using cell tower data.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to determine that that phone was using a cell tower in the area of the Walmart at the same time as this phone is showing or Wi-Fi location data at the Walmart.
Yeah, I think that was at 7:08 p.m. if I remember right.
So it would be in this time frame of 7:07 to 7:16.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And we see over there 7:08. So basically, both of those two phones, the phone associated to Alex Cox and the phone associated to Lori Vallow, are either showing specifically Wi-Fi location data in the area of the Walmart or using a cell tower in the area of the Walmart.
Correct.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Oh, so that that was it. I have a statement that I want to pull up because I said this often. Super Kelly G. It seems like she is figuring out for the next time she's going to off someone. I probably said that like 5 or 6 times while we were watching this live. I'm like, her questioning was like, oh, okay. So that's how I should have done it. Let me make notes and send that, either I'm going to, obviously she's not going to get out, but did you guys, Joe, you watched both trials. Did you kind of get that sense too?
At times, honestly, I did, but mostly it was her trying to figure out how to look like an intelligent, capable self-representative, and unsuccessfully so.
Yeah. Sam, I think you answered this question, right? How did you get this job?
Oh, I answered her in the chat. It was the midlife crisis, which led me to law school, which led me to working for a criminal defense attorney, which exposed me to the work that I do now. And then I decided I didn't want the responsibility of being the lawyer, that I just much rather sit in the background and like read stuff, So.
And Dwayne asked this, her sentencing is going to be July 25th between 9 and 12. So that's going to be 9 Pacific, right? So Joe, are you going to go to that?
Yep, I will be there.
You will be there. Okay.
Are you going to fly or drive? Because that seems like, I don't know that I could make myself drive another 22 hours back to Arizona and 22 home again.
For 3 hours.
Good question.
For 3 hours. Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
that's how I do the math, right? Like, how long do I have to spend in the car to be wherever? Like, how long am I spending the time there? And is that math worth it? And most of the time, the answer is no. So I just stay here.
And Joe, another question. Did we touch upon this? Is Charles' sentencing going to be at the same time as Brandon's sentencing?
We all are assuming that, but
Yeah.
you know what happens when you assume.
Yeah, unfortunately. We end up looking like Lori.
With beautiful golden curly locks.
All right, I'm going to just kind of go through some of these super chats and members. Tina Perkins became a YouTube member. I'm not sure whose channel this is going for, so I'm just going to pull them up, and these could be for Chris Dowson, super sticker, $9.99 pounds. I'm not sure if that's which channel that's for, so I don't know who it's for. I'm just going to pull these up. Tanika gifted 5
of Tanika memberships
of her own, right? I see that. Cool. Bellwether also gifted 5 for Tanika, so thank you for that. Mary Brown. Now I think that's for us because it doesn't have like a link connecting. Anyway, Mary Brown, $2. Thank you. Brandon is the best gaslighter resistor. I would agree to that. Interesting Captures gifted 5 Florida PICM memberships. Let's see. Bellwether, I think you did more. You did another one. That's the second one. I don't think I'm pulling up the same ones. Interesting Captures also did a super sticker for $5. Thank you for that. And then another one for $5. Thank you.
She's got a great channel.
Right?
She really does. She's a great
another one.
Great human being, and she's got a great channel. And
Thank you for that. Yeah.
I did thank her in my chat when she was in earlier.
Yeah, it looks like one was for Trial TV Live, and then there's links to the other two. So maybe those others.
She's a YouTuber who is like you guys are, and like I try to be, who supports other channels, and of course Tanika is a huge supporter of other channels too, and Laura is very much that way as well. And my next collab, I think, will be with her, actually.
Awesome. Well, we'll talk about all of that in just 1 second. Let's just get through these real quick. Not real quick, but Video Reel, $2. He was focused on tracking them accurately. That's out of context. I'm not quite sure. Forrest Nelson, we know who you are a mod for. Member for 2 months. This is great. Such a fantastic panel. Thank you, Forrest. Tanika saying, thanks for the collab. This is fun, and I'm nerding out. $5 from Tanika. Thank you so much for that, Tanika. And there's $5 there and $5 here. I think Tanika, you must have gotten all of us.
What a
so thank
sweetheart.
You for that. Yeah.
What a sweetheart.
And Joyce, $49.99. Thank you so much for that, Joyce. I'm not sure who that was gifted to, but awesome. Thank you. Zach has a photogenic memory. $199 from Zach. Barry Adams gifted 10 Trial TV Live memberships. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate that so much. And then Difficult Research, $9.99. Love always wins.
Yes, it does.
Amen to that.
Justice for JJ, Tylee, Charles, Tammy, and Joe.
Yep. Krishna, you rock. So, all right, guys, this was great. You wanted a long stream, Sam? Was this a good?
I don't recall asking for a long stream. I asked for a collaboration.
Well, we did for a half hour.
Actually, it was Tanika's idea. She said on one of her streams or her videos that I was listening to talking about this coverage, she said, I would love it if Chris, the Squeegee of Justice, PICM, and Joe Schmo would do a breakdown of the digital trail in this case. And I brought it to you guys.
Yeah, awesome. So, thank you, Tanika. Thank you, Sam. Definitely, yeah. This was a blast, you guys. I mean, Joe and I, we've now done 2 trials together, doing recaps. So always fun to get together with Joe and Sam. We've done multiple streams together. So, but Tanika, yeah, that was the first time for Tanika and us as well. So, again, thank you to Tanika. Now, for those that are still watching, Sam, do you want to just tell us where we can find you? I know your YouTube channel has been dropped in our chat often, but if you want to just let people know what you're doing and where to find you.
I'm just here on YouTube. I have not branched out to any other form of social media because I can't manage it. And I've actually just announced last week I was going to cut my stream schedule back to every other Saturday, and then here I am. It's a Saturday, but it's a day and not a night. And then, like I said, I'm just going to be following, sort of trying to educate everybody on the best I can from the perspective of an indigent defendant. The cases that I talk about on YouTube, I draw from my own personal experiences and then try to tie it into what you guys are seeing. And I try to bring you like a little bit of the behind the scenes stuff. And I think that I'm interested in the digital piece of Coburger, not any of the rest. I just want to see how law enforcement brought, because for months they thought they didn't have, the public thought there was nothing. I'm interested to go in and look at that, especially because it went across states. So.
Sure. This will be interesting. Difficult Research asks, I would love it if we could break down, pinpoint all the data pointing to Melanie Pawlowski. That would be that wouldn't be such a long, that wouldn't be a 5-hour stream, but that would be, what do you guys think about that? We could.
You would have to send, I know who Melanie is, but I didn't watch any of these trials. So if you and Aaron can provide, well, we know Aaron comes in and babysits me. If you can send me the testimony you want to review, I can do that.
Well, that's Brandon's wife, and she definitely was involved in this, and there's an active investigation, so it's only a matter of time. She's like Wendy Averson.
wow.
It's only a matter
Investigations, plural.
Yeah, active investigations.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
but there was a friend named Melanie too, so that's why they call it Melanie's.
Yes.
That's
Melanie.
Okay. Yeah.
Melanie with an I is Melanie's.
Okay.
That's Brandon's former wife.
Okay.
Gibb is NIE, and she was involved in the circle and has done multiple police interviews and done a 2-part interview with Nate Eaton of East Idaho News.
I know who he is. I watch him.
Yeah. I sat next to him in the trial most days.
He's a great reporter.
Yeah. So it's easy. Like this is Melanice. That's just how, because that's the niece of Lori. So that's why everybody says Melanice. Because she just ends her name with the I versus the IE, which is Gibb.
Whatever happened to Zulema? Did she testify at any of these?
Oh, you're opening a whole new door.
I just wanted to know. She's still breathing. Yeah.
Yeah, she did not. She has not testified with Charles or Charles and Brandon. She did not. But Joe, she did Lori and Chad, or did she testify up there for the Idaho, the kids and Tammy?
I think so, but I wasn't paying as close attention to Lori's Idaho trial, mostly because it wasn't televised and it was hard to follow the audio every single night. So I'm not as familiar with that one.
Zuzu is working on creating earthquakes in the area.
Great, thank you.
So Jill and Brian say yes, as well as Jenny. Hold on, I just saw Jenny.
Yeah, just so that I haven't watched any of the trials. I have a peripheral knowledge, but I do. When you guys send me the stuff you want to talk about, then I do sit and watch and take the notes and all the things.
Cool. Joe, go ahead.
No, we have things. We have future things that we need to work on. We have collaborations.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
For sure.
Joe, I was just going to say before we let everybody go, dismiss class for the day, where can we find you, and where are you available to watch?
So YouTube is Joe Schmo 88. You got to remember the 88 because there are a bunch of everyday Joe Schmoes out there, but I'm the only Joe Schmo 88. And then on X, I'm JS. That's Joe Schmo JS_media 88.
Fantastic. Yeah, Joe, she was we watched the interrogation for sure. Here's oops, wait a minute. Aaron just dropped it. Hold on. Aaron's dropping it in the chat, but also Difficult Research did it too. Hold on. Where is it? All right. Well, here's Joe on Twitter. There's the JS Media 88. And I know, Aaron, you dropped it. I just can't find it. Ugh. All right. Well,
so I think we'll put the cast report up. I put documents up over on my Patreon. It's free. It's not behind a paywall or anything like that. It's where I'm currently storing documents as I'm learning this YouTube thing. So we just call it investigator files, and anything that I talk about, if I reference a document, I put it up over there. So the cast report that that came from my case that we sanitized, it will not be Lori's, will be available over there if anybody wants to have a look at it.
Fantastic. And next up, Sam, you said you're obviously you're not going to stream tonight. You normally stream on Saturday.
No, I'm not streaming tonight. No.
Next Saturday.
I don't know. I don't know if it'll be next Saturday or not. This was supposed to be my skip a week, and then next week I just have a lot of work right now, and I'm having to travel to other counties to go to jails, and it's like it.
That sounds wrong. That
I
sounds
know.
wrong. You're
Do you know what
traveling-
my dad was recently hospitalized, but then moved to a rehab center. He was trying to schedule a time for the physical therapist or whomever to call me, right? And he goes, "Yeah, you can't call her today. She's in jail." So then he corrected him, corrected her. So the first thing she said to me is like, "Your dad told me you were in jail." I'm like, no. But more like at, and
I'm
they
just
let me
visiting.
back out.
That's
Yeah,
like
let me
Monopoly.
back
It's that corner on Monopoly. I'm just visiting.
Right.
Just
You're not a
visiting.
resident
Yeah,
here.
it sucks when the people who work security at the jails like recognize you, because then you're going there far too often.
Right. Joe, what do you have coming up for us? Anything this weekend or?
So tomorrow, I don't know what I'm doing this weekend. Wait, what is today? Today's
Sleep?
Saturday?
Do you sleep, sir?
I know what you're doing
Because-
tomorrow. I know what you're doing tomorrow night.
Oh, really?
Right? Game 7? Or is that tomorrow after?
No, that's tomorrow. Yeah, afternoon, evening. Yes.
Yeah.
Game
So
7.
Game 7. I know you're going to be
NBA Finals. First time I've been interested in Game 7 of the NBA Finals for a long time. But yeah, I'll do a recap of my return trip next week because there were some interesting things. I had a wildlife encounter.
Wow.
When I was leaving the Coconino National Forest, and I saw a drug deal go down on a corner in Winslow, Arizona.
Oh, Winslow, Arizona. Give me the lyrics.
Standing on the corner in Winslow,
Arizona.
It's a good, my lord, and
it's sight to see. Yes,
Yeah.
right. But it
That's
was a drug
interesting.
deal. It wasn't a fine sight to see.
Yeah.
I've been to the corner in Winslow, Arizona. I've driven
Wow.
there.
I
Yes.
stopped. So supposedly now there's like a museum type of corner in Winslow, Arizona that has like a picture of the Eagles up there. You can take a picture. I didn't do that. I stopped on my own corner that was by the
gotcha.
Winslow airport. But I did take a picture on the corner in Winslow, Arizona. Then I went to a motel, and the toilet
California?
might have been.
The hotel?
No, I was going the other way. So I
Other
went
way,
through
yeah.
New Mexico.
He was heading
and
east. Heading back.
Yes, going the other way, and the toilet may have been haunted. Maybe it was.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah.
Haunted toilet.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I thought you said.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm reading. I'm saying. I thought I heard that one.
And then there was a town in Oklahoma that I went through. So as you're going northeast, there are a lot of agricultural towns. They all have grain elevators by the railroad tracks. And they all have a little one-story motel that is vacant and like crumbling down. There was one in a town in Oklahoma called Hooker. So Hooker, Oklahoma. There's one of those little motels that is the Hooker Inn. See, I'm not the only one that finds that amusing. So I stopped and took a picture. I didn't stop and take a lot of pictures. I couldn't, or it would take me like 2 weeks to get home.
Sure. Yeah.
But that was one. I took a picture of the Hooker Inn.
Nice. I like
That's
it.
funny. So Aaron just reminded me. So Zulima testified in both Lori and Chud's trial, and Lori wanted her to testify, but she never sent out the subpoenas. So there you go.
Interesting. All right.
So all right,
Well,
guys.
thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate it. Very interested to continue hearing more about all things going on with all these cases. I wish I could be, more invested in them than I am. But then, like I said, I have to feed the cat. So
Mhm.
No, well, it's
But-
it's a collaborative effort. We all do our little parts and then we put them together, and
Mhm.
it can be more powerful than all of us just working on them individually.
yeah, I think it's great that you got to be in the courtroom for, for these trials.
Mhm.
I just can't. I don't know. I think that's really amazing. Oh, good morning. There's OnlyFan, and
OnlyFan.
we're leaving, and he's
We're
showing
leaving.
up.
See
Good
you,
morning, sir.
OnlyFan. Thanks for joining. We're out of here. So I'm Squeegee of Justice with Trial TV Live. Some people were asking, support all of our channels. If you guys are not subscribed to any of the channels, please definitely go and support us. We really appreciate it, and thank you to Tanika, who had to leave a little bit earlier. But thanks for her to coming up with this great idea, and we will definitely do this again. So,
Absolutely.
Thanks,
everybody.
all right,
Get
with
some
that,
rest, Joe. I need to rest on your behalf for all the driving.
all right, guys, I'm going to remove us, and I'm going to end the stream.
Take care.